Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Gears of War, The Slab, by Karen Travis, performed by David Colaci. For my father. Prologue. Jacinto Maximum Security Prison, Ephyra, also known as The Slab, 10 years after Emergence Day. I'm just a regular killer. Nothing exceptional, nothing special, nothing weird. I'm not one of those sick bastards who do it for a hobby. It's just a job. Okay, I've done a few, more than a few, and that's how you end up in the slab. Occupational hazard. I'm not some kind of nutter, although we've got those in here too. The serial killers and arsonists and kiddie fiddlers. And even cannibals. We've got all sorts. But I had a reason for killing, and I was good at it, so don't look at me like I'm some kind of pervert with a dozen bodies buried under my patio. I had rules. Like it or not, some people get what they deserve, and they knew the rules going in. Even criminals have them, buddy. Can't have a world without rules. The slabs for what they call maximum security prisoners will never get parole. But that doesn't matter because the average life expectancy in here is 2 years, so they might as well stick us up against the wall and pull the trigger anyway. No idea why they don't do it. I mean, in a world like Sarah, who's doing a body count? Millions dead on Emergence Day, millions more dead when Prescott fired the Hammer of Dawn to stop the Locust advance. 10 years since E-Day, and now we're talking billions dead, the majority of the world's population. What's left of humanity is mostly here in Ephyra. So why not just cap us and have done with it, Prescott? What are you keeping us alive for? Curiosity? Last shreds of the rule of law? Plain bloody-mindedness? God alone knows. Like I said, we've got all kinds in here, mostly killers, and we've got people who don't actually kill but do a whole lot worse. But now we've got a war hero. That's a first. Everybody knows who he is. Marcus Phoenix. They pinned the Embry Star on him, the highest award for bravery. You know who his dad is, don't you? Adam Phoenix, the hotshot weapons scientist, the man who created the Hammer of Dawn and got the Octus Medal for services to humanity. Hey, never let it be said that the coalition of ordered governments treats the rich differently. Sometimes they've got no damn choice. Marcus Phoenix abandoned his post during the battle for Ephyra. Usually that buys you a firing squad. You have to wonder how he got it commuted to life, but then there's a lot of questions about this war that I don't think I'll live long enough to see answered. Somebody must really hate that guy. He's going to wish they hadn't commuted his sentence. Milton Reeve, currently serving 12 consecutive life sentences for murder. Month of Broom, 10 years after Emergence Day. Chapter 1. We're surrounded on land and we've got our backs to the sea. We might as well be on an island. Lieutenant Meredith, Hammer of Dawn Fire Support Team, assessing the situation in Ephyra, last defended area of the Coalition of Ordered Governments, 10 AE. King Raven KR-96, on patrol over Cressy Escarpment, Ephyra, end of Reap, 10 AE. The Coalition of Ordered Governments had bought time, but like time, everything, luck, patience, hope, ran out sooner or later. Dom Santiago hung on to hope as tightly as he clung to the Raven's safety rail. Rothsay banked the helicopter to get a better look at what had been Astana, then let out a long breath. "Shit, will you look at that?" Dom knew what he was going to see. So did everyone else. And nobody said a word. Not Marcus, not Ty, and not Jace. Even Castilla, Rothsay's crew chief, kept her mouth shut and just hunched over the door gun, chewing mechanically. Dom wondered where she'd managed to find some gum. He hadn't seen any in years. Astana had been a nice town a couple of hours down the highway from Jacinto, the kind of place to take the kids for a day. Now black palls of smoke hung over it like skeins of filthy wool, and the skyline wasn't the way Dom remembered it. The place had been burning for 2 days. All he could think right then was that Maria couldn't possibly have been there when the grubs attacked. She was alive, he knew it, he could feel it. He'd keep looking, like he'd looked every day for the last 8 years, and he'd search every stranded camp until he found her. Jace finally broke the silence. "We're fucked, man. They'll be up our asses inside a week." "Been here before," Marcus said. 9 years ago, and we're still here now. "Yeah, because Prescott fried the goddamn planet. But we've run out of places to fry now. It's just us, just Aphira. And the grubs keep changing the rules." Ty got up from the bench seat and stood at the edge of the crew bay, gazing out. The stiff crest of black hair across his shaven scalp didn't move as the slipstream hit it. But then that summed up the South Islander. The world didn't touch him. He moved in it, but seemed somehow to be above it all, cocooned in some weird kind of spiritual separateness. "Then we must change our ways too," he murmured. From anyone else, that kind of mystic shit would have got right up Dom's nose. But Ty made it through the grind of each day by keeping part of his brain in another place, and Dom envied him. Everyone had their talisman, some place or idea they clung to in order to justify trying to stay alive one more day. For Dom, it was looking for Maria. For Ty, well, wherever he went in his mind, it left him serene. There was no other word for it. Jace was anything but serene. He was angry. Dom decided it was healthier to let it rip like that than bottle it up like Marcus. "In case you ain't noticed, Ty, we've tried it all," Jace said. Rothsay came back on the cockpit radio. "Don't underestimate the sappers. They'll do it." "How many cubic meters of sewer have they got to block, though?" Dom asked. "I mean, do the math." Locust tunneled. Beneath the 10-meter layer of rich soil, Aphira was a granite plateau, a big lump of dead volcano, too hard for even grubs to dig through, and that was part of the reason Aphira was still largely intact. If the assholes wanted a piece of it, they had to come up to the surface and face the cog on its own terms, or find a fissure. Dom had bought that impregnable Aphira crap that Prescott peddled right up to the moment when he realized how much tunneling humans had done here over the centuries. The plateau wasn't airtight. Tyran engineers had excavated sewers, installed underground cable conduits, and built subways. Any one of those was now a back door for the grub army to exploit. And if we can tunnel through granite, maybe the grubs will learn to as well. The 3rd Aphiran engineers, 3EE, and what was left of the civilian construction industry were now trying to infill what they could to barricade the plateau. A loud, rumbling explosion shook the air, followed by 2 more in quick succession. It wasn't artillery, and it didn't sound like Locust. It had to be the engineers out there, blowing up bridges and cratering roads to block the grub's route. "That's the sappers," Marcus said. "They're cutting it fine. There'll be scouts ahead of the main grub force." Even from this distance, Dom could see the forward edge of the grub advance. South of the plateau, the vast granite plug that made Aphira an island in the sandstone and clay sea of central Tyrus, the terrain was a mix of city and forest. Or at least it had been. A swath of conifers and tire oaks had been mowed down like a lawn along with the high-rise buildings. Dom had a clear view, one that hadn't been there before, right down the river. 3EE were out there somewhere digging and laying charges. Crazy bastards. Fucking heroes. They didn't just dig ditches and drive trucks. Rothsay said some of them were undermining the grub positions, actually tunneling under the grub's own tunnels, which struck Dom as the most insane thing he'd ever heard, and he was commando trained. He knew what impossible looked like. "Better check on him," Rothsay said. "I make that grub line about 20 clicks from the edge of the plateau. Anyone mind if we're late back? I know you've got a weekend pass, Phoenix." "Let's get it done," Marcus said. "It's not like I've booked a table at the Sagara." The Sagara had been a pile of rubble for years. Not that Dom had ever earned the kind of salary to eat there. It had become a watchword for all the nice, civilized things the Locust had destroyed, all those comforts Sarah had lost and might never have again. Marcus was supposed to be spending a couple of days with his father, though, and Dom got the feeling he was looking for an excuse to make the visit even shorter. It wasn't a hostile relationship. It was just an awkward, silent one. Rothsay took the Raven down again, dropping below the tree line. There was no flurry of birds disturbed by the deafening noise this time. Everything in the path of the grubs that could make a run for it had already left town. Branches whipped in the rotor wash, scattering a blizzard of leaves. "See anything?" Rothsay's voice dropped off the intercom for a couple of seconds as he switched to the open channel. "KR96 to Red 3. I need a position check, people. I hear you, but I don't see you." Right on cue, another explosion shook the air. Dom caught a glimpse of dust billowing up from the highway like smoke. "Red 3 to 96, we're at grid 078335. Dom could hear a grinding noise in the background. "You getting anxious?" "Yeah, and so should you. We've still got a lot of concrete to pour." Marcus leaned out of the crew bay, holding onto the rail one-handed to check below. "Not before the grubs get here." "And it ain't gonna set in time anyway," Jace said. Castilla stopped chewing. "So much for the granite keeping the assholes at bay. They're doing just fine on the surface. Anyway, they can tunnel through bedrock, so how much is concrete gonna slow them down?" "Yeah, I give it a week before they're in Afira," Jace said. "Like I said, we've been here before, people." Marcus looked as if he was going to turn and give Jace one of his don't even think about it stares, but he seemed to change his mind. Maybe he agreed with the estimate. Dom certainly did. "We stopped them then and we'll stop them now." "It's going to take more than blocking the John to do it, Marcus." Dom decided to put a stop to the defeatist talk, even if Jace was damn right. "They're collapsing and infilling sewers." He shot Jace a glance. Don't mention the fucking hammer. He knew the kid was going to say that it was the Hammer of Dawn that stopped the Locust advance last time. Nobody needed reminding, least of all Marcus. No point leaving ready-made tunnels for them. "But even if they get into the main sewer, they'll have to dig through 10 clicks of backed-up human shit," Rothsay said. "Which is kind of satisfying." "I'll do an extra dump for them then," Castilla said. "Maybe 2. "Yeah. Crap for victory, Charlie. The cog expects every gear to do his lavatorial duty, or hers. Don't take ours about it, though. Why the hell do women take so long in the bathroom anyway?" "We meditate," she said, "or do calculus. Are you meditating, Ty?" The South Islander was just gazing out of the door with that look on his face, that weird half-smile. Serenity, that was it. Dom envied him. How did anyone find serenity in a world that was going to hell in a handbasket? But none of it seemed to touch him. He turned his head slowly. "I was communing with my ancestors," he said. "Bit premature." "We may draw on their wisdom without joining them." "Glad to hear it. Did they have any suggestions?" Ty cocked his head to one side. Dom was never sure if he was having a joke at their expense, taking the piss, as Pad Salton used to say, or not. He seemed to have taken a shine to Castilla, though. The smile broadened a little. They taught me that the best weapon is the will to survive. No, that'd be a door gun with a 9-meter ammo belt, Rothsay said. He changed course, and Dom's view of the world was suddenly wide-open sky, a rare patch of blue that made the world look normal and unspoiled for a few moments. Get on it, Charlie. Castilla went back to chewing again. Maybe it was jerky, not gum. As the raven zigzagged to evade targeting, the black silhouette of another raven tracked across the smoke-filled skyline. KR-80 to all call signs, grubs on the move. That was Gil Gettner. She'd clocked more flying hours than any other chopper puke and spent most of her free time tinkering with her raven, as if she couldn't bear to be parted from the thing. Column of about 40 drones heading northeast, about 5 clicks from the escarpment. 9-6 here, Gettner. We're south of Shenko Falls, hanging around for the sappers. And how are you today, my divine flower? Need some help, 9-6, or can you manage it without Mom's help? We'll keep an eye on them. I'll flash you if we hit problems. 9-6 out. Rothsay turned back toward the falls. Think I'm in with a chance there, Charlie? She'll tear you up for ass paper, Lieutenant. I like 'em sassy. Yeah, but not homicidal. Just semantics. Rothsay's whole conversation went on over the radio, piped down Dom's earpiece whether he wanted to listen or not. Okay, 9-6 to Red 3, we've got grubs heading your way. Time to down tools and move out, people. See anything? Rothsay's voice dropped off the intercom for a couple of seconds as he switched to the open channel. KR-96 to Red 3. I need a position check, people. I hear you, but I don't see you. Right on cue, another explosion shook the air. Dom caught a glimpse of dust billowing up from the highway like smoke. Red 3 to 9-6, we're at grid 078335. Dom could hear a grinding noise in the background. You getting anxious? Yeah, and so should you. We've still got a lot of concrete to pour. Marcus leaned out of the crew bay, holding onto the rail one-handed to check below. Not before the grubs get here. And it ain't gonna set in time anyway, Jace said. Castilla stopped chewing. So much for the granite keeping the assholes at bay. They're doing just fine on the surface. Anyway, they can tunnel through bedrock, so how much is concrete going to slow them down? Yeah, I give it a week before they're in Ephira, Jace said. Like I said, we've been here before, people. Marcus looked as if he was going to turn and give Jace one of his don't-even-think-about-it stares, but he seemed to change his mind. Maybe he agreed with the estimate. Dom certainly did. We stopped them then, and we'll stop them now. It's going to take more than blocking the John to do it, Marcus. Dom decided to put a stop to the defeatist talk, even if Jace was damn right. They're collapsing and infilling sewers. He shot Jace a glance. Don't mention the fucking hammer. He knew the kid was going to say that it was the Hammer of Dawn that stopped the Locust advance last time. Nobody needed reminding, least of all Marcus. No point leaving ready-made tunnels for them. But even if they get into the main sewer, they'll have to dig through 10 clicks of backed-up human shit, Rothsay said, which is kind of satisfying. I'll do an extra dump for them then, Castilla said. Maybe 2. Yeah. Crap for victory, Charlie. The cog expects every gear to do his lavatorial duty, or hers. Don't take ours about it, though. Why the hell do women take so long in the bathroom anyway? We meditate, she said, or do calculus. Are you meditating, Ty? The South Islander was just gazing out of the door with that look on his face, that weird half-smile. Serenity, that was it. Dom envied him. How did anyone find serenity in a world that was going to hell in a handbasket? But none of it seemed to touch him. He turned his head slowly. I was communing with my ancestors, he said. Bit premature. We may draw on their wisdom without joining them. Glad to hear it. Did they have any suggestions? Ty cocked his head to one side. Dom was never sure if he was having a joke at their expense, taking the piss, as Pad Salton used to say, or not. He seemed to have taken a shine to Castilla, though. The smile broadened a little. They taught me that the best weapon is the will to survive. No, that'd be a door gun with a 9-meter ammo belt, Rothsay said. He changed course, and Dom's view of the world was suddenly wide-open sky, a rare patch of blue that made the world look normal and unspoiled for a few moments. Get on it, Charlie. Castilla went back to chewing again. Maybe it was jerky, not gum. As the raven zigzagged to evade targeting, the black silhouette of another raven tracked across the smoke-filled skyline. KR-80 to all call signs, grubs on the move. That was Gil Gettner. She'd clocked more flying hours than any other chopper puke and spent most of her free time tinkering with her raven, as if she couldn't bear to be parted from the thing. Column of about 40 drones heading northeast, about 5 clicks from the escarpment. 9-6 here, Gettner. We're south of Shenko Falls, hanging around for the sappers. And how are you today, my divine flower? Need some help, 9-6, or can you manage it without Mom's help? We'll keep an eye on them. I'll flash you if we hit problems. 9-6 out. Rothsay turned back toward the falls. Think I'm in with a chance there, Charlie? She'll tear you up for ass paper, Lieutenant. I like 'em sassy. Yeah, but not homicidal. Just semantics. Rothsay's whole conversation went on over the radio, piped down Dom's earpiece whether he wanted to listen or not. Okay, 9-6 to Red 3, we've got grubs heading your way. Time to down tools and move out, people. The radio crackled in Dom's earpiece. Red 3 to 9-6, we didn't come down here for a picnic, got a job to finish. Marcus's attention was still fixed on the ground as the raven circled over the escarpment that marked the boundary between life and death. The plateau had been the only place to escape incineration when Prescott turned the hammer of dawn on Syrah's own cities. Dom relived the day in occasional nightmares, wading through the frantic rush of refugees trying to get to this one safe haven when Prescott had given the rest of Syrah 3 days to get to the granite high ground or kiss its ass goodbye. Over the years, Dom had swung between horror and relief. The billions dead, humanity split into those who unleashed the hammer and those poor bastards who were the collateral damage. But now he understood that Prescott had succeeded in a situation where the choice was between bad and worse. He'd bought a handful of people 9 more years. The grubs had been weeks away from overrunning the cog, and nobody would have been around now to argue if Prescott hadn't made one of those brutal decisions he was so good at. He saved his own. The granite barrier that had been his convenient excuse had held out for far longer than Dom had expected. But he had the feeling they'd now come full circle. The grubs were still there, armies of them. Ephyra was under siege again, and there was still nowhere to run. Red 3, the grubs are only a few clicks from you, so you better make your way to the fire exits, Rothsay said. Not a suggestion, an order. KR-96, this is Captain Shaw, and you're not hearing me, Lieutenant. 2 more detonations and a couple of pours to go. We're not done. Rothsay didn't back down. Sir, just leave the machine and get to the extraction point. If we don't block that sewer, half of Ephyra's wide open. Red 3 out. The radio went dead. Dom heard Rothsay shut his mic for a couple of seconds, probably effing and blinding about dumb engineers with a death wish. Marcus moved to the cockpit hatch and stuck his head through the opening. Get us down there and we'll drag them out if we have to. He sounded more weary than anything. That goddamn cement won't even set in time anyway. You got it, Sergeant. Rothsay swung the Raven south again. Another couple of explosions boomed. It was hard to hear what the ambient noise levels were like from inside a Raven with its doors open, but Dom got a sense of a silent landscape, all the birds and animals long gone. Castilla leaned back from the door gun and pulled out her field glasses. "Brumax," she said, "moving up fast." "Okay. Captain or no captain, we're getting them out." Rothsay circled. "I don't know if those concrete trucks can outrun Brumax." Dom craned his neck to check out what Rothsay could see. A couple of camo-painted trucks were parked under the trees a few meters away from a crater like an emergence hole. It was only when the Raven hovered almost overhead that Dom could see a churn of bricks, the bright terracotta edges of broken pipes, and the glitter of water. 6 sappers in a weird mix of hard hats, helmets, armor, and overalls were guiding a massive chute into the hole, while 2 others jogged around with reels of cable, apparently laying more charges. "I see them," Jace said. "Wow, that's one big fuck-off hole." 9-6, you're stopping us blasting. Captain Shaw sounded breathless over the radio. "I heard you. Brumax, so what's new?" "Just listen, sir. You've got to get everyone out now." "Nearly done." "Good, because I'm coming in." Rothsay hadn't even sat down fully in the clearing when Marcus jumped down from the crew bay and started jogging toward the hole. Dom chased after him with Jace. The sappers looked up, 2 of them wrestling with the chute that was spewing concrete into the hole, one of them a big scruffy guy with a captain's rank tab on the front of his filthy overalls. Shaw was definitely a hands-on kind of officer. Marcus gestured toward the Raven. "Come on, sir. You're not going to make it. All aboard." "Can't leave it now, Sergeant," said Shaw. "We've collapsed the sewer in 3 places and now we're sealing it with a special mix. That'll give 'em a few thousand cubic meters of trouble to chew through." The concrete glittered. Dom thought it was just larger pieces of gravel catching the light, until he ventured in for a closer look and realized it was small chunks of jagged metal. "What's that for?" "Corpsers don't like digging through it," Shaw said. "Too sharp for the poor little assholes. It won't stop them, but it'll slow them down." The corpsers were big bastards, spider-like animals up to 5 or 6 meters tall that the grubs used for excavation, but maybe they weren't as tough as they looked. "You can leave this truck to pour the rest, can't you?" "And leave it for the grubs? We're short enough of kit as it is." "We're short of gears, too, sir," Marcus said. "Let's go." "Ah, shit." Shaw paused for a second and looked around. It was just 2 massive concrete trucks that had seen better days, but they were like priceless limos in a world where almost everything had been destroyed and wasn't going to be replaced any time soon. "Okay, everybody bang out. You heard the man." They didn't exactly jump to it. The engineers paused for a full 5 seconds before following orders, really reluctant to go, and Dom found himself chivying one of the corporals to get her to move. She was only a little scrap of a kid, no more than 18. He jerked his head in the direction of the helicopter and herded her. "Is that stuff going to set?" he asked. "Well, they're not going to dig it out in time to stop it, are they?" She ducked under the rotors and climbed into the crew bay. "We've got to buy whatever time we can." "Hey, Captain." Marcus turned and called out to Shaw. "Come on, sir, move it." Dom looked back. Shaw was still messing around with the concrete chute, reluctant to leave the truck until the very last minute. Captain or not, he wasn't going to get much patient deference from Marcus. 2 seconds, Shaw called. The crater was ragged, and soil and bricks were crumbling into it under the weight of the truck's rear wheels. Shaw was balanced right on the edge as the thick, gravelly, gray mass bulged out of the pipe and pumped slowly into the hole. "Where are they now?" "I think we've got 100 meters on them." Marcus started walking back to him, shaking his head slowly. You've really got to shift your ass now." Dom wondered whether to go back him up. Marcus wasn't above physically dragging an officer out of a tight spot if the guy didn't cooperate without him, and Dom could already hear the grubs crashing through the woods. Rothsay wound up the throttle. Castilla aimed the door gun into the trees, ready to suppress ground fire. Marcus started jogging. "Down!" Castilla yelled. "Everybody down!" She opened up on the trees with the door gun, sending wood splinters flying everywhere. Dom's first thought was to give Marcus and Shaw some covering fire. He jumped down and ducked under the rotors, and Marcus went to grab Shaw, but then the edge of the crater collapsed. Shaw fell, sliding a couple of meters at first and grabbing for the concrete pipe. But there was nothing to grab hold of, and his helmet vanished below the edge. Marcus dropped down onto his belly and held out his arm, yelling, "Captain, come on! I gotcha! Come on, grab my hand!" Dom couldn't see how far Shaw had fallen. He ran for the crater as Castilla squeezed off a few more bursts into the trees. The grubs couldn't have been far away now. Shit, this was cutting it fine. Dom reached the edge of the crater, expecting to see Shaw standing on a pile of debris and just needing a hand out. But when he got his first look down there, the poor bastard was in real trouble. Shaw was up to his waist in concrete, struggling to get any purchase on whatever was holding him up. There was no way Marcus was going to reach him from the edge. And the grubs were now right on top of them. Shots ricocheted off the trucks. Dom crouched on one knee and returned fire. He could see the gray shapes about 50 meters away now. "Marcus, you can't reach him." "We need a damn rope. He can't pull free on his own." "Just get out!" Shaw yelled. "Go on, get out!" Rothsay cut in on the radio. "Winch," he said. "The only way you're going to get him out is with the damn winch. Phoenix, get over here." "I'll cover him," Dom said. "Get it." "No, come on." Marcus grabbed his shoulder. "We need to lift. The goddamn cable's only 70 meters. Captain, you hang on. We'll get the Raven to winch you out." Marcus got up and ran for the Raven, shoving Dom ahead of him as the door gun hammered sporadically. Once they scrambled into the crew bay, Rothsay lifted and positioned the Raven at a hover over the crater. They were taking fire, and there wasn't a worse possible situation in which to extract someone. All Dom could do was hose the approaching grubs, while Castilla burned through belt after belt of ammo. It was about more than covering the extraction. It was about protecting the Raven from ground fire. Marcus grabbed the lifting strop and paid out the cable on the winch. It hit the surface of the concrete a little way from Shaw, but he grabbed it and managed to get it around his neck and then slip one arm through it. "Both arms!" Marcus yelled. "Come on, Captain, under your arms, okay? You know the drill." Dom broke off from the defense and slid across the deck to give Marcus a hand. Shaw was chest deep in the mix now, the rotor wash plastering his overall sleeves to his arms. He was covered in the concrete, but he managed to get the strop under both arms. "Okay, bring him up," Marcus said, and Dom hit the winch control. The cable started cranking in. It was only 15 meters, no height at all, but a guy was completely helpless on a winch with rounds flying past him. It seemed to take forever. Dom was expecting Shaw to be hit by grub fire any second, despite Castilla's efforts on the door gun. Marcus reached down just as Shaw came up to the 2-meter mark, fingers almost touching. And then the nightmarish worst happened. Shaw started to slip. "Hey! Hang on, Shaw, hang on!" Rothsay cut in. "Phoenix, what's happening? We're losing him. Get him in board, Phoenix, any way you can. Shaw, arms, tight at your side. Don't you think I frigging know that, Sergeant? Shit!" The orange plastic strop slid, and Shaw's arms flew up for a second. Then he dropped like a stone into the concrete below. He didn't even scream. It wasn't like hitting water. He went in completely upright, straight up to his waist, then seemed to go down sharply, like he'd hit a pocket of water or air. He was up to his armpits now, with one arm free, and Marcus started paying out the cable again. Rounds were now pinging off the Raven. Dom could hear them. If they hung around much longer, the grubs were going to bring the bird down in the crater. "Lieutenant, we've lost him," Marcus said. "Bring her down again, 15 meters. God almighty, Phoenix, you better get that strop on this time. Yeah, I know that." It was unbearable. All Dom could do was watch. The strop hit the wet concrete again. Shaw struggled to reach it with his one free arm, but he was sinking faster as he struggled. Marcus leaned right over the side as if that would make any damn difference. The engineers huddled in the crew bay said nothing. There wasn't a damn thing they could do either. "Lower, Lieutenant," Marcus said. "Come on." Shaw was now up to his neck, then his chin, and Dom could see it was too damn late and that there was no way the guy was going to get a strap around his body again. Castilla was yelling for a fresh ammo belt. Dom waited for a grub round to finally puncture a fuel tank. They had seconds to get out, but Marcus wasn't giving up on Shaw any more than Rothsay was. He reached out and tried to flick the cable closer to Shaw so he could grab it with his hand. If he got one arm free, they might stand a chance. "Grab it!" Marcus yelled. Shit, Shaw's head was going under. "Come on, just get your arm up! The helmet's going to keep your mouth and nose clear for long enough." Shaw couldn't hear him now. Marcus had to know that, but he kept trying. And suddenly all there was above the level of the concrete was Shaw's right hand. The strop was maybe 10, 15 centimeters from it. And then he was gone. "Lieutenant!" Marcus started winching in the line as fast as he could, eyes fixed on the point where Shaw had gone under, because the second he looked away he'd never be able to find the spot again. The motor squealed. "I'm going down to get him, hang on." "No, Marcus, you're not." Dom did what he'd had to do too many times with Marcus. He grabbed him by the back of his belt and yanked him back. Marcus turned to push him off, but Rothsay began lifting clear, and Dom shoved Marcus down onto the tilting deck. He landed with a thud. Dom sat on him for a few moments. He'd calm down sooner or later. "What the fuck, Dom? We can't—" "Leave it, Marcus. Nothing you can do, you hear me? Leave it!" One day Marcus was going to explode. He nailed down everything so hard and tight that even Dom was afraid of him finally letting rip. For a second their eyes locked. Anyone who thought Marcus was all ice-cold control had no idea, because they'd never seen that look, those few moments of complete anguish that exposed the raw core of loss and pain inside. Then it snapped off again like a light. He scrambled to his feet, and the little girl corporal grabbed his arm. "Sergeant?" "I'm sorry." Marcus didn't brush her off. "I am so damn sorry." Nobody spoke all the way back to base. Marcus leaned against the bulkhead, looking out, but obviously not seeing anything. Dom could see his jaw working, like he was arguing with himself, and from time to time he'd glance away and screw his eyes shut for a moment. He thought Dom couldn't see. Oh, Dom could see all right. He could imagine every thought going through Marcus's mind, and they were all about what it must have been like to drown in concrete seconds from being rescued. In water you stood a chance. In thick, liquid cement. The reality seeped into Dom's mind unbidden, and it took all his effort to stop himself from dwelling on it. It was a fucking awful way to go. "Phoenix," Rothsay said quietly. "We've got to overfly your old man's place anyway. Want me to drop you off? I'll file the reports." "No thanks, Lieutenant." "Let me put it another way. I'm going to land there and shove you out the friggin' door. I'm the officer and I can do that shit. Got it, Sergeant? Go have a stiff drink with your old man." "Sir." Marcus grunted. It was his way of saying fuck you. Rothsay had the measure of him, though, that he needed a break whether he wanted it or not, and especially now. But he won't talk it over with his dad. He'll never talk it over with anyone, not even Anya. Dom watched Marcus edge into the comms compartment in the Raven's tail section and pretended he wasn't keeping an eye on him. A few minutes later, he heard a thud that was all but drowned out by the Raven's noise. Marcus emerged from the compartment and took a few steps across the deck, making a pretty convincing attempt to look deep in thought about anything other than the man they'd just lost, but flexing his right fist slowly. He'd punched the shit out of the bulkhead. He did that sometimes when he saw one death too many. Dom never mentioned it when he did, but they both knew, just as Dom knew exactly what was playing out in his mind at that moment. Marcus was watching a gear's hand being swallowed into a slow churning sea of cement, blaming himself for not being able to save the world. Haldane Hall, East Barricade, Jacinto, the Phoenix Estate. 15 years was a long silence, and the longer it went on, the harder it was to break. Adam Phoenix rehearsed his confession again as he stepped out of the car and stood at the doors of the mansion. The maintenance company had been tidying up the grounds, war or no war. The smell of cut grass and fresh creosote wafted on the breeze. It was the perfume of carefree childhood summers that he would never know again. "You okay, sir?" The driver lowered the staff car's window and leaned out. "Lost your keys?" Adam wasn't sure how to tell him he was afraid to walk into his own house and face his son. He made a show of casually inspecting the doors. The deep green gloss paint hadn't been manufactured for centuries and had to be mixed specially for the estate by restoration experts from the National Museum of Ephyra. Countless layers applied like geological strata over the ages gave the wood the slightly rippled appearance of old glass. This is what the Phoenixes are. History. A museum curiosity. The pretense of stable continuity in a world that's falling apart. "Could do with a coat of paint," Adam said. "See you next week, Hendry." "Have a good break, sir." The tires spat gravel as the car turned around the fountain in the courtyard and headed out of the gates. Adam found himself still plucking up courage to push open the doors. They were never locked. A few $1 billion worth of art treasures inside, with the enemy nearly at the gates, then still he couldn't find it within himself to give a damn about objects. Who would venture in here? Who would risk scaling the walls? Locusts don't loot. Not art, anyway. Got to admire their pragmatism. He took a breath, lowered his head, and pushed the door. Marcus should have been home by now. He was such a rare visitor to the house these days that Adam could tell if he was here just by inhaling. It was that once familiar blend of army soap and rifle lubricant, something he'd once been so steeped in himself that he hadn't noticed it until Elaine pointed it out. Now Elaine was long dead, his son was a stranger, and the nostalgic scent of army life was more painful than bittersweet. But Adam couldn't smell anything now except coffee. The noises echoing down the hall were coming from the kitchen. "Mrs. Ross?" He laid his briefcase on the priceless fur and lacquer table in the hall. "I wasn't expecting you to stay this late." The housekeeper stuck her head out of the kitchen door. The corridor was so long that Adam felt like a locomotive approaching a station, boots clattering on the inlaid floor like wheels rattling over rails. The light slanted from the open door behind her, catching a fragment of goldstone set in the marble. "I wanted to make sure you didn't have to cook for yourself, Professor." She stood back and ushered him into her territory. The two of them had rules. One was that he never entered the kitchen without her permission while she was working, just as she never entered his study or the laboratory in the cellars. It was hardly a crowded environment, But somehow the sheer emptiness of the mansion seemed to demand territorial agreements. "Marcus is doing an extra patrol and he'll be late. Lieutenant Stroud called." She didn't even raise an eyebrow. A lesser woman would have asked for the 100th time, quite reasonably, when Marcus was going to settle down and comment on the extraordinary patience of Anya Stroud. Mrs. Ross just paused. "Glad we can rely on CIC to keep us updated on his movements," Adam said. "Shouldn't you be home by now? Your grandson's on leave, too." "I have my professional pride, sir." She opened the fridge to reveal rows of wrapped, labeled packages laid out with military precision. Cold air rolled out into Adam's face like a frosty morning. "I've prepared the ingredients and all you have to do is follow the instructions. And I got steak. I know you don't like me using your influence to bypass rationing, but, well, how often does Marcus make it home?" It was only a 52-hour pass, but the brief visit had taken on the magnitude of a triumphal homecoming. Mrs. Ross, patient and non-judgmental, had laid on a spread fit for a prodigal son. Adam inspected the packs of meat and prepared vegetables. He'd never needed to cook in his life, not with his wealth and privilege, not with his rank, but it was a matter of pride that he could. When he'd finally accepted that Elaine was dead and that he had to bring up a 13-year-old boy on his own, he'd taken to cooking Marcus's meals as an act of paternal devotion, nourishing him with food as a proxy for the affection that Marcus already seemed to shrink from. Now, nearly 20 years on, he found himself driven to do it again. "It's contrition, apology. Except this time I really do have something to apologize for." Mrs. Ross was staring into his face. He must have looked like a terrified rabbit. "It's no trouble for me to stay," she said quietly. No, he couldn't do that to her. She was an employee, not a servant, and with the war almost at the Ephyran boundary, there was always the chance that this would be the last time she ever saw her grandson alive. "Just say the word." "Go home to your family," Adam said quietly. "If I incinerate this, I can take him out for dinner instead." "Of course you can," she said. "You're Professor Phoenix." There were few restaurants left in Ephyra 10 years after the locust invasion. A man needed some pull to get a table, and Adam had that in spades. He'd never felt less deserving of it than now. "Take the steak for your grandson." "Professor, please. We won't starve." Adam pulled a cold, heavy packet from the fridge. The steaks must have been 6 or 7 centimeters thick. "And take a couple of the bottles of the vintage Austri Red. Make an occasion of it." Mrs. Ross paused, expression fixed, then nodded. "Thank you. You've always been very good to me and my family, sir." "You've stood by us during some very tough times." I might have avoided those, too, he thought. "It's the least I can do. I'll get you a pool car. No point waiting for public transport." Adam wanted her to go. He would have welcomed the company at any other time, but not now. He had to prepare for the hardest conversation of his life, harder even than telling Marcus that his mother wasn't coming home. He called the office and ordered a car before taking refuge in his study. He'd grown up in this mansion, Haldane Hall, like generations of Phoenix men before him, but he'd never truly grown used to it. It had always felt empty even when Elaine was around. When Marcus left home to join the army, it had become an echoing void. The study was as near to a comforting space as he had these days, a smaller room than most of the others in the house, free of the accusing gaze of ancestral portraits that reminded him he'd fallen far, far short of the standards set for Phoenix men, and that not even the Octus Medal and lavish donations to the Royal Tyrant Infantry Benevolent Fund would atone for that now. His forefathers had been infantry officers to a man. They wouldn't have understood why he'd resigned his commission, and they certainly wouldn't have understood any of his decisions over the years. And I'm not sure that I understand them myself now. Adam leaned against the wood paneling, tracing his fingertip over the map of Sarah that covered almost an entire wall, waiting for the sound of the car. Gravel rumbled somewhere in the muffled distance, followed by the faintest clonk of the heavy front doors closing. Adam was alone now. Alone with his guilt and alone with his research, the project he couldn't pursue at the Defense Research Agency, director or not. He straightened up and took out a pencil to update the extent of the latest locust incursions on the map. They were awfully close now. And I've looked them in the eye. Can I do that with Marcus? The heavy paper was covered in scribbled notes, some on scraps of paper tacked to it, some written on the surface itself, many of them decades old, an untidy history of a military career and a war that had claimed the lives of billions. On every city that had been targeted by the hammer of dawn, Adam had drawn a red circle. Millions had died in each. He never wanted to lose sight of that. I made that possible. My vision. My work. My responsibility. If he stood close enough to the map, he couldn't see the scale of it. Sometimes, though, when he reached the door and turned to look back, the enormity of it caught him off guard. The whole map, the whole world, was a mass of red circles. I might have stopped it if I hadn't been such a naive bastard. I should have told Dalyell what I knew. He'd lived with this knowledge for 15 years, and now it was starting to choke the life out of him. Even when he was working on the hammer in the closing years of the Pendulum Wars, it had played on his mind, and now he wondered why the hell he hadn't just come clean with Chairman Dalyell and told him that the Indies, the UIR, were the very least of the Coalition's worries. And if I'd told him, he would have thought I was insane. No, that's an excuse. He trusted me. He believed me. I just thought I could handle it myself. But God, I couldn't have been more wrong. Adam couldn't look at the accusing map with its indelible record of his failure and slaughter any longer. He turned his back on it and walked out along the balustraded landing, heading for the stairs. He still had a couple of hours. The basement laboratory was kept locked, but the cleaning company would never have ventured in there anyway, not with Mrs. Ross on duty. She never asked why. She seemed to take it as read, as everyone did, that whatever he worked on was classified. It was, but what went on in here was a secret even from Chairman Prescott. Adam could honestly say that no other human being knew anything about his work down here. He booted up the computer and sat staring at the screen, wondering if he should simply bring Marcus down here, sit him at the terminal, and show him. Marcus would ask why and what, as he always did, and that would invite the more important questions. How and when? The screen began building a three-dimensional model like a structure made of irregular pipes. It could have been anything. A geologist might have seen it as voids left by lava. A mining engineer might have seen it as the shafts and galleries of a pit. A biologist might have thought it was a nest, a warren of some kind. It was all of those things, perhaps, and Adam realized there was no easy way to deal with the most difficult detail of all. Not what it was, but when he'd discovered that it existed, and how much it had told him about how little he understood about his wife. Marcus will despise me. How can he possibly respect me again after what I've got to tell him? What kind of relationship can I have with him after he knows what I really am? Adam rehearsed every possible outcome, every question and answer, every possible reaction that he might get from his son. But in the end, he knew his only option was to look him in the eye and blurt it out. He stared at the screen for far too long. The shapes began to dance in front of his eyes, and he thought he could hear the phone ringing a long way away. Damn it, he could. He realized that he'd unplugged the extension in the laboratory and scrambled to reach the socket before the caller rang off. By the time he shoved the plug in and picked up the receiver, though, it was too late. Damn. Well, if it was important, they'd call back. He switched off the computer, locked the laboratory, and climbed the stairs back to the ground floor. There was plenty of time to prepare the meal, to heat it anyway. But he decided to leave nothing to chance that might interrupt a difficult conversation, and put a prepared casserole in the oven on the temperature setting that Mrs. Ross had written on the wrapping. Marcus, there's no easy way to tell you this, but... He sat at the kitchen table, reading a rare item of mail that had been delivered that morning. A handwritten message scribbled on the back of an old tax demand. There was nobody left to write to him at home now except Marcus and the Engineering Digest, and both happened once in a blue moon. A charity, a private effort by some citizens, nothing to do with the Refugee Administration, was asking him to donate blankets for the stranded. Adam's urge these days was to give until he bled, but it still wouldn't have been enough to scour his conscience clean. The sound of a helicopter made him look out the window. King ravens were an almost unnoticed part of the city's background noise now, but to Adam they still sounded of rescue and triggered a reflex of relief. This one had to be flying very low indeed for him to hear it inside the fortress' thick walls at all. He craned his neck, but he couldn't see the raven, and for a moment he couldn't hear it. It was only when the front doors slammed and he heard heavy boots that he realized Marcus had arrived. Adam tried not to run down the passage. Marcus was in the hall, lancer in one hand and looking uncomfortable. He was still in full armor, still wearing that damned do-rag instead of a proper helmet, and he smelled of smoke. "Didn't have time to change, Dad," he said. "One of the KR pilots dropped me off. Mind if I grab a shower first?" It was his home. He didn't have to ask. "Go ahead, Marcus," Adam said. "You want a drink standing by?" "Good idea," Marcus muttered and thudded up the stairs. There was still some of the decent brandy left in the cellar. It demanded the best crystal tumblers. Adam poured a decent shot into each under the reproachful gaze of his grandfather, Brigadier Roland Phoenix, immortalized in full Royal Tyrant Infantry dress uniform by the foremost artist of his day. He was still trying to avoid those eyes when Marcus came downstairs again. Young men usually looked even younger out of uniform, but not Marcus. He looked older than he deserved to be, exhausted, resigned. Adam could see more gray in his hair than he'd noticed before. Marcus rarely smiled, but today he looked absolutely stricken. His face betrayed nothing, but his eyes said it all. He's 32. He's not a boy anymore. But I wanted better for him than this. "How's it going, then?" Adam asked cautiously, handing him a glass. "Lost a guy today." "Damn, I'm sorry." Adam knew how that felt, but he hadn't coped with it at all. It had driven him from the army on a crusade to build weapons that would end wars forever. He'd failed in that, too. "It's not your fault. You know that. I had his hand. I should have saved him. Marcus, don't do this to yourself. Marcus drained the glass in 2 pulls without even blinking. He seemed to be focused on a point on the far wall behind Adam. The grubs are going to break through any day now. I think you should get out, Dad, seriously. I've got work to do. And it's all my fault. I have to stand and take it. Where would I run to, anyway? There's an evacuation plan. There always is. We'll hold Ephira. We'll try. Adam didn't know how the hell he was going to break his news now. How many comrades had Marcus lost to the Locust? But it had to be done. He couldn't leave it a moment longer. And perhaps if he showed Marcus how close he was to finding a way to stop the Locust, then his son might judge him a little less harshly. Dinner's going to be a while, Adam said. Marcus was still looking at the wall behind him. What is it? Marcus pointed, still nursing his empty glass in one hand. Why did you take it off the wall? Adam glanced over his shoulder. There was an outline on the red brocade-lined wall, a rectangle less faded than the rest. He'd finally taken down a picture that troubled him. I got fed up seeing Dalyell every time I came in here. The picture had been taken at the Octus Medal ceremony, the highest civilian honor the COG could bestow, a formal shot of the late Chairman Dalyell presenting the award for Adam's services to humanity in ending the Pendulum Wars. Services to humanity? I invented a weapon of mass destruction. It killed as many of our own citizens as it did UIR ones. And then I went ahead and let something even worse happen. Brought back too many memories. Dad, you need to stop beating yourself up about the hammer strikes. No, poor Marcus didn't understand at all. When he did, though, Adam knew he would never forgive him. It's not that simple. There's something I've got to tell you. Let's eat first. Marcus wasn't a talker, and Adam knew how hard he found it to discuss anything personal. He clutched at the first diversion he could find. Then you can tell me. It was sobering to realize how long an hour and a half at 180 degrees actually felt when it was spent in near silence, sitting at the kitchen table and trying to work out the best time to make a confession. So, Anya. Adam forced himself to look away from the oven's glass door. How are things with her? On? Off? The usual. Adam wondered if Marcus was a different man with Anya and poured his heart out to her. He doubted it somehow. And is Dom okay? Still searching every stranded camp we come across. You think Maria's still alive? He's sure she is, and that's good enough for me. Marcus's accent shifted a little. Sometimes he seemed almost bilingual, moving from sounding like any other regular working-class gear to the educated patrician tones of his childhood, depending on who he was addressing. He was what Dom called posh Marcus now. He looked Adam right in the eye. You wanted to tell me something. Looks like it's bad news. Yes. Oh, God, here we go. Don't hate me, Marcus. Please don't hate me. Try to understand. Try to forgive me. There's something that I didn't tell you. I've never told anybody. Marcus just tilted his head back a fraction. That I don't believe you look just like Elaine's. It's about Mom, then. It was the last thing Adam expected. But yes, in a way it was. Elaine had found the tunnels long before Adam had imagined what might be within them, and it had cost her life. He couldn't admit to Marcus that she'd been down there until years later. And here he was again, doing the same thing, clutching information to himself because he didn't have the guts to tell his son why she'd been down there. Not entirely. Damn, it was even harder than he'd expected. He thought it would come out in a cathartic rush, but guilt choked it all back. I'm sorry. Do you think about her much? Marcus looked away for a moment, as if he was trying to remember. No, he said. Sometimes I can't even recall her face. Look, just tell me. Is it your project? You know I never ask about any of that. Classified means classified. It was an opening of sorts. Adam tried to seize it, to make himself do the right thing, and finally tell Marcus the whole shameful story. But he looked into his son's face, battle-weary, old before his time, robbed of the life he could have had, robbed even of his closest friends, and simply couldn't force the words out. Is it about burdening him? Or is it about me because I can't bear to lose his respect? If I tell anyone, I have to tell him first, and it's getting so very, very hard to live with it. Yes, it's the project, he said. He'd try to find his courage again later. I thought I might be getting closer to a way of stopping the locust. Marcus defocused a little and glanced at the oven. He'd been told that so many times before. He might have been a relative stranger to his father these days, but Adam could still read him well enough to know when he was embarrassed. That's great, Dad, Marcus said, slipping back into his ordinary gear voice again. You sure you should be telling me this? Adam couldn't blame him. But how did a man break this kind of news? How could he explain to Marcus that he'd known the locusts were massing underground years before E-Day, but that he'd warned no one? How did he tell him that he'd actually been in contact with the locust, pleaded with them, and knew what was driving them to colonize the surface? And still he'd warned no one, because he was sure he could build an alliance rather than create an extra enemy in a trigger-happy, warring world where nobody had yet learned to handle peace. After 15 years of silence, it was impossible. Just as it would be impossible to explain that the locusts weren't now the biggest threat to all life on Syrah. You're right, Marcus, he said at last, understanding that he would never be the man his son thought he was. Classified is classified. Suiza Block, Cog Defense Research Agency, COGDRA, Jacinto. Neville Estrom couldn't remember the last time he had 2 days to himself without Professor Phoenix around, and he was determined to make the most of it. It wasn't that he didn't like the man. He'd worked for Adam for nearly 14 years, and it was more like having a second father. The poor guy had a very awkward relationship with his son, and Neville was always willing to lend a sympathetic ear. It was a short step from that to being co-opted into the family dynamics. But now the Phoenixes were spending some very rare quality time together, the first days off that Adam had taken since Neville had joined the Project Hammer team during the Pendulum Wars, and that meant he had the archives to himself. There was work to do, and he could do it without Adam's well-meaning interruption. "Stop whistling," said a voice. "You're too damn cheerful." Neville edged out from between the packed shelves to check who'd come in. It was one of the security guards, Gordy, standing in the doorway with one hairy hand gripping the brass handle. "Just fulfilled in my vocation." "I wasn't expecting anyone to be in, Doctor." "It's a weekday." "Yeah, but the director's not in, so I thought you'd be taking a couple of days off, too." In a way, I am. Neville indicated neat stacks of documents on the floor, each with "Do Not Move" notes taped to them. I hate the way he gets behind with the archiving. Don't get me wrong, I'd die in a ditch for him, but we need to have this stuff ready to ship out at short notice if we have to evacuate. I can clear this backlog before he returns. Gordy chuckled to himself as he backed out, closing the door. Make the most of it. It'll be another 10 years before he takes a day off again. If we have 10 years left. Neville paused to watch the dust wheeling in a shaft of sunlight, like birds riding a thermal. Even in the muffled silence of the archive rooms, he could hear and sometimes feel the whomp-whomp-whomp of artillery getting closer. He didn't need to read the daily updates that passed across Adam's desk to know that the grubs were massing south and west of Ephyra. It had the feel of a final push. Sitting on a granite island in a sea of sandstone and clay only bought you so much time, because the grubs weren't confined to tunneling. They were moving on the surface now, and they had squadrons of reavers that pushed the ravens to the limit. Neville had no intention of running anywhere. If his brother had been willing to die as a gear, then he'd stand his ground too. Come on, get on with it, he said to himself. He picked up the next folder in the pile and worked his way along the shelves, looking for the right place to put it in the row of anonymous brown and red cardboard sleeves. The red ones contained classified material, anything from restricted to top secret. This was the COG's most sensitive archived material. Every single paper document generated in the DRA was filed here, right down to the scruffiest handwritten note scribbled on the back of an envelope. And even the unclassified stuff wouldn't be released for public inspection for at least 50 years, if ever. Nothing was thrown away, nothing was shredded, and nothing, absolutely nothing, left the building. Neville opened one of the folders. A cash register receipt fluttered to the floor. When he picked it up and examined it, it turned out to be from a grocery store from 40 years ago, with prices that seemed almost amusing now, but penciled on the back of it was a long and complicated equation on focal lengths. That was how seriously the DRA took its security. There was also always a possibility that the material would be needed again one day. Neville marveled at the possibility of a kilo of shrimp for a few cents, or any shrimp at all, with rationing getting tighter every week, and worked his way through the stack of folders. He'd cleared 2 and was about to start on the 3rd, when his stomach started growling and reminded him that lunch was overdue. Settling down with a sandwich was still one of life's little pleasures. He pulled up one of the battered leather chairs that still had a pre-coalition Tyran coat of arms on it, and positioned it in front of the window to bask in what sun was available. The bread was a bit soggy. Rebecca had always made great sandwiches for him, but she was gone now, and that was his own fault. He chewed and wondered if she was happier these days. So, once I've finished that stack, well, it's not going to take me 2 days. There seemed to be little research work to do now. He thought about the heady days of the Hammer of Dawn project, when resources were unlimited and there was a clear, definable, tantalizing objective: to get a laser accurate and powerful enough to target assets and even cities from planetary orbit. And they'd done it, even if Adam hadn't seemed overjoyed with the achievement even then. Now they were running out of resources, and not entirely sure what would kill the Locust. The global hammer strikes had just slowed them down for a few years. Maybe I'm expecting too much of Adam. We're physicists. Nukes and lasers are as far as we can go. We need biologists, chemists. Where the hell did all those guys go? How unlucky can we get losing so many researchers? They'd lost a lot of the senior Army command, too. The Chief of Defense Staff was just a colonel, so maybe it was fitting that a physicist was trying to cover all the scientific and technical bases single-handed. Neville liked the idea of just flooding the grub's tunnels and drowning the bastards, just like Adam had once said, but it would have meant flooding half of Ethera, too. Just a crazy thought, Adam had said, born of too much coffee and too little sleep. They'd never be able to do it. The cog no longer had the infrastructure to manufacture what was needed anyway. How desperate do we have to get before we have to try, though? Neville's thoughts wandered along two tracks. One focused on some new way to kill grubs that they'd overlooked, the other on what he'd put in his sandwiches tomorrow. He was out of pickles. We're in a worse position now than we were when we had to deploy the hammer. Gas, water, chemicals. If those things lived in tunnels, that had to be the best place to tackle them, to trap them and poison them like the vermin they were. Smart vermin, though. Look at all the creatures they've bred. Organic weapons, more or less. Letting them reach the surface and fighting them seemed an insane waste of men and equipment. But the light mass bomb was still on the drawing board. It was the only device they had for underground deployment, and the sonic resonator needed to map the locust tunnels was still in development. Neville put his physicist mentality to one side for a moment and got up to look for the geological survey section. He just needed ideas. He needed to look at something that would spark some off-the-wall thought and let him see the problem in a different light. But it's probably already too late. They're on the surface. The muffled thump of an arty piece a few kilometers away shook the floorboards under his feet. The front line was getting closer. Neville knew he was probably wasting his time because experts in fields outside his own had already tried every solution and failed, but he had to lay this anxiety to rest. Ideas born of desperation were sometimes inspired. Adam's key gave him the run of the archives now, the entire floor. Nobody was going to disturb him. He locked the door, shoved the last piece of sandwich in his mouth, and worked his way room by room along the unbroken walls of shelving mounted on runners until he found the ones that housed the geological surveys. The handwheel on the first row was stiff from lack of use. He wound it back until the shelves parted, then edged gingerly between the aisles of tight-packed filing boxes. The air smelled musty and unbreathed. Shit, I hope these are stacked safely, if all this falls on me. The obvious place to start was at the beginning. The labels on the filing boxes didn't tell him much, so he pulled out the first box in front of him at eye height to get a feel for the contents. It was an envelope stuffed with photographs. When he pulled them out, a musty smell hit him. The images were aerial reconnaissance photos with grid references and the date stamped on the back. Thaw 15, 5 AE. He stuffed them back in the envelope and moved to the shelf below. More images and rolls of seismic data, this time dated through 6 AE. So the earliest stuff was at the top. This was going to take a ladder. Gordy will find my desiccated remains a year from now, squashed flat like a pressed flower under a metric fuck-ton of paper. This was why you were always supposed to tell a colleague where you were, or even have someone accompany you when you ventured in here. It was only filing, but accidents happened. Neville could have trotted back up to the main building and found one of the technicians, but everyone was always busy, and he was enjoying the solitude. He dragged the integral ladder out on its runners as far as he could and rattled it a little to make sure it was secure, then began climbing. The rungs seemed to give a little as he put his weight on them. He could have sworn the whole contraption was starting to lean away from the cliff face of boxes. Come on, don't be a girl. Just take it slow, pull out the first box and climb down again. One-handed. There really should have been a pulley basket on this goddamn thing. He tucked the box under one arm. His glasses slipped down his nose as he descended, but he couldn't reach up to move them. This was going to be a long, sweaty job. And I don't really know what I'm looking for. But that means an open mind. Neville worked through the first 10 boxes, extracting their contents and laying them out on the big chart table in the next room. He checked recon image dates and tried to get a time sequence for each location. The seismic traces didn't give him enough data on their own, and he wasn't qualified to interpret them anyway, so he put those back in their respective boxes and concentrated on photos and reports. When he ran out of room on the table, and he could have landed a raven on that damn thing, he stopped to evaluate what he had so far. It was going to take a hell of a lot longer than 2 days to check the whole year, and there were 10 of those. Got to start somewhere. He had nothing to go home for now. He pulled a candy bar out of his back pocket and settled down to stare at the information in front of him and let it speak to him. There were an awful lot of emergence holes. The recon images were all of the area north of Tyro Station. The pictures reminded him of the aftermath of the Archipelago War, 50 years before the Pendulum Wars, with its images of whole landscapes left holed by artillery shells, and every recognizable feature of the landscape, from farmhouses to individual trees, completely obliterated. Every trace of life seemed to have been swallowed by those holes. At least the Tyro images showed traces of where spur lines had branched off the main railway track, although the grubs had stripped all the rails and sleepers, leaving only an impression where the line to Tolan had been. As Neville pored over one sequence of grainy pictures, he could almost put together a time-lapse sequence over a period of 3 weeks, from 10 hours after the first locust emergence. E-holes appeared in 1s and 2s, then peppered the ground, then seemed to be filled in again, the abortive concrete pouring effort that had lasted only 2 or 3 days, before springing up in even greater numbers. Seen from directly overhead, the terrain looked cratered. Okay, maybe the tunnel idea wasn't so great after all. Bastards can come up pretty well anywhere. How about flamethrowers again? No. We'd never have enough fuel for thousands of kilometers of tunnels, and we'd have to trap the things down there as well. And they're on the surface now anyway. Adam was still working on an energy weapon to deliver massive shock waves underground. He was working on a lot of things. Neville didn't doubt his genius. But how could anyone plan when new tunnels were formed every day? How the hell could you calculate force accurately when the parameters changed by the hour? That didn't stop Adam, though, and he was still churning out frenzied sketches and calculations right up to the moment he announced Marcus was coming home on leave and rushed out of the door. Neville emptied out another brown envelope secured with a twist of red twine and a metal pin. The issue list pinned to the front showed that nobody had booked it out of the archive since the day it was put into storage. Damn. It looked as if Adam had been working on that same idea for the past 10 years. Here it was. Scraps of squared paper covered in rough schematics, cross-sections of tunnels with numbers scrawled on them, more recon images taken from low altitude, and even pages torn out of a dog-eared technical journal. The pages intrigued Neville. The date was ripped so he could only see the year. 2 years before the end of the Pendulum Wars, a calendar that had been wiped from history now. But the article was about the propagation of shockwaves in underwater explosions. Can't say the director hasn't considered all the angles. Neville sorted through the rest of the pile, trying to put everything in strict chronological order. It was only then that he noticed that the recon images, the ones from a low angle, didn't have a date stamp on them. The darkroom techies generated a date on the front of all photos, and the archivist stamped it on the backs of each print, but there was nothing. He studied the image, trying to work out where it had been taken, but it could have been anywhere between the Tyro Parkway and the Hollow, and it was hard to see the E-hole at all. In fact, it looked more like a wild animal's lair. The buildings in the distant background meant nothing to him. A few flakes of chocolate fell from his candy bar as he bent over the images, and he pressed his fingertip on them to pick them up, licking off the precious fragments. There was no knowing when chocolate would be on the menu again. He'd come back to the picture later. It wasn't important. It was the next envelope that got his attention. When he pulled it out, it felt unusually light. There should have been 11 items in there, as numbered and listed on the front, but when he tipped it upside down, 5 photos fell out. 6 documents were missing. He had no idea what they might be, only that the code indicated text documents with an unclassified rating, and nobody had signed to take them out. Careless, but they weren't top secret, so... No, he'd check. Incompleteness kept him awake at night. It meant hauling out the big index ledgers at the reception desk, but that would tell him what the documents were and if and when they'd been countersigned out. It was all from the first month after E-Day. He wouldn't have many pages to look through. It was only when he turned around that he realized how late it was and why his stomach felt hollow again. The sky graduated from purple to amber on the skyline, silhouetting the Octus Tower into a tourist's postcard. Distant palls of smoke hung in the air and spoiled the illusion. At least I won't get locked in. Plenty of people working late, and I've got Adam's keys. The ledgers were stacked on heavyweight teak carousels behind the front desk, an eloquent embodiment of everything the cog stood for. When they said coalition of ordered governments, they meant it. Order was everything in Tyrus, even before the coalition. Every act was recorded. The archive manager said there were 500 years' worth of records stored in a vault below the city, but the library of ledgers from the past 11 years was enough of a library to daunt Neville. He found the massive leather-bound book covering all the documents entered in the first 6 months after E-Day and heaved it onto the counter. The thud conveyed the weight of history. He was almost afraid to get greasy fingerprints on the pages. Okay, E-Day. Here we go. He wiped his hand on his pants before running his finger down the long list of dates, document titles, and signatures. The missing documents were right there. 6 post-mortem reports on locust drones. Nobody knew what these damn things were when they burst out of the ground that day. Nobody even knew they were here. Recovering grub cadavers was the only way they could work out who and what this enemy was, even though knowing more about them proved to be useless when it came to stopping them. Humans had some DNA in common with just about every form of life on Sarah to a greater or lesser extent, too, so their origins remained a mystery as well. Neville couldn't see a note pinned to the page to indicate the reports had been booked out, so they'd been taken and never returned. "Asshole," Neville muttered. Rules were there for a reason. He looked back up the list and turned the pages back to the start, to material generated on E-Day itself. Raven pilots had been meticulous about logging recon images, and the very first image was noted as being taken within 45 minutes of the first emergence, and it was now archived in Box 115A, Aisle 12C, Shelf A. That was when Neville started to realize something was amiss. He walked back to the chart table and checked the dates. Then he climbed the ladder and looked along the shelf. Shelf A. The filing boxes started at 115B. The first box was missing. "God damn," he said aloud. "What the hell do we pay these archivists for?" He'd talked to the manager in the morning. This was unacceptable. He wondered whether to call it a day and grab some dinner or just carry on through the night. But his eye was now drawn to those photos that didn't have any ID or date stamp at all. Yes, E-Day had been pure chaos, and nobody could expect a government department to worry about bureaucratic detail when millions of citizens were being slaughtered by an unknown enemy, but it had. It really had kept meticulous notes of the events, typically Tyran, typically Cog. They clung to order like salvation. Why not with these images, though? Neville studied the animal lair photo again, and decided to find out what the building was in the background. Gordy was nearly 70 and knew every district in Ephyra like the back of his hairy, gnarled hand. He'd know what it was. He was still upstairs somewhere doing his 13-hour shift before handing over to the night guy, and Neville went in search of him. "I thought you'd left, Doctor," Gordy said, looking up from the security monitors on the front desk. "What can I do for you?" Neville held the photo in front of him. "Can you tell me where this is? No damn ident on the image." Gordy squinted slightly and picked up his glasses for a closer look. "It's somewhere near the old bronze foundry," he said. "Wow, that takes me back. My uncle worked there for years. See?" He indicated the tallest building in the backdrop with a crooked pinky. "They had to pull it down because of subsidence." "What, because of grub incursions?" "No," Gordy shook his head. "Long before then. This was before the end of the Pendulum Wars. Maybe 4 years before we knew those ugly bastards were even there." Chapter 2. "We have no communication with the Locust whatsoever. How could I possibly give them an ultimatum?" Chairman Richard Prescott to Professor Adam Phoenix, 2 hours before the hammer of dawn strikes. 1 AE, 9 years earlier. Southern Outfall Sewer Number 2, Ephyra. Late fall, 10 AE. "Phoenix, is that you?" The approaching light wobbled in the darkness, approximately head-high, then resolved into 2 faint patches of blue. The longer Victor Hoffman stared into the pitch-black tunnel, the more tricks his eyes played on him, but he could hear the splash and gurgle of water now as Boots waded through it. He kept watching, finger inside the trigger guard of his Lancer just in case. There were 2 pairs of blue lights heading his way now. It wasn't a corpser. "Ain't nobody here but us rats." The echoing voice was Rossi's. The damn radios didn't work down here. "You okay, Colonel?" "Up to my ass in shit, Sergeant, never better." Hoffman waited at the junction of the sewer pipes, trying not to look down at what was flowing slowly around him. The shock of the smell had worn off, but he didn't want to catch a glimpse of anything that would tip his gag reflex over the edge. Drew Rossi emerged from the tunnel a little ahead of Marcus and squinted as his eyes adjusted to the faint light from a line of grimy electric bulbs spaced at 15-meter intervals in the vaulted brick ceiling. "Is this stuff backing up?" Rossi asked. Marcus looked down at the tide of effluent around him and frowned, as if he was checking the tide on a nice sandy beach. "Looks like it's still flowing out. It's on a gradient." The raw sewage was up to Hoffman's calves, and he found himself praying that his boots were waterproof. Further up the main sewer, voices echoed. The manager from Tyron National Utilities was talking to Leonard Perry, the staff sergeant whose miserable task it was to keep basic services running in Ephyra. It was like trying to bail out a sinking ship with a teacup. Perry never complained, though. He just got thinner and more harassed-looking each time the grubs trashed a pipeline or an aqueduct, and he had to find a workaround or send repair teams into grub-ridden territory. Hoffman walked with slow care, anxious to avoid splashes, or worse, slipping and falling in it. "Dear God, Margaret, I'm glad you can't see me now. Wading through shit." Hoffman found he spoke to her a lot more these days. It was all in his head. They were conversations he'd never have, but he missed her like never before. He wished that he'd kept something of the burned-out car that one of the reclamation teams had finally identified on that terrible road of destruction leading out of Corin 6 years after the hammer strikes had burned the coastal cities to a cinder, but he hadn't. He didn't even have her wedding ring. They never found it, just enough of a charred jawbone to do a dental ID. Maybe I'll be dead in 26 hours, Margaret, and I won't mind. I just want to rest. I just want it to be over. Damn, that was defeatist talk. He was Royal Tyrant Infantry, for fuck's sake. The 26th, the Unvanquished, a regiment whose battle honors dated back more than 5 centuries before the COG had even existed. And he was de facto Chief of Defense Staff. That was only because he was the last senior officer left standing, though. Just a goddamn colonel with a few battalions and a handful of ships and helicopters. Grubs didn't give a shit about regimental pride. They rolled over everything. But if they wanted to try rolling over him, he was ready for them now. He plowed on toward the sound of the voices like an icebreaker. Marcus walked behind him with Rossi, creating a wake that lapped against the brick-lined walls on either side. "You okay, Phoenix?" Hoffman had heard about the incident out at Shenko Falls. Marcus didn't talk much, but Hoffman knew him well enough by now to guess what would eat at him and what he'd bottle up. Hard to read, maybe, but not a poker player. Shaw's death had hit him hard, and it showed. It was in his eyes. That unblinking, slightly defocused, bloodless blue stare. "Fine, Colonel. You're due a couple more days' leave. Go see your dad." His father was an arrogant asshole. Another useless scientist, all talk. Royal Tyrant Officer, my ass. Hoffman worked hard at not telling Marcus that. "Might be a long time before you get another chance." "He's a bit busy, Colonel." There was no way of interpreting that. Hoffman could guess that the gulf between father and son was a goddamn ocean. Rich kid, happy to give it all up to be a grunt and shovel the shit with the rest of the gears, and an Embry star for gallantry, real gallantry. A father who left the army for a nice office job in weapons research and got the Octus Medal, the gong that the rich aristocratic bastards gave one another for being a member of the Old Boys Club. The two Phoenixes looked alike, but that was all there was as far as Hoffman could see. "So what can you tell us, Mr. Slater?" Hoffman called, slopping along as carefully as he could. Perry and the utilities guy turned round at the same time. "We've still got monitoring equipment in some of the pipe runs, but keeping an eye on this is going to mean sending men to walk the course, I'm afraid," Slater said. "The concrete pours won't stop them forever. They might even come up the metro or tunnel along gas mains." "Well, that still gives me a map," Hoffman said, "and it gives me choke points." It was a matter of geology. The Ephyran Plateau was granite, but volcanic plugs had fissures full of softer deposits that those bastard grubs could dig through like sand. The tough bedrock wasn't completely grub-proof. It just slowed them down. But it also funneled them into choke points, and that meant Hoffman could concentrate his fire. They either had to launch a surface assault, in which case the artillery around the city would blow the ugly gray assholes into the middle of next week, or they'd have to dig their goddamn e-holes where his map said they could. He just hoped the geologists were right. Scientists. Neither use nor fucking ornament, Margaret. No answers. "You're a glass-half-full man, Colonel," Slater said. Hoffman felt something tap gently against his boot. "Full of what? That's what worries me." He looked down against his will and common sense. But it wasn't a turd. It was a rat, paddling valiantly with its chin just above the surface and dragging a bow wave like an arrowhead. Hoffman watched it scramble up onto a narrow ledge and begin scaling a cable conduit to the surface. The rat had the right idea. It wanted to get out of this sewage as soon as it could. Hoffman had never realized how squeamish he was about shit until now, that it was all the memories that the stench brought back, everything from the siege at Anvil Gate to that terrible smell when some poor bastard took a shell fragment in the guts. "Come on." Hoffman beckoned to them and started wading back the way he'd come. There was a ledge further down the tunnel, like a canal towpath. "Rats generally know what they're doing." The sewers had metal notices bolted to the walls like street signs, indicating the distance to the next junction or manhole and the location above them at street level. Almar Corral, 50 meters, the sign said, with a helpful arrow for the heart of understanding. They were heading back to the Almar Street intersection, sunlight and fresh air. "I do not want to fight down here," he said, catching an echo. "They'll have the advantage." "Not if we use flamethrowers," Rossi said. "That'll stop a few grubs, until we run out of fuel at least." "Sewer gas," Slater said. "Methane and hydrogen sulfide, flammable and explosive. It'll launch the manhole covers into the next block." "So it'll stop a lot of grubs," Rossi said. "It could collapse the whole system." "Mr. Slater, you're talking to a government that fried half of Syrah to stop the locust," Hoffman said quietly. I did that. Me and Prescott and Bardry and Adam goddamn Phoenix. Destroying a sewer system to defend our last goddamn city is small change after that." Slater's voice hardened a little. "Let's hear you say that when the civilians have to dig latrines to get rid of their own waste." They walked on in silence, now on the towpath that was punctuated by dim pools of light from the overhead lamps. Hoffman was sure he could see movement ahead. For him, for any gear, things that lurked in the dark were always the same real-life monster, usually locust drones, but sometimes other equally foul things from the grub menagerie. Someone had taught him to look slightly to one side in semi-darkness to see more detail. All he could recall now was that stuff about rod cells in the eye seeing better than cone cells, and not who'd taught him that, but it always worked. There was definitely something moving. But it was small scale and it wasn't lit up or glowing, so he guessed rats again. Yes, it was definitely rats. He could see them now, huddled on the ledge, reaching up the walls or sniffing around for a way out. The closer he got, the more he could see. Faint splashing and the occasional glop of water made him look around. "Wow, it's the whole ratty navy," Rossi said. "Do they usually hang around in gangs like that?" Slater grunted. "Hang on." Suddenly a beam of white light shot out ahead of Hoffman, and he was looking at more rats than he'd ever seen in his life. They were like a moving carpet on every surface, in the water and on the ledge. He stood still, more out of bewilderment than curiosity, and they simply swarmed over his boots or jumped into the water to get past him. Nobody said a word until the rats had moved on. Hoffman turned. Slater still had his flashlight on the water, and Marcus was peering over the edge. Hoffman couldn't work out what had grabbed his attention until he saw something small and brown bouncing up and down, and he realized it was the whiskered nose of a rat that couldn't get out of the water. It was struggling to climb up the slippery stonework. Marcus dangled his boot over the edge to let the creature scramble aboard, then drew it in so the rat could jump to safety on the ledge. It raced away to catch up with its buddies. "Guess what spooked them?" Marcus said. From time to time, Hoffman got a rare glimpse of the real Marcus under that unsmiling veneer and piratical do-rag. It always surprised him. "Gotta be grubs." "They react to vibrations," Slater said. "Might be tunneling further down the line." "Okay. You keep an eye on the network and flash me or Perry as soon as you spot anything," Hoffman said. "We better get back up top. I've been out of radio contact for too long." Hoffman could see the shaft of sunlight long before he reached the metal ladder and looked up. It was like gazing on the constellations when lost at sea. Salvation beckoned. He climbed the rungs and heaved himself out the manhole on his hands, reassured at nearly 60 that he could still lift his own weight. The sky was dotted with white cloud and dispersing balls of black smoke that could have been from downed reavers or ravens. He needed to catch up with that fast. "You stink, sir." Corporal Eagle, the radio operator, was waiting with a stirrup pump full of disinfectant. He hosed down Hoffman's boots without asking permission and moved on to Marcus and Rossi. "Wipe your feet before you go into CIC." Hoffman knew he'd shower and scrub himself raw tonight and still not feel clean. He shook off the water and started heading up the road toward the old Bank of Tyrus headquarters, now commandeered as the COG Area Command Center. "Phoenix, you and Rossi take your squads and do another sweep for refugees south of LaCroix Boulevard. They keep creeping back in, and I don't want anything inhibiting our ability to fight, understand? Clear them out." "Understood, Colonel." Marcus jogged off with Rossi. Hoffman watched him go and wished he had a whole damn brigade of Phoenixes. He could always rely on the man to deliver. Maybe he didn't deliver for Anya Stroud, but Hoffman decided that wasn't any of his business, and she was old enough, and tough enough, despite appearances, to look after herself on that front. Entering the command center was surreal. Hoffman walked past the sentry and a wall of sandbags that looked more like bricks. Out of curiosity, he picked one up and hefted it. "50s, sir," the gear said. "Best fit. Nice color, too." Hoffman pulled the drawstring. The rough Hessian bag was stuffed with $50 bills. That was gears for you. Pragmatic and resourceful, and left to their own devices in a bank, they made the most of it. Currency was no use for spending in a world surviving on barter, but bills still made good kindling and wadding. "Tell me you've done something creative with the bullion bars," Hoffman said. "Better see Lieutenant Stroud about that, sir. Comes under designer accessories." Hoffman took familiar comfort from the fact that even staring a grub assault in the face, Gears still had a sense of humor. He made his way up the stairs from the lobby and into the maze of offices on the mezzanine floor above. There weren't as many personnel about this time. Everyone who could fight and wasn't critically essential in support roles was on the front line now. If anyone got killed in here, then there was nobody to take their place. "We're running on empty, but this place isn't going to be an easy nut to crack." The bank was as safe a bet as any building in Ephyra. It was designed to be criminal-proof, and that meant it was almost as secure as a military bunker. It had to withstand tunneling, frontal assault, and incursions via the roof. Its windows were toughened glass, and the basement was 2 floors of steel vaults. The layout wasn't ideal for a headquarters, but beggars couldn't be choosers these days. Hoffman pushed open a door with Foreign Holdings painted out and Comsen stenciled over the raised letters to find Anya Stroud hunched over a leather-topped mahogany desk, one radio headset pressed to her left ear while she listened to another on her right. Somehow none of the frantic activity had mussed her neatly pinned blonde hair. He gave her a hands-up gesture to indicate he'd wait for her to finish. A pile of papers on the desk was weighted down against the fierce draft of a fan by a single gold bullion bar. "You need a couple of hours' sleep, Lieutenant," he said as she put down the headset. "Nice paperweight."
"You can club drones with it too, sir."
"I'd rather you had a sidearm."
"I haven't requalified with a pistol for a couple of years."
"You're Helena Stroud's daughter. That competency's genetic." Anya managed to smile. She was a good-looking girl, just like her mother had been, and yes, at his age, he still reserved the right to call a 30-something woman a girl.
"Do you want to sit rep now?
she asked.
I've got some gaps, though. Radios are down in one sector, and we're waiting for someone to get a message back.
Give me what you've got.
Anya pushed herself back from the desk and went over to the map tacked to the wall. The colored pins on it looked new, probably another unexpected treasure looted from the bank's stores. Hoffman could see the situation for himself, but Anya was always meticulous about briefings. We've got all the potential ingress points covered, she said. But we've had Reavers targeting the hammer and artillery positions, so Major McClintock deployed another squadron of Ravens while you were out of contact. She looked as if she was taking a breath to allow him ranting space, but for once McClintock had done what Hoffman would have done himself, and he said nothing. No emergence reports yet. Hoffman leaned closer and traced his forefinger along the river, reminded how much he was depending on holding the main bridge, Chancery. His forces needed them in one piece to be able to move south quickly rather than detouring more than 100 clicks north, or else he would have blown them up by now to stop the grubs using them to penetrate West Ephyra. He dragged his finger along the map to Corel Road, the wide street that led into Corel Square in the center of the financial district.
My money's still on a major emergence here, he said. All the utility tunnels and the shortest distance to key targets. As long as we can hold the bridges, we can use Corel as a choke point.
Got you, sir. Major Tomas has Chancery Bridge buttoned down tight.
He's going to need to keep it that way.
And you're going to stay at the command post, sir?
Anya was asking if he planned to do the sensible thing as the Chief of Defense Staff and stay in CIC. She had to know him better than that. Until I'm too senile to fight, Lieutenant. Besides, I've got to keep an eye on Phoenix.
Thanks, sir, she said.
He could have sworn she blushed.
And you're going to stay in radio range now, aren't you?
I'll take that as an order. Hoffman touched the peak of his cap. Marcus really needed to get his shit together where that girl was concerned. Keep your head down, Anya.
Hoffman walked back to the command post at the junction of Almar and Corel, not only because it was quicker to walk than find a pack horse, but because his gears needed to see him out there with them. The post looked more like an oversized stall at a county fair. No real fortification except a sanger made of sandbags and concrete blocks. Egel had set up a radio desk and a solid fuel stove. Well, there was water, there was ammo, there was space to curl up and get a few minutes' sleep, and there was an empty tin to take a leak in. Hoffman could live here until the grubs came. "Don't mind me, Corporal," he said, and pulled up an empty ammo crate to sit and stare down Corel Road, waiting for the inevitable. Haldane Hall, East Barricade, Jacinto. It was too late to make excuses, and too late to talk to Mira again. Adam had to use a smaller-scale map to chart the forward edge of the Locust advance. It was the 1 centimeter to 1 kilometer TGS chart that showed street detail, its glazed paper covered in pencil notes and cracked from years of folding and unfolding. He would never discard it, even if it fell to pieces. It had been Elaine's. She'd marked all her field surveys on it, every spot she'd visited to take samples, and the date she'd collected them. "You knew. You understood long before I had any idea. You were always smarter than me, more intellectually rigorous. Just one more minute, just one more chance to talk to you again. I'd give anything for that. Did you meet Mira?" She never said. Elaine had been gone nearly 20 years now. He hoped she'd been dead for all that time, because the thought of her held underground by the Locust was more than he could face. He'd found some of her remains in the tunnels, arm bones, her watch, and scraps of fabric he recognized all too well. He'd kept what he'd found out about her disappearance from Marcus, At first, because it begged too many questions about why she'd gone into the tunnels at all, and then it became a habit because he just didn't have the courage to tell his son. It was a repeating pattern, and Adam accepted that. He'd kept the locust secret from everyone until it had all blown up in his face. I thought I was an honest man, a decent man, but I lie by omission, and they're big, big lies. Marcus never asked questions. Even as a grown man, he seemed to accept that one of Elaine's forays into the caverns around Ephyra had ended in disaster because the Locust were waiting down there and nobody knew. Rock shrews. It had all started with damned rock shrews. Adam refolded the map for a moment to clear some space on his desk. He needed to look at the creatures again. Elaine had been collecting specimens while Adam was still serving in the Pendulum Wars, and hadn't said a word until she presented him with the evidence. A small, velvet-furred creature preserved in formaldehyde. Nothing special until she x-rayed and dissected it, and found the mutations. Like most of the other shrews she'd analyzed, it had an extra pair of vestigial legs concealed under its skin. We always had secrets. She had hers and I have mine. What kind of a family are we? No wonder Marcus doesn't talk much. Adam opened the cupboard and carefully removed the stacks of filing boxes that hid the specimen jars from casual view. He took out a couple and held them up to the light. The sight of the specimens always made him feel sick and breathless, as if they were eternally drowning in the straw-yellow fluid, and he was drowning with them. One was the rock shrew that Elaine had showed him so proudly before he deployed to the Kashkur front nearly 30 years ago. The other was something else entirely. It still seemed to be alive. He set both jars down on the table and let the liquid settle for a moment. The rock shrew rolled slowly and settled on the bottom, a sailor lost to the deep. The other specimen, 4 legs and 2 vestigial stumps now clearly visible through its fur, floated before sinking, then flipped over. It twitched a few times. The longer Adam looked, the more he could see the faint yellow luminescence that wasn't a trick of the light. It was real. The mutated shrew was long dead, but the bioluminescent parasite within it was still biding its time, just as Mira had said. It's odd to be on first-name terms with the Locust Queen. Clever woman, Mira. Not as clever as you, Elaine, but a fine mind nonetheless. Mira was the first to call this organism lambent. And the name had spread through Adam, just as the glowing material was spreading itself, infecting more locust drones, and gears were now reporting seeing them on the surface. The phone rang. This time he had only to reach across his desk to grab it, afraid to miss a call in case it was bad news about Marcus. He almost knocked over the jars in his haste, steadying them one-handed as he shoved the receiver between ear and shoulder. It was Neville. "Just checking you're okay, Adam," he said. "You're normally in early." Adam glanced up at the clock. Damn, he was over an hour late. "Sorry, I got caught up in some paperwork." Elaine's notes. All we've got that can save us now. "I'll be in at lunchtime." "I need to show you something. We're missing some files." "Oh?" "Old stuff. I decided to catch up on archiving while you were away, and, well, long story short, we're missing some grub autopsy reports. I know it's not our department, but I'm the monitor-evaluator type, as you know." Damn. Damn, damn, damn. "They'll turn up." Adam knew he should have copied them and brought them back. It was all so long ago. He hadn't thought anyone would go looking that far back. "It's not as if it's information the Locust can exploit,"
And I found a really odd image. I need to show it to you." "When was it taken?"
Adam was expecting something new, something from the Locust Advance. He reached into the cupboard and fumbled for a sealed box of glass vials, phone still wedged under his ear.
"What kind of image? Diagnostic?"
Then Neville said something that made his stomach flip over.
"Photo. I think it's an emergence hole that predates E-Day. In fact, I know it is."
Adam struggled for words.
"Where did it come from?"
"No idea yet. I'll work it out."
"You always were meticulous, Neville."
From the day he'd joined Adam as a shy, awkward research assistant, Neville had been the one who checked and rechecked every line, every detail, every calculation, the human safety net who caught the errors and spotted the inconsistencies. Without him, the hammer might have taken even longer to develop. He was exemplary. Adam had been fiercely proud of him when he'd been awarded his own doctorate. Now he was becoming a nemesis.
"I'll see you later."
Adam put the phone down. Everything was starting to unravel. His heart was pounding. He wasn't sure if it was because signs of his deceit were surfacing, or because he knew he had very little time to prepare to move his research to a safer place. If the Locust penetrated further into Ephyra, they'd destroy everything in their path. His history with them would count for nothing now.
"Time's up,"
he muttered.
"You knew this would happen one day."
Adam put the specimen jars and the sealed vials into his briefcase with Elaine's notes. She'd been a developmental biologist, and rock shrew cell differentiation had been her specialist area. She'd thought the six-legged shrew was the descendant of a much bigger and extinct animal that had lived on in folk memory as monster myths. She couldn't have known then that it was a much more recent mutation. She simply recorded the cell changes.
"This is what lambency does. This is all I have to work with."
He was a physicist by training and a competent engineer. He'd always tried to keep abreast of other disciplines, but now he was trying to be a biologist without any possibility of conferring with scientists in that field. There were no experienced biologists left, and even if there had been, how could he explain to them why he was pursuing this line of research?
"I met the locust queen, you see, and she told me her species was fighting for survival against a parasitic organism in their tunnels. I promised I'd help her destroy it if she kept her people underground and left humanity alone. But I failed, so can you help me out?"
Adam tried to imagine the reaction, like he'd tried to imagine Marcus's. Now he tried to imagine Neville's. Everyone he respected and cared about would spit in his face. He knew it, and he knew he deserved it. It took him 15 minutes to pack the rest of the specimens. The tissue samples that Mira had given him still showed some bioluminescence after all these years and were sealed as biohazards. He had no idea what to do with them. He couldn't just stroll into LaCroix University and ask to borrow their glove box. But he was out of his depth now, and the time had come to share what he knew regardless of the personal consequences.
"They'll jail me, or shoot me."
He realized he was thinking in terms of having to abandon the house, getting ready to withdraw to the center of Jacinto at short notice. The briefcase and folders stacked on his study floor said it for him. What would he do about the art and historical artifacts? Haldane Hall was more a collection than a home. He remembered stumbling over a priceless silver horse statuette in the rubble of a bombed museum in Shavad, and Lieutenant Helena Stroud's reaction to his sorrow at seeing such rare and ancient treasures waiting to be looted and melted down in a desperate, war-torn world.
Paintings, statues, things, not people.
Adam walked along the landing, gazing at the art on the walls and wandering in and out of the bedrooms while he plucked up courage to do what had to be done.
They were snapshots of lives lived. Marcus's room was much as he'd left it, neat, sparsely furnished, impersonal, a few half-read books lined up on the shelf with neatly torn strips of plain paper as bookmarks, pants and shirts arranged by color in the closet. Marcus had never needed to be told to tidy his room. In the bedroom Adam had shared with Elaine, perfume and brushes still sat on the exquisite silent-era dressing table on a glass tray. Adam picked up the bottle to spray a mist on the air and inhale it. It was a carefully rationed act of remembrance. The scent was no longer made, and now it was changing, oxidizing slowly year by year, but it was still close enough to the original fragrance to trigger poignant memories that brought the pressure of tears to the back of his palate. He put the cap back on the crystal bottle, made himself forget again, and went downstairs to the laboratory. After 10 years of destruction, even the university and the DRA couldn't replace equipment. Food and arms had manufacturing priority. Adam was doing whatever he could with items salvaged from bombed schools and doctors' surgeries, repairing them himself. The lab was a bizarre mix of state-of-the-art computers and jury-rigged test benches. Just like the stranded. I go for walks in the rubble at night and loot ruins like a scavenger. Where's your Octus Medal laureate now, Chairman Dalyell? Where's the man who saved the world? Lying, looting, and doing high school biology experiments on the most dangerous life form on Sera. God help us all. A thought crossed his mind, but he knew it was insane. How long had it been since he'd talked to Mira? His last visit to the tunnel cities had been just before E-Day. They'd spoken since, if radio transmissions that were never answered, or notes left hidden at cave entrances could be called conversation. But the message was always clear. She'd put her trust in him, and he'd failed her. She had no choice but to invade the surface and displace humans to save her own species. You know what we are, Adam. He could hear her voice more clearly than Elaine sometimes, authoritative, patrician, human. You know where we came from. We deserve to live. We have the right to live, but you'll never let us. Just remember that what's killing us will one day kill you, and I shall be there to see it. He pulled open the bottom drawer of one of the filing cabinets. The transmitter sat there, wires coiled around it, looking more like a very old hairdryer connected to a cigar box than a radio set. The Locust had always been adept at recycling human technology. Now they had their own, very often organic. Elaine would have been fascinated by their skill at engineering other species into living weapons for their war effort. Perhaps she'd glimpsed some of it before she died. He almost hoped she had, that she'd had at least one final moment of the revelation and discovery that she lived for. They're a civilization in their own right. They're the enemy, but nobody can deny what they have and what they are. Adam hefted the receiver in his hand and blew off the dust. He knew it was too late. There could be no truce, no accommodation. Even humanity was divided, cog against stranded, unforgivable and unforgiven. As many people had been killed by the hammer strikes as by the Locust. Maybe even more. Pin a medal on that. Another mistake to atone for. He set the transmitter on the bench and plugged it into the power supply. If he didn't try, he'd never know. But with every day he kept this to himself, every scrap of research carried out in secrecy, his guilt compounded itself. Could he possibly do any more damage? He stared at the transmitter for a full minute before flicking the switch.
The faint buzz of a circuit that hadn't been used in years suddenly sounded. There was probably no receiver at the other end now. Mira? Even saying the name was an effort. The circuit did sound as if it was functioning, though. Mira, this is Adam Phoenix. We need to talk. When Adam read quotations from the great leaders of history, their words at pivotal moments, he always wondered how they chose them so well. They always had a memorably perfect phrase ready. Now he realized they did nothing of the sort, and that whatever they actually said had either been written for them in advance or transformed after the event by publicity experts. They said dull, unimaginative things that weren't the stuff of history. The Lambent are going to destroy you, Mira, he said. I know you never found a solution yourself. I can see it. So you need us. You need the cog. Stop this. It's not too late. Adam stared at the handset for a few more minutes. He could still hear the faint hiss of static. For a moment he would have sworn he heard a slight pop on the other end, but it could have been anything, and he felt foolish for imagining someone would be there to listen after so many silent years. He locked the laboratory, put his briefcase in the safe, and took the autopsy files out of the cabinet. Then he summoned a staff car to go to the office. In the echoing hall, the long case clock ticked so loudly that it sounded like a thudding heartbeat. Sometimes inanimate objects spoke more eloquently than any statesman. Cog Defense Research Agency, Jacinto. They said there were remote South Island tribes who were afraid of photographs because they believed they captured souls. Neville never mocked that belief. He understood it. He had days when he could face Emil's picture and others when it was still too much, even 5 years later. Most of the time it lived in his desk drawer, face down on top of a dog-eared staff booklet on the DRA pension fund that had vanished along with the rest of the tyrant economy. Today he felt strong enough to take out the framed photograph and position it to the right of his computer screen. It showed Emil in the uniform of the Duke of Toland's regiment, a big guy with a big grin, all pride and commitment. Neville stood beside him in a formal suit, all regret. Emil had written on it, "My kid brother, the one with the brains." It looked like a military medal ceremony, as if Emil was the focus of the event. But it had been taken on the day that Neville had become Dr. Estrom, in a plain suit he'd last worn for their father's funeral. Tyrus no longer made luxuries like academic gowns. Emil had found the phrase hooding ceremony very funny. Like some goddamn gang initiation. Neville would have traded his doctorate and every useless piece of fucking paper telling him what a clever boy he was for the chance to serve alongside Emil. Today they were so desperate for gears that he would have been allowed to, but now he was deemed too valuable to the war effort to do even that. Safe on my ass. Sorry, Emil. Mom, as usual, hadn't bothered to show up at the ceremony. Neville thought that was for the best. He leaned back in his chair and tried to concentrate on the power requirements of a ground-based hammer laser generator, but all he could think about was Emil and all the things they'd never had a chance to do. Outside in the corridor, the snack trolley rumbled past and shuddered to a halt at the end of the corridor. It was so quiet in the building with so many staff gone that the remaining canteen staff didn't need to yell tea as they went on their rounds any longer. Some routines carried on regardless of grubs. They had to give the day some focus, and remind everyone that life was worth carrying on and that one day it might return to normal. Normal? Just take a look at the news. The television was never switched off now. It sat on the tall filing cabinet opposite Adam's desk, permanently tuned to the news station that was now just about all that was left of the Tyrus state broadcaster. Neville debated whether to step out and get some coffee from the trolley, but decided the news was more important for the time being. He found himself watching recon footage from Raven patrols. The southern edge of the Ephyra Plateau was a national park, an idyllic landscape he'd seen on picture postcards all his life, and it still looked pretty until the shots swung around with the Ravens to show the shattered buildings and columns of smoke that marked the path of the Locust advance. Nobody could accuse the cog of feeding its citizens upbeat propaganda. Ephyra itself was next. The footage said it all. What are we going to do with all the records if we have to evacuate? We can't move them all. We're 5 years behind on transferring them from paper to computer. How the hell will we ever start over if we lose all that? The DRA had contingency plans, like every other government department, off-site recovery drills to move essential data and equipment to a safer site and set up again. But they were running out of safer sites. Neville sometimes wondered if anyone really had a handle on all this. After the first year, the total shock of E-Day, the immediate slaughter, and then the even bigger losses from the hammer strikes, the war had turned into a slow-burning fire. There was time to move what was left. Neville tried to imagine a world with no national library and archive, no universities and no museums. All governments had stashed away what they could, even during the Pendulum Wars, but this was different. This was the final phase of an apocalypse. Neville found himself thinking that, surely, someone on a higher pay grade than his had this all under control. And then remembered there was no such concept in government. Not even the cog thought of everything. And I'm as responsible for the hammer as Adam is. Seismology. What were the university geologists doing while the Locust were tunneling all that time? This war was so full of unanswered questions and things that didn't make sense that people had stopped asking, even those whose job it was to keep asking. The why didn't seem to matter half as much as the how these days. Neville found himself unable to concentrate on power requirements. His attention was too torn between the news, working out what he'd grab first if the contingency plan went belly up, as plans so often did, and the vague, nagging anxieties circling around in his semi-conscious like sharks. He found himself staring at Emil's photo when the standby fire alarm went off. 3 short blips that said wait for instructions while some emergency was checked out. It was only when the alarm changed to a single continuous bell that it was time to drop everything and get out. Nobody else seemed to be moving around, not that there were many staff working in the building now. Neville did as the blips told him and waited. But he slid his desk drawer open and took out a few key things. Filled notebooks, calculator, the pistol he knew he'd never use, just in case. He stacked them next to the photo, ready to shove them in his briefcase and run. Leave personal belongings behind, sure. Can't replace all that. And there was still no sign of Adam. The clock on the wall, its faded cream face marked Kolna Brothers, Jacinto in ornate script, showed just past midday, 13:06 hours. Neville checked his watch and forced himself back to the calculations on the screen in front of him, one ear still on the alarm. In the background, the news continued to remind him that things were deteriorating fast. Okay, concentrate. How do I get that power output up 20%? Because that's what it's going to take. He slipped back into the trance of staring at the figures on the screen until the alarm bell switched to a continuous tone and the public address system burst into life. Attention all staff, this is not a drill. It was Gordy, clearly uncomfortable with using the PA.
Please evacuate the building. Off-site recovery procedure. Mainframe shutdown in 5 minutes.
He cleared his throat.
Apologies for scaring everyone with the fire alarm, sirs, but I've only got 2 signals to choose from. Stand by and run.
Neville heard a burst of laughter from an office up the corridor and the sound of filing cabinets opening. Yes, everyone knew the drill, and the order to evacuate must have come from Adam, which meant he was in the building somewhere. Everyone was used to running. Every civilian was ready to move out at a moment's notice. Every office and business practiced at a hasty exit, because that was how people had survived for the past 10 years, by staying ahead of the grubs. Except this is Ethera. We always thought we were safe here, more or less. Neville logged out of the mainframe before the shutdown and then grabbed everything on his must-take list at a steady pace, knowing he had time. Boots clattered along the parquet corridor. For a moment they were fading, moving away, but after a few seconds' silence, one pair of feet came back down the passage at a brisk stride, and the door flung open.
"Hi, Adam,"
Neville said.
"Why are we clearing out this time? Precaution or what?"
Adam looked terrible. It was the only way to describe it. He usually looked tired, but now he looked anguished as well, and it wasn't a look that Neville was used to seeing.
"Not my call," he said. "Hoffman's orders. He's prepping for a ground assault on Ethera, and he wants all non-military personnel clear of here. Damn, I better clear out my home office, too."
"Are you okay?"
"No, I'm not."
"Look, we've done this before. We give it a couple of days and then we roll back in." Adam looked at him with a frown, as if he thought Neville didn't get it, then hauled a sheaf of folders out of his briefcase and laid them on the desk. It seemed a crazy, confused thing to do when they were supposed to be taking as much as they could carry out of the building. Neville stared. So it was Adam who'd taken the autopsy folders from the archives.
"Sorry, Neville. I should have returned them."
Neville wasn't sure what to say. It wasn't that Adam had taken the folders that surprised him, but that he hadn't said so when Neville mentioned it.
"They're not supposed to leave the building."
Neville, ready for this moment, shoved the contents of his in-tray into his case, including his folder with the e-hole image he couldn't explain.
"It's academic now, though. Come on, Adam." He indicated the bulging briefcase. "I've cleared your drawer, too. Let's go."
Adam stood frozen for a moment, looking around the office. Neville felt guilty for nagging him. Damn, this wasn't just his boss. Adam was a veteran gear, a national hero, a man who'd earned the right to break a few bureaucratic rules. Neville jerked his head in the direction of the fire exit.
"There's something I have to tell you," Adam said.
"It can wait." Neville shut and locked the door out of habit. Adam walked ahead of him down the corridor but kept half turning and holding them up.
"We've got to get to the rendezvous point." "No, I mean it." "Keep moving." "God damn, this is important, Neville."
"Have we left something behind?"
"No, but—"
"Then it can wait until we're out of here." Adam took the hint, and the two men quickened their pace, then broke into a jog that Neville was determined wouldn't turn into a panicked sprint. They'd been here before. They'd always come back later when the alert was over. But for the time being, they were getting on the transports to the east side of Ethera, Jacinto itself, the unbroken granite core of the plateau that swept down to the sea. When they got outside, about 50 or 60 DRA staff were milling around, feeding a human chain with filing boxes to load another truck. It was more than a lifetime's work being saved. It was the labor of generations of scientists. Adam was rooted to the spot, stricken, not his usual focused self.
"Poor bastard. He's the director.
He's been under a lot of strain." Neville put his hand under Adam's elbow to get him to move. Maybe a military approach would galvanize him.
"Mount up, sir." "No. I need to tell you something. The files, that image." "So what if you take work home with you? No harm done."
Adam grabbed Neville's arm and led him a few meters from the evacuation team, none of whom seemed to have noticed that their boss was as close to freaking out as Neville had ever seen him. This wasn't Adam Phoenix at all. He stared into Neville's eyes, almost nose to nose, gripped tight and showing no signs of relaxing. "You mentioned an image." "Adam, you're starting to scare me." "The image. Tell me, which image?" Neville had clipped it inside the flap of his working folder. The trucks didn't seem close to moving off, so maybe it would be easier to humor Adam and avoid a scene. "Here, an emergence hole. No date, but it was taken years before E-Day. See the building in the background? Demolished during the Pendulum Wars. It doesn't make sense." Adam took it and stared at it, anguished, as if it was a picture of a dead relative, then pinched the bridge of his nose. It was his "oh shit" gesture. Neville had seen it all too often when the hammer tests had been going wrong and Adam had despaired of ever seeing the satellite array operational. "I've been working on something," he said. "I need to tell someone now. I need to tell you." Neville's gut flipped over. This was it. This would be the miracle in the nick of time, the brilliant plan or device that would finally see off the grubs. This was Adam Phoenix, after all. Neville started to feel a weirdly excited relief hiking his heart rate. "You're cutting this pretty damn fine, sir." "I knew." "Knew what?" "The locust. I found them. I knew." His words were perfectly clear, but they made no sense whatsoever to Neville. He had to be mishearing all this. "I tried to talk them out of emerging. I tried to stop them. You have no idea what's down there, Neville. No idea what made them do it." Adam seemed to be waiting for a reaction. Neville looked around for a moment, expecting the others to be staring at them, but everyone was too busy clearing out. "For God's sake, Neville, are you listening to me? The locust. I knew about them before E-Day, 5 years earlier, and I thought I could avoid a Holocaust if I came up with a scientific solution." No, Neville hadn't misunderstood. He hadn't misunderstood at all. And he couldn't say a word. There was nothing in his brain that would come out as a rational sentence. He knew. He knew. "Neville, we couldn't have defeated them anyway, whether we knew they were coming or not." "My boss knew. The man I trust. The man the chairman trusts." "Neville, say something." "No, it can't be. Why would he do that? Why would he keep it to himself?" Adam shook him. "For God's sake, do you understand what I've told you? I never told anyone, ever. Not even Marcus. I just couldn't. Forgive me, Neville, please. But I can still stop this. I know I can." All Neville could see now was Emil, watching the chaotic, terrifying footage of the locust invasion on the news flash, and saying that he was going to do something about it. He enlisted the next day. He waited in line at the recruiting office for 3 hours, he said, because there were so many volunteers who wanted to fight. And now Emil was dead. Neville prided himself on clarity. He was a physicist. He saw both the bigger picture of the universe and the subatomic detail with equal ease. But right then all he could do was stare at Adam and try to place a few random thoughts together, small thoughts, fragmented thoughts, like trying to put a priceless broken vase back together and not knowing how to make the pieces fit again. He couldn't take in the global enormity of a once heroic man who knew the grubs were coming but said nothing. But he could certainly join up the smaller pieces. His dead brother, a man he'd respected and adored, and the speechless, confused pain that now gripped him.
All your fault, Adam. You could have saved us. Traitor. Rotten, lying, fucking traitor.
Neville pulled away because he didn't know what else to do, and his legs had made the decision for him. Adam caught up with him again and tried to turn him around. People were definitely watching now. Neville didn't care, but he couldn't yell what he wanted to yell because he was too numb, too shocked. His throat had sealed shut. Now he felt physically sick.
I'm going to put this right, I swear, Adam said. Give me a chance.
Neville felt the dam suddenly burst. It all came out on a strangled sob.
And what about me? Why tell me? You bastard! Neville, I'm going back home to get something from my lab. I'll see Prescott, but I've got to do this first.
Adam looked at him for a few moments as if he was expecting something, then turned away and headed out of the compound. Neville had no idea what to do next. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Gordy bearing down on him.
Is everything all right, Dr. Estrom?
The security guard loomed over him.
Where's Professor Phoenix going?
How could Neville tell him? How could he sum up those few terrible moments? Had he even heard right? Or imagined it, or what? Gordy's expression said he hadn't imagined anything, but that didn't make it possible to share this burden with the man. Half of him was already working out logical reasons why Adam did what he did, but the other half, the emotional part, the part of hurt feelings and fears and grief, was screaming that his brother had died and Adam had kept the grubs a secret from the rest of the world. Neville thought he had no idea what to do. But he did. He'd just have to think it over, because it was a terrible and irreversible step. Unlike Adam, Neville knew this was something he didn't dare keep to himself.
Just gone to get some stuff from his home,
Neville said, voice shaking. Gordy looked unconvinced.
Let's get going. He can catch up with us in Jacinto.
Chapter 3. They are a divided people, and that is why we will ultimately defeat them. Mira, the Locust Queen, on the weakness of humans. Office of the Right Honorable Richard Prescott, House of the Sovereigns, Ephira, Early Frost, 10 A.E. Richard Prescott had stood looking out of this office window before, and with an equal sense of the inevitable.
You knew.
The memory came back to him clearly, as if his brain had understood at the time that something wasn't quite right, and had filed away the evidence for later analysis. And, in the way of all betrayals, the words drifted back to him as well, this time with a new meaning that made his stomach knot. He replayed a meeting in this room 9 years ago, when the Locusts were about to finally overrun humanity. It had been with Adam Phoenix and the defense chiefs. It had been about the last resort decision to deploy the Hammer of Dawn against Syrah's cities to stop the Locust advance. And it had been about deaths. Billions of deaths. It had to be a surgical strike. It had to be done fast to catch the Locust unaware, and most of the population of Syrah would never get to the only safe haven in time, to the Ephiran Plateau.
But you already knew, Adam. You'd known for years.
Adam Phoenix had argued against it. It was his weapon, his ultimate deterrent designed for these doomsday scenarios, but he'd argued. Did he have an alternative? Prescott asked. Phoenix's answer came back to him clearly now, each word now tinted with a fresh and shocking meaning. If we'd had more time, there could have been other ways we might have stopped them. Yes, Phoenix had said that. It had sounded like a scientist considering less mutually destructive ways to wipe them out, nothing more, just uncharacteristically indecisive. But that was only to be expected. It wasn't every day that governments took the decision to wipe out most of their own civilization to win a war. But you didn't mean that at all, did you? You knew they were down there. Prescott, like everyone else, had believed the locust had erupted without warning, an unknown species that had been biding its time unseen and undetected under Sarah's surface for years. This morning he suddenly knew better. And it hurt. You lying bastard, Phoenix. You arrogant, treacherous, lying bastard. It all made sense now. It all fell into place. He turned back to Neville Estrom. The physicist was sitting with his arms folded awkwardly on the table, almost as if this was an interrogation. Skinny, bespectacled, visibly crushed by the shame of having turned in his boss. Loyalty was the quality any politician prized most, even if he displayed it the least. But it was wasted on Adam Phoenix. He knew. He damn well knew. He knew they were coming, and he told nobody. And he still told nobody, even after all this time. Prescott couldn't recall the last time anyone had shocked him. Events had, yes. He'd been stunned just like everyone else when the locust emerged. There'd been classified matters that had sometimes woken him in the middle of the night and left him staring at the ceiling, gut-churning and unable to get back to sleep again. There were things he'd quietly dreaded becoming public, background things like the real health risks of emulsion exposure. But nothing had slapped him hard across the face like this, and challenged his view of the world and everything he knew about it. He thought he knew how low humans would stoop. It was his job to know that, handle it, and even exploit it to work for him and the good of the state. But he hadn't realized one man would let his own species face extinction for no better reason than conceit. Adam's a scientist, a former officer, a gentleman, always the malcontent, always critical of the government, but I never thought of him as a traitor, just a liability. Not the kind of man to relocate to Azura. He would have talked. He would have objected. All that fine morality from a man who made it possible to burn billions to death. Prescott decided it was time to throw a lifeline to Neville. I realize how difficult it must have been to come to me, Dr. Estrom, he said, and I won't pretend I'm not shocked. You're sure about this? He told me himself. And why do you suppose he did that? And after so long a time as well? Neville meshed his hands and frowned at them. I couldn't live with knowing all that and having to keep it to myself. I think that finally overwhelmed Professor Phoenix, too, keeping that bottled up for so many years. Prescott had to know. To unburden himself to you and not to his son? Oh, he'd never tell Marcus, sir. They don't talk like that. I always got the feeling that Adam feels unworthy of him. At least Phoenix had no delusions on that front, then. He was unworthy. Prescott still found it hard to believe that he could have kept it from Marcus for so many years, though. But people hid terrible crimes and dirty secrets from their families for their entire lives. Prescott decided to put that suspicion on a back burner and deal with the immediate problem. His most senior scientific advisor, his foremost weapons expert, had been in regular contact with the Locust, knew their intent, and might still be in league with them now. Prescott didn't understand Phoenix's motive, so he had to treat it as hostile until he did.
So perhaps he still believes he can avert a bloodbath by talking nicely to them. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter a damn if he's a well-meaning idiot or if he's just doing a deal to save his own skin. The effect is the same. He knew that E-Day was coming. He knew about it for years. And if he'd told Dalyell, we could have been prepared. He's an enemy of the state. We could have shipped him out to Azura long ago, but Dalyell... My God, did Dalyell know too and not tell me? The thought seized Prescott, and he walked as casually as he could to the window and stood looking out, in case Neville spotted the turmoil on his face. Prescott's father, David, once chairman of the COG himself, had taught him from the time he could walk how to behave like the statesman he would inevitably become. He'd schooled his son to hide his feelings and remain detached. But the thought that Chairman Dalyell might have kept the presence of the locust to himself for so long was a hard idea to swallow without showing some reaction. Party politics could be insanely destructive. They almost always came before the interests of the state and its people. Prescott knew that. It still made his scalp crawl. Neville shuffled in his seat, making the antique mahogany creak. "Do you ever hate yourself, Chairman?" It wasn't a scientist's question. Prescott rather liked that. He turned, composed and in control again, hands in pockets as if he heard shocking revelations of apocalyptic secrecy every day. "Do you?" he asked. "Yes, sir, I do. I've denounced a man who's treated me like family, who's given me a career. And it doesn't feel good." "But does it feel right?" Prescott was looking directly into Neville's face now. The extensive security checks the man had undergone to work on classified projects said he'd wanted to serve as a gear but failed the medical on various grounds. His brother Emil had been killed in combat. A yearning to do the honorable thing showed on his face. "Does it feel necessary?" "I wouldn't be here if it didn't." "There's no need to be ashamed, Doctor. Self-loathing is just our consciences trying to get our attention." It was time for a little calculated theater to help Neville put his actions in context. Prescott put his hand on his shoulder. "I hate myself quite regularly. You can't cause the deaths of billions and shrug it off. You just have to be honest with yourself about why you did it." The office was suddenly the quietest place on Sarah. Prescott could hear Neville breathing and then the wet click as he swallowed. The sporadic, dull boom of artillery fire seemed suddenly louder. "Shock, sir. Because it's all hindsight. We can't do anything about it now." "Well, one thing we can do is not compound the deceit. It's much easier to charge a machine gun position than inform on someone you like and respect." Prescott knew that it wasn't at all, not for most people. But it was almost certainly true for Neville, desperate to fight for his country, but resigned to doing the next best thing. Prescott slid into a more familiar tone, soothing, all first-name terms. "Did Adam tell no one at all? Not even Chairman Dalyell?" "He says he didn't. That was why it ate at him, I think. It's one hell of a burden to carry alone." "Indeed. For 15 years. Almost beyond belief." "If he'd told anyone, we'd have heard by now, sir." "Oh, I know. I merely marvel at the mindset that doesn't rush to share that information with somebody. Is he sane, do you think?" "I'm not a psychiatrist, but he's always seemed perfectly logical, reasonable. Perhaps I should have spotted it." "No, this isn't your fault. This is Adam's responsibility, Neville. I'm sorry, may I call you Neville?
Of course.
Then call me Richard. Do you know if Adam's been in contact with the Locust since E-Day?
Neville pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and looked helpless for a moment. I didn't ask enough questions. I'm afraid I was too shocked. Not very scientific and rational of me.
Perfectly understandable. Nobody expects a state hero with Phoenix's background to betray humanity.
He said he thought he could avert a war. I know he meant that.
Don't make excuses for him, Neville. He's one of the most intelligent men of his generation. He should have known when he was out of his depth.
Prescott sat down at the table, facing Neville.
A new species. A new sentient species. Even thinking as a scientist rather than a soldier. You just can't keep that to yourself and think it's all fine.
He's not evil or dishonest. He just thinks he always knows best and has to solve every problem himself.
The road to hell, Neville. You know what it's paved with.
But how do I face him now? Are you going to arrest him?
You don't have to worry about that.
Easily said.
There was no way Neville could be allowed to go back to the DRA after this. He'd have to be shipped off to Azura. He was a valuable asset anyway, a key man in the Hammer of Dawn program, as well as a loyal citizen. Loyalty. It was priceless. Excuse me for a moment.
Prescott went to his desk and pressed the intercom to summon his secretary.
Jillian, would you ask Captain Dury to drop by as soon as he's free, please?
Certainly, sir. Would you like some tea?
That would be very kind, Jillian, thank you. And one for Dr. Estrom.
Right away.
David Prescott had taught his young son the essentials of political survival, while other dads were showing their boys how to fish and play thrashball. Richard Prescott had expected to win elections to become leader of the most powerful alliance on Syrah, but his final ascent to power had simply been fate. Tomas Dalyell dropped dead almost a year after E-Day, when elections had already been suspended. Deputy Chairman Prescott took his place, surprised but fully prepared. He already had his survival kit. He had a loyal and efficient assistant, and he treated her like the last queen of Tyrus. He had personally loyal officers in the army, not too senior, so that they were both low profile and had something to aspire to. And he had sufficient dirt on everyone without their having any on him. Acquiring and maintaining loyalty was the hard part, but recruiting the right personality types and applying gracious treatment, honesty, courtesy, making a cup of coffee, or remembering a birthday here and there, worked its magic. Now he had to work that magic on Neville Estrom. He could have called security and had Neville bundled into a cell before shipping him out, but the man deserved better, and it was far easier to get work out of volunteers. Jillian came in with a tray of tea, some herbal substitute for the real thing now that supplies had run out. The two men sipped in polite silence, as if they hadn't been talking about Adam Phoenix fraternizing with the enemy at all. You do understand that I can't let you return to the DRA knowing what you know now, don't you? Prescott said. Neville didn't blink. He would have made an excellent gear if his physique had matched his courage.
Is this where someone from Cog Intel puts a round through the back of my head?
No. This is where I put you on a helicopter and send you to Azura. I'd better tell you about that, hadn't I?
Prescott walked Neville to the window. The smoke that hung like a permanent curtain in the distance was growing denser by the hour. It would focus Neville's mind, not that the man had a choice.
You can see how bad the situation is out there, Prescott said. You really would be much better off on Azura, and I need you there."
Neville looked blank for a moment. "What's Azura?"
"Nothing to worry about. It's an island facility the Cog built early in the Pendulum Wars because everyone was convinced that the conflict would end in global annihilation. Ironic. Anyway, Azura is a bunker of sorts. The Locusts are unlikely to ever find it."
"And somehow nobody knows this island exists?"
"Few know. Anyway, bunker hardly does it justice. It's rather beautiful, to be quite honest. Every comfort you could wish for, and every facility for your research. If you've ever wondered why all our best minds were lost in the last 10 years, they weren't. We shipped most of them out. Biologists, engineers, our senior army officers, all the disciplines required to rebuild Sera after a disaster. And the contents of the museums and libraries, of course."
Neville just stared at the darkening skyline and seemed to be shaking his head very slowly. After finding that his boss was a traitor, discovering that the Cog had a hidden bolt hole for the great and the good, probably seemed a minor surprise by comparison. "But you didn't relocate the director of the Defense Research Agency."
"Relocate?" Prescott almost smiled. Neville caught on very fast indeed. "How do you think he would have reacted to finding out about Azura?"
"So you're not actually surprised by what I've told you, then? You never trusted him anyway."
"Neville, even the chief of the defense staff doesn't know about Azura. It's not because I don't respect or trust him. But blunt people can cause more damage than dishonest ones when they open their mouths. Besides, the Adam Phoenixes and Victor Hoffmans of this world are still needed right here."
Neville was still doing that very slight, very slow headshake. "So I just vanish? What do you tell the people I work with? Or my mother? Missing, presumed dead, like the others?"
"Partial truth. That you've been sent to work on a classified project. We can do MPD if you wish, though."
"Adam won't believe that."
"Adam doesn't have to. And if you want members of your family to accompany you, I can arrange that."
Prescott knew that Neville hadn't spoken to his mother in 15 years, because Cog Intel was thorough in its checks. Like so many in Ephira, Neville had few relatives left alive to check on.
"You don't have to lift a finger. Your belongings will be collected and you'll be on the next flight."
"You could just handcuff me and shove me on the Raven, or have me shot."
"I don't want to do that to a man who helped develop the Hammer of Dawn. And you did, Neville. Adam got the Octus Medal, but now it's your turn for a little reward, albeit a private one."
Neville turned and looked him in the eye. If Prescott had passed him in the street, he would have thought he was just a clerk, a dull, weedy little man of no importance. But there was that look, absolute steel, absolute honesty, and a refusal to give in to his fears. He was scared. Prescott could see it. "If there's a job for me to do," Neville said, "then I'll go. If there isn't, just shoot me and get it over with. That job's my life. I can never do it again, even if you let me walk out of here. I can't look Adam in the eye." Prescott patted his shoulder and nodded.
"Azura may be all we have to rebuild from. We need you there."
Neville didn't move from the window.
"I'll have your things picked up and your desk cleared after Adams left the office. Perhaps you need a few moments alone to think. Let me know what else you need done before you leave."
Prescott walked out and closed the door behind him. Captain Dury was wandering around the lobby, taking slow paces up and down the furlin rug as if he was marking out a boundary. He still had his finger to his earpiece. Jillian was at her desk, still typing, as if she was ignoring the fact that the commanding officer of the Onyx Guard was in her office. "You heard all that, Paul?" Prescott asked. Dury raised his eyebrows. He was a solid-looking man in his 40s, his gray hair cut so short that it looked like bristles. "Yes, sir. You want me to pick up Phoenix now?" "No, I want 26-hour surveillance on him." Prescott had to time this carefully. "I need to know if he's still in contact with the Locust. If he looks as if he's going to skip town, then you take him, but I want to give him a little space and see what shakes out." "On it, sir." Dury left. Jillian was still typing as if she hadn't heard a word or seen a thing. Prescott found his anger had now not so much cooled as frozen into an assessment of how much use Adam would be to him now. But he's not going to get away with it. Whatever utility he has, he'll get what's coming to him. "I'm going to have Dr. Estrom moved," he said. Jillian looked up at him. She knew what that meant. "It was very brave of him." "I don't think he sees it that way." "Azura, sir," she said. "Do I have to go?" "The situation's deteriorating. You really should." Prescott paused for a beat. "And, of course, you can bring your sister. We have to be discreet, though. We can't accommodate the whole population. But you understand that, I know." Jillian had known about the global hammer strikes in advance, said nothing, and simply heeded Prescott's oblique advice to move her sister into Jacinto as soon as possible. But Hoffman had known, too, and didn't even share it with his wife. She died in the strikes. He lived with that. Loyalty, honor. Quite stark, pitiless things when you really apply them and mean it. "Oh, I understand, sir." Jillian smiled. Prescott could count on her to stand by him come hell or high water, and both were very likely now. "Thank you." Most people's lives were intricately connected to others. It was hard to take them out of circulation without leaving broken links and ragged edges, questions asked and not answered. But in the fog of a chaotic war, all things were possible. Prescott wondered how long Marcus Phoenix would spend looking for his father if he were to vanish like so many others. He suspected it would be a very long time. Ephira, 1 kilometer from Treasury Row, Thaw, 10 AE. The inevitable had been postponed for a few years, but the day had finally come, just as Dom had always known it would. He drove the pack horse down the deserted street, bouncing over potholes and debris. This was the no-man's land between Ephira and the rest of Tyrus, a couple of kilometers of ghost towns that separated the relatively safe territory from the grub-infested wastelands. Dom accepted it was all an illusion, a false sense of security. Nowhere was truly safe, and nowhere was completely in grub hands. Ephira was hit by air raids from Reavers, and sometimes raiding parties made it across the invisible line between granite and sandstone. Outside the wire, stranded settlements somehow managed to survive. The grubs were closing in a meter at a time and picked off humans only when it suited them. And it sure as hell seemed to suit them now. He passed boarded-up stores that had been abandoned and reoccupied a couple of times over the last few years, and spotted a wisp of smoke above the roofline. He slowed the pack horse for a better look. "What is it?" Marcus asked. He was looking the other way, out toward the grub lines, with his Lancer resting on the open passenger window. Dom checked the rearview mirror. In the back, Jace was fidgeting with his Lancer, flicking the catch on the magazine. Ty looked as calm as a statue. "Just checking," Dom said. "Give me a couple of seconds." As the vehicle rumbled slowly past the store, Dom could see jury-rigged cables strung precariously between the building and a pylon. A grimy window flickered with dim light. Someone was watching a television. It was a miracle the place hadn't burned down. Then Dom ducked instinctively, even before his conscious brain registered what had spooked him. Rifle. He saw the flash of optics. Suddenly, Marcus's Lancer was aimed past him out the driver's side window. A stranded guy with a hunting rifle was crouched at the side of the road in the cover of a pile of garbage bins. If the grubs had been patrolling, those tin cans wouldn't have stopped around. "Take it easy, buddy," Dom called. He stopped the pack horse and stuck his head out. "You need to clear out of here. The grubs are coming. Big push on Afira." "Like you give a shit." The guy was maybe Dom's age, but thin and deeply lined. He had a firefighter's helmet. Maybe he thought it would give him some protection. "You just cruising around looking out for us stranded, huh? Or you want to bill me for the electricity?" Dom was immune to abuse after nearly 10 years of stopping at every stranded camp he found. He couldn't blame them for seeing the cog as another enemy just as bad as the grubs. He went through the ritual, fishing the photo out from behind his chest plate and holding it up for the guy to check out. "You ever seen this woman?" "What's she done?" "Nothing. She's my wife. She's missing." The guy actually studied it, head slightly cocked on one side. "No. I'd remember her." "Thanks." Dom put the photo away and slipped the pack into first gear. "You better get moving." "Yeah, I'll get my chauffeur to bring the limo round. Tell you what, maybe I'll just walk out of here because it's terrific exercise." The pack horse had 4 seats, 4 occupied seats, and a space in the back that was full of ammo and supplies. Dom tried not to look at Marcus. He wanted to save everybody, even when it was a bad idea. "It's cramped in the back," Marcus said, "but we can drop you inside the city." The stranded guy stared at him like he was considering it, then shrugged. "And then what? I still got nothing and nowhere to go. Beat it, go on. I'd rather deal with the grubs." "Suit yourself," Dom said, and accelerated away, checking the mirror to watch the guy dwindling in the distance. They only got one chance. Asshole. The pack horse rattled along the cracked pavement toward the Afira line. Jace leaned forward and crossed his arms on the back of Dom's seat. "You gave him a choice, man. Don't beat yourself up." "Yeah, so I did." Dom groped along the dashboard and switched the radio to the speaker. Anya's voice filled the cab. She was talking to the Raven pilots on the comms net, and he caught the words Landa Square. "And we've got bigger problems." They listened to the voice traffic between Anya and the Ravens. "KR-75 still awaiting confirmation on Reva contact." "Wait 1. Confirmed visual, range 3 kilometers, bearing 130. "Roger that, 4975. Control to all KR units. Reva's inbound, bearing 130. Marcus was getting agitated. He stared dead ahead at the road, jaw muscles twitching. "Come on, Dom. Better not be late to the party."
She'll be okay.
Dom didn't have to say Anya. CIC's in the old bank HQ. Can't get much safer than that.
Yeah.
The pack horse crossed the Afira boundary and merged into a river of military traffic. Some was streaming in, Centaur tanks, mobile artillery, open trucks full of gears, and some was moving northeast toward Jacinto carrying civilian refugees. Dom had to stop for a moment to let a transport pull out in front of him, and he found himself staring into the back. Civvies, mainly women and kids, were huddled on benches that ran the length of the chassis, clutching suitcases or bags. A little girl with braids caught his eye. Once again, he couldn't really tell the difference between COG citizens and stranded, except by how clean they looked, because the homes inside the wire still had running water. Other than that, they all looked much the same. It was just a case of which side of the wire they ended up on. Somewhere nearby, an arty piece opened up with a ground-shaking pom, pom, pom. Dom craned his neck but couldn't see what the crew was firing at until he slowed and turned the corner. A small cloud of black smoke marked where a reaver had been taken out. But it might have been a raven, and the reaver could have fled. Marcus leaned forward to stare, unblinking.
Come on, Dom, we're gonna run out of grubs if you don't pull your finger out, Jace muttered. Hey, where do you expect me to go in this traffic? There'll be plenty of grubs to go around.
Dom was heading for Hoffman's command post at the intersection of Almar and Corral. It was almost like the colonel wouldn't start the battle without them, his lucky charms. He'd been Dom's CO one way or another for more than 15 years, and Marcus's and Ty's for almost as long. Even if the regimental structure of the COG Army had long since dissolved, the old ties of the 26th Royal Tyrant Infantry lived on.
26 RTI, the unvanquished.
Dom could remember how proud he'd been to get that Death's Head cap badge when he enlisted.
We better live up to that today. This is as close as I can get.
Dom couldn't see a way past the islands of waist-high concrete and rubble that had been dumped in the street as both cover and barriers. They were on South Mercantile Way, a block away from the Treasury and the National Museum of Afira, and the sidewalk was dotted with centaurs. An artillery piece sat at the end of the road.
Everybody out. Better to walk into battle,
Ty said, sliding out of the back seat. He was a big, heavy guy these days, quite a few kilos heavier than the lean tribal warrior they'd first run into on Aroma during the Pendulum Wars and persuaded to join the COG.
So that the enemy may see the resolve on your face and the great number of your victory tattoos, and take the opportunity to run away.
Yeah, Ty, you go and do your tattooed resolve thing, Jay said.
That'll scare the grubs shitless. Me, I'll bank on a full clip any day.
Marcus went ahead.
Full house, he said. Let's report in.
Hoffman was standing at the control post, looking down Almar Boulevard over a wall of sandbags and makeshift barricades manned by ranks of gears with every weapon from 50 cal stompers to long spear missile launchers. He had his field glasses to his eyes and one boot on an ammo crate. Somehow, though, he was managing to shave with his free hand, raking the razor over his chin as he surveyed the road. Corporal Agel, the radio operator, tapped him on the shoulder, and he turned around to look at Marcus.
"Excuse the mess, Phoenix," he said. "The help didn't show." "So how are we doing, Colonel?"
Hoffman turned and walked a few paces down the road, fists on hips.
"They've got to come this way," he said. "That's the main sewer. Damn reavers are mopping up a lot of ordnance, though."
He kept walking, and Marcus followed. Marcus hated the hero thing, but he had an effect on morale just by being there, and that was probably why Hoffman was taking the trouble to walk him down to the front line. Dom could hear the comments as guys noticed he'd arrived. "Hey, look who just rocked up. Kiss your asses goodbye, grubs. The cavalry's here." "Nice of you to fit us into your busy diary, Phoenix." Marcus didn't break his stride and settled down behind a barricade right at the front. "Yeah, I had my hair done specially." He sounded totally in control, but Dom knew he was embarrassed. It was his telltale gesture with the lancer that gave it away, playing his fingers on the muzzle like it was the fretboard of a guitar and he was trying to remember a difficult chord. Just the slightest movement, something only Dom would spot. He didn't want to be seen as the savior who could put everything right just by fronting up. Marcus wanted to save everyone because he thought he had to. If there was a phrase that summed him up, Dom thought, it was, "I must." He'd been like that as long as Dom could remember, even as a kid, even before his mother disappeared. But Marcus's father's take on life was, "I can." He believed in science and that he could fix everything if he thought about it hard enough. The two men looked alike, but thought like strangers. Nobody could fix this shit, and nobody could save everyone. Dom had decided to save the few he could. He waited in silence for 10, maybe 15 minutes. Nobody even coughed. He felt he could hear every breath, every click of metal, every raven in the air in that heavy silence. Then his earpiece popped. Anya's voice, calm and steady, gave them all the bad news. "Control to all call signs. We have an alert from NTU," she said. "Locust ingress into the sewer system. Estimate now less than 1 kilometer from Corel Square." Hoffman, pacing up and down behind the obstacle course of concrete blocks, sounded almost relieved. Dom knew he wanted a fight, and he wanted it over and done with. "You heard the lady. Gears stand to." Jace, squatting next to Ty, with his lancer resting on sandbags, put one hand flat on the pavement. "Shit." "What?" Dom followed suit. "What is it?" "Feel 'em?" It started as a faint vibration, like someone was pile driving in soft ground. Then the resonance increased like an earthquake. It was the familiar warning of an e-hole about to erupt, only much stronger. Dom held his breath and sighted up. There was a manhole cover dead ahead, a big fancy one decorated with ornate interlocking cog shapes. There were perforations in it. Dom saw something poke up through one of the holes and realized it was brown fur. A rat popped out like a cork, then another and another. "Rat's making a run for it, sir," someone yelled. "This is it." "Steady," Hoffman barked. A steady stream of rats was now frantically squeezing through the perforations and racing for the shelter of the nearest building. It must have been one hell of a climb for them to get out. "Steady!" The stream of rats vanished. Dom was only vaguely aware of the ravens circling overhead. His focus narrowed to a tunnel ahead of him, Corel Road, still largely intact except for the old furniture store that had taken a direct hit from a reaver a year ago and was still boarded up and missing its roof. The ground was still trembling. Oh, God. It wasn't the first time he'd waited for a grub onslaught to begin, not by a long chalk. But this was somehow different. Nobody moved. There was just the click of lancers around him as everyone kept checking their weapons. Come on, just do it, you assholes. The vibration was becoming more sporadic. Suddenly he could hear distant cracking and rumbling. He tried to picture the corpser, maybe more than one, blundering through the sewer at the head of a grub column, smashing the brick lining and picking the spot to break through. Suddenly, the pavement 100 meters ahead of him seemed to bulge upward. Something burst into the air, another manhole cover, and then he thought he was looking at a shock wave on water, a single rippling movement traveling fast down the center of the road and flinging paving slabs and chunks of concrete into the air like a zipper being torn open. It took seconds. Gears around him didn't even have time to swear. He felt the ground lift under him, and dirt, brick, and water fountained into the air from an instant crater. "Corpser!" someone yelled. "Fucking corpser!" As the huge, spider-like legs groped over the crater's edge, 100 lancers, RPGs, and grenade launchers opened up at once. Grubs poured out of the E-hole. 2 arms, 2 legs, but so gray and scaly and monstrously ugly that you'd never mistake them for humans. And hell erupted. From that moment on, Dom was on autopilot. Part of him still had an eye on Marcus, but the rest was doing what it usually did when he was staring into a hail of fire. His body took over, and he couldn't tell where his arm ended and his lancer began. He squeezed off a long burst, spraying rounds left to right, then ducked behind cover and reloaded. It was one continuous wall of muzzle flash. The noise was so loud he'd stopped hearing it. It was only when a gear to his left, a guy he knew by sight but couldn't put a name to, fell to his knees and slumped over the barrier that he snapped back into the wider picture. There was a lull. A few seconds, nothing more. A moment of bizarre silence. He saw the pile of grubs for the first time, a perfect ramp of bodies to the top of the barricade. He was staring into the next ugly rank of motherfuckers, right into their weird yellow eyes. And then they charged, firing, and the next thing he knew they were over the barricade, crashing through the lines of gears. One jumped right over him and caught his shoulder with its boot. The impact spun him around. The next thing he saw was Ty lunging at a grub to bring his chainsaw up between its legs. It was impossible to hose the bastards now. They were too close, right among the gears, and the only option left was hand-to-hand. Dom dived in and revved his lancer's saw. The first grub he saw tried to dodge him, but he had a moment of pure animal rage, not fear, not reflex this time, and chased it. He caught up with it in just a few seconds and took a swipe at the backs of its legs to bring it down. Then he jumped on it, feet first, and sliced through the top of its skull because that was the only part he could reach right then. "That's for Benny. That's for Sylvie. That's for my kids, you ugly fuck." Bone fragments stung his hands, even through his gloves. Dead wasn't enough. He took another slice at it. Yeah, it felt right to kill them. It felt like sweet relief, if only for a few moments, and he never wanted to stop. "Gas!" Jace yelled. He was right behind Dom. He seemed to come out of nowhere, spattered with blood. "Smell it?" "Shit, you mean nerve agent?" Dom wasn't sure why he said that. Did the grubs have chemical weapons? "What is it?" "Methane gas." Marcus was suddenly jogging toward him from the other direction, and Dom had no idea how he'd gotten there. "They fractured a gas main, or maybe it's sewer gas. Either way, that shit's combustible." For a moment, the three of them ignored the battle raging around them and looked back down Corel Road. There it was. At the crumbling edge of the E-hole, a bright yellow pipe was sticking up at a crazy angle. Grubs were still clambering out of the hole like the line was never going to stop. "Jace, I'm out of frags." Marcus held his hand out for a grenade, impatient. "Quick, gimme one." It was that simple. Marcus ran a few steps forward, pulled the pin, swung the frag by its chain, and then let go. He always did have a good eye for distance. And it was a damn big E-hole. A couple of grubs noticed the lone grenade arcing through the air and started running, but by then it was too late. The explosion sent brick and paving high into the air on a column of flame. The blast nearly knocked Marcus off his feet. Dom ducked, and when he straightened up, the flames were still roaring from the E-hole like a blowtorch. So that was one access point now closed to the bastards. "That's fucked them," Dom said. He turned and started running after the grubs that were now breaking through to the command post. A lot fewer now, but it only took a handful to cause chaos. This had to be the last of them. They were surrounded and cut off from reinforcements now, and Ty, usually the most mellow of guys, went scything through them with his chainsaw, screaming tribal stuff that Dom couldn't understand. Every gear who was still standing converged on the grubs. It was a bloodbath. Dom didn't manage to get his hands on another one. For a moment it seemed to be over, at least on Corel Road. It was hard to see anything in the financial district because it was a dense forest of skyscrapers and towers packed so close together that you had to be on the tallest roof to get an overview. But he could still hear the whomp of artillery a few blocks away and the occasional rattle of lancer fire. He tried his radio and got a burst of static and garbled voices. "Hey, have we got grubs elsewhere now?" Maybe it was just Reavers on an air raid, although that was bad enough. "Listen to that." "I'm not getting anything on the radio," Jay said. "Where now?" "Where's Hoffman?" Marcus pressed his earpiece, looking around. "Shit, is the net on the fritz again?" Marcus started jogging up the road to the command post, and Dom automatically followed. It was the obvious point to regroup. Dom could now see Hoffman leaning over Egel as the corporal wrestled with the portable transmitter. The colonel looked up, not a happy man at all, and now Dom could hear the voice traffic that seemed to be pissing him off. "Bastards are jamming us," Hoffman said. "But I don't think this was the main event." "KR4, Reavers inbound at—" Dom struggled to make out the words, but the signal was breaking up. "Exchequer, Princes, at least 1,000. "Fuck it." Hoffman's lips compressed into a thin line. He wasn't an academy grad officer like Marcus's dad. "They're not using the sewer. They've found a way into the metro system." The underground rail network had been shut down a few years ago. It didn't extend beyond the plateau. There must have been another fissure nobody had mapped. Dom was distracted for a moment by a glimpse of more Reavers heading northwest at low altitude and wondered where the Ravens were. Hoffman took the radio handset off Egel. "Command to all call signs. Anyone currently engaging grubs, call in." He waited, staring down the road, jaw clenched. The firefight a few blocks up seemed to be intensifying, and the Artie boys were hammering something hard, but nobody was reporting in. "Command to all call signs. Report current contacts." They were on the open net now, and it was just a series of staccato bursts of words. Then a stronger signal broke through, a voice they all knew. It was Anya. "Control here, sir. They're coming up through the metro." Dom, watching Marcus's expression intently, could hear more explosions in the background, either right outside the bank or inside it. "They've cut us off. They're in the building. We're going to have to—" The radio went dead. They were all listening to static now, not even fragments of voice transmission. Shit. Dom looked toward the bank of Tyrus Tower instinctively. It was the tallest structure in the financial district, a perfect spot for a radio mast, and one of the few buildings he had line of sight with. He couldn't see Reavers, but he could see a pall of black smoke from the roof like a chimney fire that had run out of control. Reavers didn't have the firepower to take out a whole building. They'd taken out the comms aerials on the roof instead. Hoffman kept trying anyway. "Anya! Lieutenant Stroud, do you read me?" "Lost everyone, sir," Egel said, fiddling with the receiver. "All comms are down." "We need to get to CIC," Marcus said. "Sir?" "Wait." Hoffman held up a hand. "Check what you're running into first. Egel, have we got any contact with the Ravens?"
We don't know where else these fuckers are coming up now. I need aerial recon. Some still have the Navy comms fit, sir. I'm going to try those channels.
The artillery radio net was down, so they had no eyes on the ground either. But you could always rely on a Raven pilot to think laterally. The noise of rotors suddenly blasted the square, and everyone scattered as a Raven descended and landed with an alarming bounce. The crew chief jumped out and sprinted for the command post. It was Kevin Mitchell, just a kid who'd been flying for less than a year.
"Colonel, they're coming up through all the central metro stations," he said. "Old Exchequer, Museum Plaza, Prince's Street, and Forbridge. They've overrun the tanks. Best estimate is 10,000 grubs and more coming."
The blood had drained from Hoffman's face.
"Eagle, get those other damn channels working." "On it, sir, but I'm counting on pilots realizing I'll be trying the Navy net and switching channels."
Eagle was hunched over the radio. "Wait one."
"Mitchell, did you get a look at Chancery Bridge?" Hoffman asked.
"They're holding it, sir, but the grubs can come up at the metro terminal now. There's nothing to stop them."
"And then they'll be around the back of us."
Hoffman shut his eyes for a second.
"Okay. We pull back north of Sovereign's Parkway. Everybody pass it down any way you can. Clear everyone out." He turned to Marcus. "Mitchell, have we got any muster point left for landing birds?"
"We're using the Treasury roof," Mitchell said.
"Phoenix, go check if anyone's left in CIC. Then RV with me on the Treasury roof."
Hoffman stuffed a couple of ammo clips in his belt and reloaded his Lancer.
"How we doing, Corporal?"
"Got the incog net up, sir," Eagle said. "Some of the Ravens have the comms kit to use that, so we've got some eyes in the air again now. I'll work on taking over the police frequency now. Most personal radios can switch to that if we get word out."
"Do it then, people. I'm going to round up whatever armor we got left."
"You ought to wait for an escort, sir," Dom said. Hoffman turned and started running for Redoubt Street.
"There's nobody left, Santiago. Go get Stroud and her team out. And take the bot. Don't lose him."
Crazy old bastard. He thought he was indestructible. Dom was about to run after him when he looked around and saw that Marcus was already halfway up Almar Boulevard with Ty and Jace at his heels. Dom had his orders. He ran after Marcus, but he looked over his shoulder just as Hoffman vanished behind the stock exchange building, and wondered if he'd see his old CO alive again. Bank of Tyrus, Bullion Deposit Vault, 4 hours into the Locust assault. Anya had no idea how long she'd been sitting here in the pitch blackness with her back against the door, hugging the CBs to her chest. The operating procedures were clear. Keep the confidential books, the CBs, the code books containing the COG's authorizations, from falling into enemy hands at all cost. So Anya had done just that when the Locust smashed up through the floor and opened fire on the 3 gears unlucky enough to be in the comms room at the time. She couldn't outrun drones, so she did the next best thing. She sprinted out the back door to the service stairs, darted through the basement using the currency stacks for cover, and locked herself in the bullion vault behind not one but 2 doors. It would take them days to break in if they got in at all. But now nobody, except the grubs perhaps, knew she was in here. She pressed her earpiece and worked through all the comms channels again, but she was sealed in a giant steel box, effectively a radio screen. Getting a signal out meant opening the door. Were they out there waiting for her? If she found the light switch, would there be a crack in the wall or some other chink of light to give away her hiding place? Sealed in here, she had no idea if she was the last human left alive in Ephira, but she was alive, and she had an objective: to get out with the CBs, find Hoffman or whoever was now senior commander, and regroup. Or whoever. No, he's not dead. Hoffman's too smart. And Marcus is out there too. He wouldn't get himself killed and leave me on my own. Come on, Mom. What would you do now?
Major Helena Stroud, posthumously awarded the Embry Star, the COG's highest award for bravery, had thrived on impossible odds. One day her luck had run out, though, and Anya had been in CIC with no choice but to listen to her mother's final moments, as if she were a stranger.
How did you feel, Mom? Were you scared when you charged that tank? You never sounded it. When you realized the blast was going to take you with it, what were you thinking about? My father? Me? Winning? Losing?
It didn't matter. All Anya wanted to know was whether heroes, real, honest-to-God, have-a-go crazy heroes like her mother, thought the same small things as lesser mortals like herself when death was imminent.
Marcus won't tell me. He's a hero too. Embry Star. Won't talk about it. Won't let me in. Dom and Colonel Hoffman too. Embry Star heroes who tell me it's just their job when I know it isn't. I need you to show me, Mom. Show me how to be at least half the gear you were.
Anya wasn't going to get anywhere until she assessed her environment. She'd thought the vault was just a big square room, but it wasn't that simple, and she'd slammed the door to spin the hand wheel before she'd noted where the controls were, or even checked the place was empty. The door had been ajar. Anything could have sneaked in to wait.
This is how you do it. Get on with it.
It was her own voice in her head, she was sure, but it sounded like an order. She didn't want to put the books down and not be able to find them, so she tucked them under one arm and slid her back up the cold steel door to stand. Then she turned around and groped one-handed along the metal surface to her left until she felt the surface change to warmer, more textured plaster. There had to be a light switch one side or the other. She worked her way along a pace at a time for what felt like meters until she brushed against a corner or a shelf at 90 degrees to the wall, then swapped arms to work her way back again. Her foot hit something heavy and soft. A body? And she nearly tripped. She stifled a yelp and froze. It didn't move. She squatted to feel it, heart pounding, and realized it was an upholstered chair lying on its side.
Not a grub, then. Okay, I can do this. Why didn't I make sure I had a pistol?
She felt for the wall again, edged past the chair, and finally felt the raised surface of a switch panel.
1, 2, 4 switches. Here we go.
She flicked the first switch. Nothing. Was it a light at all? Was the power supply cut off? What about air? Was this place airtight? How long could she stay in here? Damn! Then she tried the second switch, and a harsh yellow light flooded the room. She turned around, half expecting to see a grinning boomer waiting for her, but it was just an empty vault after all. Just steel shelves, a row of deep metal drawers at floor level, a chair and desk. There were alcoves off it, but she could see into every one of them easily. Perhaps that was a security measure so that no bank employee could take anything without the security cameras seeing it. The cams were dead. She knew that because she'd tried to get the monitors working from upstairs, so nobody would spot her down here, gear or enemy. Now she had the measure of her hiding place. She felt more confident and laid the CBs down where she could grab them in a hurry. What she needed now was a weapon. All she had was a pen, and the chair was a box construction type, with no handy legs she could break off and use as a club. The desk was too sturdy to break apart, but she marked that mentally as a possibility for later.
You can do better than this. Think.
Anya wandered around the vault, thinking. Sharp edge, sharp point, heavy weight.
It was then that she peered into one of the alcoves and saw the 4 bullion bars. The bars were marked with their weight, the bank's crest, and the gold's purity. They were 10-kilo bricks, but they were long and narrow, and that made them more manageable than the smaller but chunkier bar she'd been using as a paperweight. She picked one up, surprised by the heft of it, and practiced a few swings that nearly ran away with her. It was a hell of a lot heavier than a Lancer rifle, and that was heavy enough. "Come on. Mom would have cracked a few skulls with this if she had to. But Mom wouldn't have been in a combat zone without a weapon." Anya had once felt constantly in her mother's shadow, but now that shadow had become a shield, a source of comfort and example. Both hands free. "Come on, find a bag." She put the bullion bar on the shelf and took off her pullover, knotting the arms to make straps and pulling her belt tight around the open end of the waist. It worked fine. It took the CBs with a little room to spare. Now she had both hands free to wield that bullion bar if she had to. But first she had to check outside. She stood next to the door with her eyes shut for at least 15 minutes, straining to hear any sound outside. The silence meant nothing. The vault might have been soundproofed. She thought she could hear distant booming, but it was hard to work out if she was imagining it and it was her own pulse playing tricks on her. But she couldn't stay here. Nobody had any reason to look for her. She switched off the light so that she wasn't skylined when she finally got the door open, and was still working up to turning the wheel when she thought she heard gunfire in the distance, a firefight that went on for what felt like ages. "It could be anywhere. I can't tell. But I have to get out." She placed the gold bar between her feet and began turning the handwheel a little at a time, slow increments that probably wouldn't get the attention of anyone outside. By the time she finished, she couldn't hear gunfire any longer, and wasn't sure if she'd actually heard it at all. The door groaned a little as she inched it open. There was no light outside. She held her breath and listened for movement before squeezing through the smallest gap she could open and edging along the wall. Then her eyes began to adjust to the gloom. It wasn't pitch black, not quite. She could see denser black patches that were the shoulder-high pallets of banknotes. If anything was lurking there and waiting for her, it had detected her by now, and there was no point standing still, so she lunged for the stack, then the next, and the next. She was moving toward where she thought the door had been. Then a loud metallic clunk shattered the muffled silence. She was right. The door was ahead of her, but someone was trying to get in. She ducked behind the next pallet, clutching the bullion bar two-handed, ready to fracture the skull of the first grub bastard through that door or die trying. "That's my girl, Anya." Anya? Someone was calling her name. For a fraction of a second, her hair stood on end. But it wasn't her mother's voice. It was a man's. It was Marcus. "Anya? Anya! Let's have some light, Jack. We're not leaving until we've checked everywhere." A brilliant white beam swept across the far wall. A bot's tactical lamp. "Anya?" She was safe now, but suddenly much more scared. Her bravado and her plans to brain a grub with a gold bar evaporated. "Marcus?" She dropped the bar and stood up. The light shone in her face, blinding her for a moment. Then it moved away and she could see Jack, one of the cog's last prototype bots, hovering in the gloom like an oversized egg with his jointed steel arms folded back. Marcus was suddenly right in front of her. For a second she saw him as a stranger might, big, grim, and lethal, not her lover at all. "You okay?" he asked. "I was going to fight. I was ready to fight, Mom. Honestly, I was." Anya found her legs shaking, a tremor that traveled up to her chest and throat, and she hated herself for not being two-fisted Helena Stroud, the officer who embraced death to save her gears. Her voice shook.
"They're all dead. Everyone. I just ran and hid, Marcus. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't stop them."
"It's okay, you did fine."
Marcus frowned at her, more inspection than disapproval, but kept looking over his shoulder. The gunfire she'd heard was real, all right.
"We've got a RV with Hoffman now on the Treasury roof. Stick close to me and keep moving."
"We're pulling out?"
"Pulling back."
She could see Dom, Ty, and Jace covering the outer door.
"We're not beaten yet. Come on."
Anya decided there and then that she would never be without a sidearm again. Damn it, if she got out of this alive, she'd learn to use a lancer properly, too. She scuttled behind Marcus, wondering if the CBs on her back would be enough to stop around, and was suddenly plunged into his world, his daily reality, in a way she'd never been before. As soon as they emerged into the gloom of the next lobby, they came under fire. The noise was deafening. The muzzle flash blinded her for a moment before Marcus shoved her behind the nearest pallet of bills and pinned her there with his body weight while he returned fire. Anya had always experienced combat over the radio or via a bot's video feed. Now she was inhaling it, tasting it, feeling it, smelling it. Sweat, oil, cordite. And Dom, kind, gentle Dom, was yelling his head off as his chainsaw revved and screamed. "Yeah, bitch, fucking payback time, huh?" But it wasn't the Lancer's saw screaming. It was a locust drone on the receiving end of it. This was another world, violent and primal. She wasn't part of it, merely trapped in it. It was all happening over her head as if she wasn't there.
"You clear?" "Clear. Yeah, all down. Thin out, Jack. Off you go. Goddamn Jace, move."
It could have been 10 seconds or 10 minutes. Anya had no way of telling. Her own breath sounded like a locomotive, almost too loud to bear. Then the firing stopped. Marcus grabbed her arm and yanked her upright so hard that it hurt, and she found herself running just to recover her balance. Doors crashed open ahead of her, and bright light hurt her eyes. They were in the second-floor corridor that led to the roof terraces and the Treasury building, a walkway that was all windows on the street side. Her shoes crunched on broken glass. Marcus was shielding her from the window side, blocking her bodily, so she only caught a glimpse of what was down there. But it was enough. A Brumac's head bobbed slowly above a tide of drones flooding into the city.
"Oh, God,"
she said.
"It's okay, just keep moving."
Marcus caught her arm again.
"Don't look."
Anya found her legs were taking care of the situation for her. She let them. Somewhere ahead, Ty let out one of his roaring tribal cries that merged with the chainsaw and the rattle of automatic fire. She was now so deafened by the noise, or numbed by adrenaline, that she couldn't tell where the sound was coming from. Marcus pulled her along again, and she tripped over a dead grub, cut in two from shoulder to hip in a ragged slice. Then cool air hit her face, and she realized they were now on an open balcony. She was looking out across Ephira at roof height. Was she just deafened, or was it really that quiet? Raven engines and the sporadic whomp of artillery faded in, and black smoke bloomed out of instant fireballs as shells hit their targets. Marcus stood panting, pressing his earpiece. The fingers on his other hand dug deep in her arm, as if he didn't trust her to stay alive if he let go.
"Phoenix to Hoffman. We've got Lieutenant Stroud. What's your position?" "Hoffman receiving. I've run into some shit. Just get to the Raven. I'll be there." "Reavers!" Jace yelled. "Everybody down!"
Anya should have dropped, but she didn't. She was transfixed by the incoming Raven. Maybe the pilot hadn't spotted the Reaver, or maybe the Raven just wasn't fast enough. But one moment the familiar black shape was there, and the next it was a ball of flame and spinning rotors. That was the last she saw. She was suddenly flat on her back, winded by Marcus crashing down on top of her, as something flat and black spun overhead so close that she felt the drag.
"Shit, that was Daniels," Dom said. "God damn it, he's gone. Where's the frigging Hammer team? What the hell's happened to them? God damn it, have we lost them too?"
Marcus got to his feet and held out his hand to pull Anya up like any other gear.
"Sorry.
Better a few bruises than getting her head sliced off." Her elbow hurt like hell, but she gritted her teeth rather than give in to it. When she stood up, she saw a section of fuselage embedded like a blade in the wall 10 meters away. The Reaver had gone. Daniels and his crew chief, Julia Laurie. Anya knew all the Raven crews by voice, if not in person. They were dead, and all she could do was put that numb horror to one side and get on with the job. It wasn't even conscious. It was a reflex now. Marcus leaned over the balustrade as Ty and Jace kept an eye out for more Reavers, lancers raised.
"There's the Hammer," he said. "Shit!"
Anya looked down onto the flat roof below. She thought it was just a pile of sandbags at first, until her brain made sense of the mess and she realized it was the remains of 2 gears. The targeting laser, the handheld device they used to paint targets for the Hammer of Dawn satellites, lay a few meters away. The Hammer net was failing a sat at a time after 10 years without maintenance, but it still packed a punch, and the handheld lasers were too precious now to leave behind. Marcus clambered over the balustrade and hung there for a moment, looking as if he was calculating the drop.
"We're gonna need that Hammer if we want the evac Raven to land," he said, and let go.
He landed with a thud, stood over the dead gears for a second before taking their cog tags, then picked up the laser and something next to it that he jammed into his belt pouch. Climbing back up to the balcony was a lot harder. He managed to get a grip on the balustrade, boots jammed into holes in the brickwork below, and Dom and Jace hauled him in. He examined the laser and tapped his belt, indicating a pouch.
"I need to reattach the front targeting optic," he said, steering Anya by her elbow. "Come on, keep moving."
The pullout had begun. Anya could see more Ravens lifting off, some of them rising from the smoke and flames below, packed to their deckheads with gears. By the time they reached the Treasury roof, she could hear a Raven up close and realized one was already waiting on the far side in the cover of the radio mast, rotors turning. But there was no sign of Hoffman. Anya had to walk around the edge of the roof to even see the Raven. The pilot, Strawn, looked up and tapped his watch theatrically through the cockpit window. She gave him a shrug and indicated wait with both forefingers before ducking back along the roof.
"Where's the Colonel?"
Anya eased the makeshift rucksack off her shoulders and rubbed her bruised elbow. It was starting to throb.
"Control to Hoffman. We're at the RV point. Strawn's here. Where are you?"
All she got for a long time was the crackle and hiss of interference. Then he responded.
"Right below you, Bravo. Wait one."
Jace leaned over to look.
"Shit. The old man's a mess."
"What?"
Anya craned her neck to look.
"Sir?"
"Go on."
Marcus jerked his thumb over his shoulder in the direction of the radio mast and the sound of the helicopter's engine.
"Dom, Ty, Jace, you guys buckle in. We'll wait for Hoffman." "I heard that," Hoffman said.
He sounded as if he was running upstairs, catching his breath. Dom and the others jogged away and disappeared behind the base of the mast.
"Mess my ass, just shrapnel. Where's the Hammer team, Anya?"
"They didn't make it, sir, but we've got the targeting laser."
"God damn."
The puffing stopped for a moment.
"Well, change of plan, then. Chancery Bridge.
Tomas needs that damned laser more than we do. They're gonna lose the bridge. We're gonna have to blow it."
Anya could hear Hoffman's boots now. The elevator winch room door swung open, and he walked across the roof, none too steady. His right sleeve was shredded and dark with blood.
"You better get that fixed, Colonel," Marcus said. "It's nothing. Don't fuss over me."
Hoffman made a beeline for Anya. Her earpiece was stuttering and buzzing as the radio net struggled with the torrent of voice traffic.
"Just get that targeting laser to Tomas at Chancery Bridge. Stroud, call in KR-80 and get out of here."
"Sir." Hoffman was a gentleman despite the foul temper and language to match.
"And I need you to re-establish CIC in Jacinto, fast as you can, Lieutenant. Do it."
"You better go too, Colonel," Marcus said.
"Phoenix, just do as you're goddamn told for once, will you? I'm coming to Chancery with you."
"Look, Colonel."
"You look, Sergeant."
Anya switched channels and pressed her earpiece. "KR-80, this is Control. Come in. 80 evac required from the Treasury roof. Come in." She was waiting for Gettner to respond when another voice suddenly cut through the static and distracted her.
"Control, this is Adam Phoenix. Control, I need to contact Marcus Phoenix."
"Say again?" She put her hands over her ears to drown out the noise behind her and walked a few meters away. "This is Control. Say again." Anya didn't catch the rest of the conversation between Marcus and Hoffman. She was too distracted by hearing Adam Phoenix. He never used the radio net. She wasn't even sure how he managed it, but he could access pretty well anything as director of the DRA. "Adam?" She forgot RT procedure for a moment. "It's Anya. Where are you?"
"Anya, I'm at Haldane." Adam's voice was breaking up. "The Locust have broken through in East Barricade. Tell Marcus I'm sorry. Is he there? I need to say goodbye to him."
"Adam, hang on." "Goodbye?" Anya's gut lurched. She turned back to Hoffman and held up one hand for silence. "Sorry, sir. Marcus, you're going to want to hear this. It's your father. The Locusts are near the house, and he called in to say goodbye. He says he's sorry. He says—" She paused. "Adam? Professor? Come in, Professor. Damn, I've lost him." Hoffman froze. Marcus's expression went blank. It was as if everything else had ceased to exist. No Locust assault, no bridge, no evacuation. He turned to Anya.
"I've got to get him out of there,"
he said quietly, as if Hoffman wasn't there. Hoffman looked impatient, lips compressed into a line, nothing more.
"Are you going deaf, Phoenix? I said get that targeting laser to Chancery." "I'm not leaving my father to die. I've got to get him out first."
Marcus had changed on the spot. There was no eye contact, nothing at all. He was staring past Anya, suddenly focused on something she couldn't see. The shelling and the raven seemed forgotten. Hoffman seemed more baffled than angry. Marcus had never refused an order in his life. Anya stared, thinking she'd misheard. Hoffman gestured in the direction of the raven.
"Get your ass on that bird, Sergeant," he snapped. "And that's a goddamn order. Your father's not the only man who's in trouble. There's a whole brigade of gears in deeper shit than he is."
Anya didn't even see how it happened. It was too fast. In a heartbeat, the two men were nose to nose, and she was looking at a Marcus she didn't know. Hoffman was a big man, but Marcus loomed over him.
"I've put myself on the line every day since I was 18 years old," he growled, so low that Anya could hardly hear him. "Followed every order, even the half-assed ones. But now I'm going to save my father, so with all due respect, fuck you, sir." "Phoenix, We need to blow that fucking bridge."
Hoffman paused for a breath as if Marcus was just in need of a good talking to and everything would snap back to normal. Anya thought that too.
"Do it, or I'll see you court-martialed, hero or no goddamn hero."
Marcus turned away and started walking.
"Fine. You do that, Colonel."
Hoffman would have punched out anyone else by now. But Marcus, he thought the world of him. That had to hurt. Hoffman went after him, grabbed his shoulder, and pulled him around.
"Phoenix, your father's been sitting on his ass for the whole damn war, inventing all kinds of useless shit, and he hasn't made so much as a goddamn dent in the Locust. He's not worth the life of one honest fighting gear. He's certainly not worth yours."
It wasn't even a shouting match. It was more shock, disbelief, an attempt at reasoning. But this was another Marcus, an instant stranger. When it came to his father, he was one big raw nerve. He didn't even blink. He drew back his fist and landed a right hook on Hoffman, knocking him flat. The colonel hit the concrete with a crack and lay groaning. "Oh my God. This isn't happening. This just isn't happening." Anya rushed to Hoffman and knelt to lift his head. "Marcus, for God's sake, are you insane? What are you doing?" Hoffman struggled to get up, murmuring, "Bastard! Bastard!" Anya managed to prop him up against her knee. Marcus stared at Hoffman, eyes wide as if he suddenly realized what he'd done, and for a moment Anya thought he was going to rush to help the colonel up and it would all be forgotten tomorrow. But he just turned and started striding away. Marcus didn't look back.
"Take him on the other Raven, Anya,"
he called out.
"Marcus? Marcus! You can't just disobey an order."
But he wasn't stopping. She needed him to stop right now. He had to.
"Marcus, get back here, and that's an order. Are you damn well listening to me? What do you think you're doing?"
"My duty," he said. Gettner cut in on the radio.
80 to control, you still need a ride?"
Anya wasn't one of life's panickers. She was used to all hell breaking loose on the radio net and being the calm eye of the storm. But she froze for a moment, almost sick with dread at what would happen next, and it wasn't a healthy fear of the Locust assault. Marcus had abandoned his duty in the middle of a battle. He might have fractured Hoffman's skull. She almost ran after him, but common sense, or her mother's voice, she wasn't sure, shook her out of it and told her she needed to stick with Hoffman. Hoffman struggled onto his hands and knees, then tried to stand again. Somewhere behind the mast, an engine roared and Strawn's Raven lifted clear, banking away almost instantly over the edge of the roof.
"Easy, sir. Gettner's inbound."
Anya grabbed Hoffman's arm to steady him and found it still wet with blood.
"We'll get you sorted out."
His cap had gone flying. He managed to bend over to pick it up and then pressed his earpiece.
"Phoenix? Phoenix, you damn well listen to me. I order you to turn that bird around and get your motherfucking ass back here. Phoenix? Answer me, goddamn you!"
Marcus must have cut him off. Hoffman was cycling through channels, probably blindly, and even if the Raven pilots couldn't hear him, a lot of gear units could. Marcus's crazy moment was public now.
"Phoenix! You get your ass to Chancery. I fucking need you there!"
Eventually, Hoffman's arm dropped to his side, and she thought he was going to collapse. His shoulders sagged for a moment.
"Did he leave the laser? Where's the goddamn laser?"
He looked around, dazed. The carbine-sized device was still there on the floor. Anya didn't know if Marcus had left it deliberately, or if he'd simply lost sight of everything except his father.
"Is he out of his fucking mind? Goddamn Phoenix, of all people! Anya, he should—"
Hoffman stopped dead. either fresh out of expletives or about to keel over. He struggled to pick up the targeting laser and stood looking at the sky in the direction of the raven noise. Then he checked out the laser and started spitting fury again.
It's missing a goddamn optics piece!
Sir, you need a Casovac. Hoffman didn't move.
Later. God damn, where's the targeting optic?
Sir.
I can't save him now, Anya,
he said. He seemed almost lucid again.
And if he's cost us Chancery Bridge, I'll shoot him myself.
Chapter 4. It's almost too much to take in. A new species, a new sentient species right under our noses all these years, sharing Syrah with us. You realize what that means for a biologist? It's an unimaginable fantasy. We all dream of some discovery that will change our understanding of the world and, yes, put our name in the annals of science. I have no idea how to make this public. I have to get my evidence first and make sure it's watertight before I tell anyone else and make a fool of myself. I'm going further into the tunnel today. I'm going to talk to them. Last entry in the private journal of Dr. Elaine Phoenix, Senior Developmental Embryologist, LaCroix University, 9 years before E-Day. Haldane Hall, East Barricade, Jacinto. 7 hours into the locust assault. Thaw, 10 AE. Adam Phoenix knew he would survive the day, but he might as well have been dead already. The locusts were coming for him. He sat at the bench in his laboratory, staring at the dead radio handset in his palm. Oh God, Marcus. Maybe it's better like this. You'll never know what I did. He was waiting because he knew how his signal had been jammed and who was jamming it. His briefcase was packed. He knew what he had to do. I shouldn't have tried to call. It'll only distress him. Why can't I ever get it right? He could hear the shelling getting closer and the constant Raven sorties overhead. The locusts were gathering south of East Barricade, moving into position. He could see from the top floor. They could come and get me any time now. They think I'm going to commit suicide rather than let them take me. They don't want to spook me. They're working out how to take me alive because that's something they're not very adept at doing. But he wasn't planning to shoot himself. Whether he carried out the research here or below Ephyra in the Locust Caverns, his sole objective was to find a way of destroying the lambent organism before it spread across the entire planet. Surrendering to Mira was the best option in a list of bad choices. Queen Mira. It was an odd choice of title. It smacked of termite colonies and ants, an analogy he knew she'd find offensive, but he suspected she'd chosen it in an attempt to make herself feel more embedded in Sarah's history, more Siren than the humans who'd long since discarded their monarchies. You know that's not true, Mira. You know all about your origins. But this is no time to argue that with you. Come on. Come and get it over with. He knew her too well. The quaint radio receiver he'd always used to contact her finally vibrated on the bench, buzzing against the varnished wood. Adam, you knew this day would come. It was a familiar voice, silky, imperial, polished, and utterly human. Hello, Mira. Adam found himself thinking of the terrible food again. You got my message, then. And how right you were. We do need you, and we shall take you. I hope you're not planning anything foolish. You have responsibilities, Adam. It would be a living death. She'd never release him, even if he developed a countermeasure. But he didn't deserve any better. I do have my service pistol here. And I can take your son at any time. He had the measure of her then, and she had his. You leave Marcus out of this. It's a condition. He opened the desk drawer and took out the handgun, a 9mm officer's weapon. It made a distinctive clunk on the wooden desktop as he slammed it down. If anything happens to him, I don't care what happens to the rest of Sarah. Ah, no, Adam. You find it easier to care about grand impersonal ideals than the flesh and blood at your side, and you are never very good at threats. It stung, like all painful truths, and it provoked him. He picked up the pistol and chambered around right next to the mic. Mira would hear that and recognize it. He waited. Try me, he said. You try my patience. Stop this game. You leave my son alone. If he dies, Adam, it will not be by my order or at my command. I'll take that as a deal. Adam put the pistol back in the drawer, safety on. He hadn't carried a weapon on a regular basis in years, but today it made him feel strangely naked to discard it. You have my word. We will come for you when my troops have dealt with the defenses near your home. I'll be ready. The radio clicked off. Adam sat back in his chair, resigned to the fact that he was probably the only human being on Syrah who had ever waited patiently for the locust to come. He was certainly the only one who had any kind of relationship with them. Imagine how fascinating this would have been in another world, another time. First contact of a kind? No, more like understanding the full intelligence of another animal. And whatever Mira said in her speeches to rouse her troops, humans weren't to blame. They were just accelerants. That didn't make them any less greedy, violent, and destructive, but nobody could be blamed for lambency. It simply existed. And that's what I need to understand more than anything. I wish you were here to help me, Elaine. Dear God, I do. That was something he'd forgotten to pack. Her picture on his desk in his study upstairs, so much a part of his day that it sometimes became invisible. He tried not to think that he was killing time while the Locust Army was killing humans. The house was more empty than it had ever been before. Mrs. Ross had been evacuated to Jacinto. Adam still had some pull, and Marcus might not have a legacy to inherit once the fighting got this far. As for the art treasures, mankind had made them once and could make them again. The paintings would have to take their chances. Sorry, Dad. I really am. There were too many ancestors to preserve, almost all of them men and women Adam had never known. He rearranged the tightly packed data disks and notes in his briefcase to make space for a few more items. The picture of Elaine with Marcus, aged 10, and Elaine's journal, and dithered over the Octus medal. He hefted it in his hand, then placed it in the small box that he would leave for Marcus, along with the certificate and his will. The photo of the presentation that had stared down at him like a rebuke for too many years went into the box. Damn, this was getting to be a lot to carry. And if he took it with him, would Mira ever make sure it got to Marcus? If he left it here, would anyone find it? Too late to visit my lawyer's offices now. Not that they exist any longer. I wonder where Neville is now. I thought he'd call. I really did. I should never have burdened him with all that. But better that he knows what I am than he spends his life respecting a man who never deserved it.
The sound of a raven distracted him. It sounded as if it was right overhead, but that wasn't unusual, and then it faded away again. He was about to sit down and drink in the image of his sanctuary for one last time, when a massive explosion shook the room and he heard the front doors crash open. "Professor Phoenix? Sir? We've come to get you out." It was Dom Santiago. And rescue was the last thing Adam wanted. Now he could hear a firefight outside and heavy boots thudded up the stairs. The next voice was bittersweet. It was Marcus's. "Let's try upstairs. Ty, Jace, hang on. We're checking upstairs." The footsteps were coming along the landing, heading for the study. "Where the hell is he? Dom, go check the bedrooms." "Damn, Marcus, not now." Adam wanted to see his son again more than anything, but this was bad timing. How could he ask them to go away because he was waiting to take his research to the Locust tunnels? Concealing E-Day had been bad enough, but there was no way of explaining this. He looked out the window at the smoke rising right across the west of the city, and knew he never could. Then he spotted the Locust drones pouring over the orchard wall and realized that he was staring down at rubble and slates. The explosion had been close, or perhaps a shell had even hit the house. Haldane Hall was so big that he'd have to walk outside and stand back to check for damage. The rattle of automatic fire and the sound of a raven answered his question. The house was now the battlefield, and Mira's promises couldn't be kept if the cog was engaging the Locust. They'd defend themselves, and he would be collateral damage. It was just a matter of who got to him first. My research. Whatever happens, wherever it's completed, that's got to survive. Adam grabbed his case, shoved a folder under his arm, and went out onto the landing. Marcus and Dom, lancers raised, stared at him for a second. All he could do was blurt out a rebuke in the way of all guilty men caught in the act. "Marcus, what in God's name are you doing here? You're going to get yourselves killed, both of you." Marcus hesitated. For a moment, Adam thought he was going to step forward and hug him. But he stopped and just held out his hand as if to take the case. "We've got a raven waiting. Let's go." "Is this Prescott's idea? I didn't want you to try to rescue me. I just wanted to say, later, we've got to go now. There's something I have to collect from my lab." A window shattered across the landing, showering glass on the carpet. Dom swung around, smashed a pane, and returned fire. "Sir, I don't think there's time for that." "Look, Dad, there's a goddamn war going on outside," Marcus snapped. "Forget the lab." "Marcus, you don't understand." "How could you? I did nothing but lie to you." "You don't realize what this research is. It'll stop the war. It'll—" "Leave it, Dad. It doesn't matter now." Marcus was drowned out by another explosion. A shockwave swept up the stairs like a wind and blew out a door. The rattle of a raven's door gun filled the stairwell. Adam braced for the Locust to pour in. He'd agreed to go with them, but they were now in a full-scale firefight and all bets were off. "I need your sidearm, Marcus." "Yeah, you can be a hero later, Dad. Keep moving." "Damn it, I was a gear too. Give me the pistol. Mine's in the lab." Marcus ushered him along the landing, managing not to touch him. Even now there was still that embarrassed distance between them. "Leave that to us." Dom broke off from the contact and aimed down the stairs one-handed with his other hand to his earpiece. "Ty? Ty, you receiving?" He was talking to someone on the radio. "What do you mean they're waiting?" "Who's waiting?" Marcus demanded. "The grubs. He says they're massing outside." "What, they're too polite to storm us without a formal invitation?" "No idea what they're up to. Come on." Dom went charging down the stairs and ran across the hall to flatten himself against the wall on one side of the blown-out doors. Adam had no choice. What could he do now? Tell Marcus he had a deal to go with the Locust? It didn't matter. He'd continue the research wherever he was. He followed Marcus down the stairs and wished he had a damn weapon. He could still hit a target. "You must have really pissed off the grubs to get a special visit, Dad." Marcus squatted on the other side of the doorway and reloaded. The fight seemed to be going on outside, judging by the noise. A raven roared overhead, spitting heavy-caliber rounds. Adam knew that sound too well. "Forgot to send a card?" Dom gestured frantically. "Did you hear, Marcus? Ty and Jace are roping down." "For fuck's sake!" Marcus shook his head angrily. "Ty, don't! They'll pick you off!" Adam could hear the responses now. Marcus must have had his receiver open. A calm, heavily accented voice was audible even over the gunfire. "We are a small-moving target, Marcus, but you can distract the grubs if you wish." "God damn," Marcus muttered. "Don't get yourself killed, not now." "Hey, Marcus, chill." That was a much younger man. It must have been Jace. "Here we come. Whoa!" Marcus and Dom both burst out of the door before Adam could move. He prided himself on still being combat fit in his 50s, but he was still the age he was, and his reflexes weren't as fast as a younger man's. He stumbled outside into a firefight and almost tripped over the splintered remains of the ancient green doors that had stood guard at Haldane Hall for centuries, clutching his precious briefcase and flapping papers to his chest with both arms. Perhaps the pistol hadn't been such a good idea after all. He dropped behind Marcus in the cover of the low courtyard wall. Rounds zipped over his head like angry insects. The fire was coming from both directions, focusing on the courtyard. Every few seconds, Marcus just shoved his lancer over the low wall and fired blindly. Adam could see Dom edging along the base of the wall at a squat, springing up every so often to open fire. Adam risked a look over the wall. It was a bloodbath. Locust drones lay dead in a pile, while others used their bodies for cover like sandbags. Above the perimeter wall of the estate, smoke palls hung like a forest of tower blocks. Suddenly, a huge gear with a crest of black hair and facial tattoos burst over the wall, hosing the drones with lancer fire as he ran, and vaulted over the bushes on the other side. The air was full of noise, screams, and smoke. It brought back too many memories of a simpler, more solvable war. "Ah, shit!" Marcus pressed his finger to his earpiece, frozen for a second. "We've got boomers inbound, people," he yelled. "Yeah, I hear you, Strawn. You ready?" There was a brief silence. Adam couldn't tell if the locust had been cleared out, but he took another look. Nothing was moving. Now he could see the big South Islander with the tattoos kicking over some of the bodies to check if they were still alive, and a young gear with cornrowed hair was recovering rifles. The Raven was right overhead now, descending on the rubble and churned flower beds of the courtyard. Adam felt the downdraft whipping his face as he struggled to hold on to his papers. It was a very small space to land in. Imagine Hoffman diverting a helicopter in the middle of a pitched battle just to extract one man. Perhaps I've misjudged him. The Raven pilot seemed to be having problems setting down. He lifted a little and turned to take another run at it, probably because the tail was perilously close to the shattered fountain that was still gushing water. Adam was still watching, adrenaline starting to ebb, when movement in a gap in the thick yew hedge caught his eye. It was gray, it was moving surprisingly fast, and the first one he'd ever met had been in very different circumstances. "Boomer!" he yelled. "Down!" That was all Adam had time for before the whoosh and the yellow flame streaked upward and a huge explosion knocked him flat. Thick black smoke and roaring flame rolled right over him. The smell of fuel was choking. "Fuck! It's the Raven!" That was Dom. "Now we've got Reavers!" Marcus was calling out, "Dad? You okay, Dad? Come on, let's get out of here." Adam curled up to protect his head as debris rained on him. His briefcase went flying. He could hear the noise of something whirling through the air before it thudded into the ground a few meters away like a javelin, probably a rotor blade, and then another explosion lifted him off the ground. Something very heavy hit him in the back. Everything went dark. He was still conscious, but he had no idea what was happening to him, only that he couldn't move and he couldn't see. But he could hear, and it was Marcus yelling the same thing over and over. "Dad? Dad! Dad!" Then there was a third explosion, and Adam couldn't hear a thing. He stopped trying to move. Then he understood that he couldn't. Every breath hurt. "Marcus?" But there was still no sound, not even his own voice. "Am I dead?" The courtyard wasn't there any longer. "Marcus?" If he'd lost consciousness, he hadn't noticed. But the attack had stopped and something was pressing on his back. At first he thought Marcus was holding him down, covering him, but he realized eventually that it was the dead weight of rubble burying him. When he managed to suck in a deeper breath, his nose and mouth filled up with dust, and the pain brought tears to his eyes. He couldn't cry for help, and he couldn't hear anything apart from distant gunfire. No helicopters, no voices, nothing. He had no idea how long he'd been trapped, but he knew he had to try to move or call for help. All he could see was a patch of ground through a gap in the rubble, but he couldn't even move his head. He tried to scream out. It didn't matter who found him now, but the only sound that came out was a gurgle. "Have I broken my spine?" No, he could move his toes. He could feel that, so at least he wasn't paralyzed. But breathing was an agony. He took short, shallow breaths that set him off coughing, and that hurt like hell. "I'm going to die here. Where's my research? Where's Marcus? Oh, God, I should have told him. I should have handed over my papers. Marcus?" Adam stared along the ground at that small patch of gravel. He could feel cool air on his hand and realized at least part of his arm wasn't buried. Maybe someone would see it moving. Who exactly? There's nobody out there. You're going to die. Then the gravel crunched. 1, 2 pairs of boots, maybe 3. Definitely more than one person. Marcus had found him. Adam stretched his hand as far as he could and tried to shout. "Oh, fuck, Prescott's going to go nuts." Adam didn't recognize the voice. It certainly wasn't Marcus or any of his squad. "Is he dead?" "Don't think so, sir. Look." "Well, damn well get him out of there, then. George, find his stuff. He had a briefcase somewhere, then search the house." "It's on fire, sir." "So get a move on. See if you can get into the basement. He's got a lab down there." "I've called for Kazovac." "Better hope we don't lose him." Adam still didn't know who it was, and he wasn't sure if it mattered as long as they got him out. The weight started to lift off his back. He tried to speak, but every breath was unbearably painful. And then hands grabbed him, and he found himself looking up into a smoky sky as a man in a plain black uniform leaned over him, frowning. It didn't make sense. Maybe he really was dead, and he'd been all wrong about an afterlife. "Okay, don't try to talk, Professor," the man said. Adam's head lolled, and his nose was almost touching highly polished black boots. Not Gear's boots at all. The sound of a helicopter was getting louder. "The Raven's here. You're going to be fine." Marcus. Adam thought he was saying his name, but he was just thinking it. "Marcus, are you all right?" Then something dug deep into the back of his hand, making him flinch, and the pain and light and the smell of burning aviation fuel melted into black, blissful oblivion. Raven KR-80, en route to Chancery Bridge. It wasn't the first head injury Hoffman had had, and it probably wouldn't be the last. He cradled the hammer targeting laser in his arms, wondering if he was concussed or shocked. Gettner was going flat out for Chancery Bridge, but there was no straight route with that many reavers in the air. Barber, her crew chief, sat on the door gun, squeezing off a burst every so often.
"Sorry, Colonel,"
Gettner said. The Raven was jinking all over the damn place. Hoffman thought he was going to puke in a hello for the first time.
"One door gunner, reavers every frigging where. I'm trying to keep them on one flank."
Hoffman tried to focus on his watch. They'd lost 20 or 30 minutes. Maybe it wouldn't matter. Maybe he'd get the hammer there in time and he could deal with Marcus later, man to man and no rank, before forgetting it ever happened.
Bullshit. You can't. It's not some error of judgment. He knew what the stakes were. He's finally cracked up. Happens to the best of us. Come on, Gettner, move it. Fucking move it. Get me there.
He pressed his mic. The Raven sounded even noisier than usual. He hoped it had been serviced recently.
"You're doing okay, Major."
Anya hauled another ammo belt across the deck for Barber, all 20 kilos of it. She was doing her damnedest.
"I should be doing that."
She tottered back to the seat, struggling on the tilting deck in those dumb high heels.
"Why the hell do we make our women officers wear those?"
And leaned over him.
"Sir, you're still bleeding. I really should fix that."
"I'm not dead yet, Lieutenant."
"Sir, about Marcus."
"Here we go. Poor kid. What the hell am I going to do about him?" "Later, Anya."
"It's not like him, sir."
She adored Marcus, and despite the fact that Marcus had never shown her the slightest affection in public, Hoffman knew the deal and didn't lecture her on officers fraternizing with enlisted men.
"You know he'd never abandon his post."
"Anya, not now."
"Sorry, sir."
She got up and took the first aid kit out of its bulkhead bracket.
"Hold still."
Hoffman couldn't see what she was doing. Whatever it was, it hurt, and he hated anyone fussing over him. It was more the fact that he'd cracked his head falling than the damage Marcus had done to him. But this was Anya, one of the few people he would never snarl at. Loyal, uncomplaining, reliable, unflappable Anya.
"Ah, we've got radio again,"
Barber said more to himself than anything.
"Well, we've got the hammer relay and we've got 10 other Ravens."
Hoffman perked up. Maybe Marcus had come to his senses and was on his way back.
"Strawn?" "No, wrong comms kit." "Problem, sir?" "I thought he was evacuating." "Nothing important."
Gettner interrupted.
"I've got a visual on Chancery."
She didn't elaborate. She didn't need to. She banked the bird, and Hoffman found himself looking along the glittering path of the river, down into the granite gorge that cut deep into Ephyra from the south. He could see the pillars and suspension cables of Chancery Bridge. On a normal day it was a 6-lane highway, but today it was a battlefield wreathed in smoke. For a moment he thought the carpet of broken gray and black was chunks of tarmac or vehicle debris, but where the haze of smoke thinned out he got a better look. It was locust drones, a whole seething column of them. It was hard to see the gears line.
"Come around again,"
Hoffman said.
"I don't see Tomas."
Gettner lifted out of small arms range and looped back again, this time coming in from the northern pier of the bridge and heading straight down the line of cables. Hoffman leaned out of the crew bay as far as he could. Grubs were already on the northern side of the gorge, with Brumacs crashing through the toll booths 100 meters up the road.
Where were the gears?
He caught a brief glance of a centaur on its roof in the river below. If bodies had fallen into that torrent, the current would have carried them away by now. But there was small arms fire. He could hear bursts of it. A grenade round shot out and hit something in the center of the bridge. Then he spotted them. High on the suspension towers, a few gears were clinging to cables and trying to pick off grubs with long spears and lancers. It was valiant but utterly futile.
Have we got radio contact with 4 Eli? He asked. Get on it, Anya. Warn them they're going to run into grubs if they don't swing further north.
Hoffman strained to look at the south pier. There were more grubs advancing. All he could do now was collapse the bridge, and he'd have to do it with men on it.
God damn,
he murmured. Anya was right beside him. He didn't realize that until he pulled back into the crew bay and tried to work out the best area to paint with the laser. Common sense told him to hit the span as near to the southern edge as he could. That would at least stop more grubs crossing, even if most of them had surged across now.
Is it worth it? Will the numbers matter?
The gears on the bridge were going to be dead men anyway. There were still a few companies from what he still thought of as the 4 Eli, the 4th Ephiran Light Infantry, trying to make their way to Jacinto, and the grub advance would run right into them.
We should have blown the bridge from the start. Hindsight. Fuck it. Get us in close, Major, Hoffman said. South Pier, I need a target.
I won't be able to hold position long if the grubs spot me. You okay with that laser?
Sure.
How hard could it be?
Realistically, Major, can we winch those guys off the cables?
I'm willing to try.
Once he'd called in the hammer strike, they'd know the bridge was doomed. Chances were that it wouldn't collapse completely. Yes, Hoffman was willing to try, too. He didn't ask Anya. This wasn't a vote, and things were agonizing enough as it was. He leveled the laser and wondered how the hell he was going to manage without the targeting optic.
Okay, get me in position, Major.
Anya leaned close to Hoffman.
It's pretty much like a Lancer sight, she said. You don't need to be so accurate with a big stationary target.
Hoffman was too fond of her to say he knew that well enough, and he didn't have any goddamn choice anyway because Marcus had run off with a key component. He just concentrated on what he could see as Gettner slowed the Raven to a hover about 100 meters above the end of the bridge and held it steady. Anya fiddled with her earpiece. She was usually the Hammer of Dawn interface at CIC anyway. She worked with this system far more than he did.
Hammersat online. Ready when you are, sir.
It really was like aiming a rifle. The reticule settled on the tarmac a few meters onto the span but wouldn't lock on. He struggled to hold it steady. But like Anya said, the bridge was a big target and it wasn't going anywhere fast. Hoffman pressed the trigger to activate the laser targeting and waited.
If I could do this to a world, I can sure as shit do it to one goddamn bridge.
He counted. 1, 2, 3. A stream of fierce white light suddenly poured through the cloud and held steady on the bridge. Suddenly the surface erupted as if it had been detonated from below, and there was just a ball of flame and smoke that obscured the target for a moment. When it cleared, there was a 30 or 40-meter chunk missing from the span, and Hoffman was looking down at the concrete stumps of a pier, bent and frayed metal girders sticking out of it at all angles. On the south bank of the gorge, a blast area had taken out the toll booths and the grub column had scattered.
Nice shot, sir.
Barber fired a few short bursts at something Hoffman couldn't see.
I'll hold them off now while we get those guys off those cables.
All Hoffman could think was that if he'd been here sooner, then he would have been hitting the north side of the gorge, and the grubs would have been cut off, or at least held up until the COG forces could regroup. But he was just doing damage limitation now. Much as he tried to save it for later, he couldn't stop himself thinking about Marcus, still unable to believe it.
Yeah, let's do it, Corporal.
There were still grubs on the bridge itself. Most had now streamed across, but a few were waiting and taking potshots at the Raven. Hoffman was now in Gettner's hands. She banked again to give Barber a clear arc and went in for a strafing run. Heavy-caliber rounds ripped through the road surface and cut some of the grubs in half.
We're hit, Gettner said. Nothing serious, though. One more trip around the buoy, Nat?
Barber slapped in a fresh ammo belt at remarkable speed.
Yeah, let's not risk a perforated undercarriage while we're winching. Bring her around, Gil.
Hoffman hung onto the safety rail and tried to see how many gears were still up there to be extracted. He could only see 2 as Barber opened fire. A couple of rounds hit the frame of the Raven's door, but Hoffman couldn't tell if they'd passed through or embedded themselves.
You're gonna need me on that gun, Barber, Hoffman said. I haven't the first idea how to operate a winch.
The automatic fire from below seemed to have stopped. Hoffman peered over the side at 2 men clinging to a narrow ledge on one of the towers. Judging by the thumbs-up gesture, they got the idea.
Sure, sir,
Barber said, swinging out of the gun seat.
Just remember that you've got a blind spot below.
I'll go nose in, Gettner said. Just make it snappy.
Hoffman hadn't used a heavy cal gun in years. If circumstances had been different, if this had been a small victory rather than the aftermath of the unthinkable, then he would almost have enjoyed it. The Raven hovered with its tail over the river at 90 degrees to the bridge, while Hoffman laid down bursts every time he thought he saw something move on the bridge. It was only when he heard the sound of a lancer that he realized Anya had picked up his rifle and was loosing a few off from the other door.
And she's not qualified on a lancer. Good girl. You'd be proud of her, Helena.
How we doing? Gettner asked.
5 meters,
Barber said. Hoffman glanced back for a moment and saw the 2 gears dangling from the same winch line.
3, 2, 1. On deck, disengaged.
Okay, we're gone.
The Raven swung around and climbed in one alarming corkscrew movement as Gettner pulled out of the range of grub fire. Hoffman watched the shattered bridge dwindle beneath him. When he eased himself out of the gun seat, feeling his age as the adrenaline ebbed, the 2 gears were sitting on the deck, exhausted and smoke-stained. One of them was busy patching up a bleeding hand. The other looked up at Hoffman.
Thanks, sir, he said. Fucking comm failure screwed us, didn't it?
Yeah, Hoffman said. He wanted to believe that. He wondered what it would do to morale when word got out about Marcus, as it surely would.
I'm sorry, son. Gettner, see if you can spot 4 Eli on the way back.
2 men out of 10 companies. 2 men. With the most immediate crisis over, Hoffman had nothing to distract him from the hardest duty he'd ever had to perform. He couldn't sweep this under the carpet. Marcus Phoenix was a goddamn hero. Most gears were, as far as Hoffman was concerned, but Marcus always went that bit further. He didn't need to be ordered to do anything. He'd always seemed to have no sense of personal danger whatsoever. If there was a risk to be taken, he'd be the one grabbing for it, not out of some sense of invincibility, but because he seemed to think the world's troubles were his personal burden. And that was the problem. Hoffman realized that, even with his head throbbing and the taste of blood still in his mouth. Marcus would put himself on the line for anyone without thinking, even an ungrateful stranger. But this time his father had been the one who needed saving.
You asshole. Adam fucking God-almighty Professor Phoenix. This all is your goddamn fault. You've destroyed him, your own son. What did you think he'd do when you called him to say goodbye, you self-centered prick?
Adam Phoenix had been an infantry officer, 2-6 RTI, just like Hoffman. He should have known better.
Have we got comms with Jacinto yet?
He asked, looking at Anya. She was back on the bench seat again, looking ladylike if a little flushed. The Lancer was wedged between the struts.
We need to reestablish CIC there.
Eagle's working on it. He's good.
That was all she said. All talk of Marcus was set aside. Whatever had happened, 4 Eli was still out of contact, and Hoffman couldn't tell if they'd scattered. He spotted a small convoy of dills and pack horses barreling down the Jacinto Highway at high speed, but he couldn't see any trucks. Half an hour later, as he was wondering if he was so concussed that none of this was actually happening the way he thought, Anya touched his shoulder. Her face was stricken. It had to be bad news.
Okay. I've got Temp CIC Jacinto, she said.
She indicated his earpiece.
Strawn's Raven went down.
Hoffman felt sick to his gut. The thought crossed his mind that fate or divine providence had stepped in to spare the regiment the shame of Marcus's actions, but he hated himself instantly for it and could only think of Dom and the others who'd been on that sortie.
Colonel, this is Reed. Afira's pretty well evacuated now, along with South Jacinto, and I'm starting on the casualty lists.
Shit. If he was going to hear this from anybody, it had to be that asshole Reed, didn't it? Hoffman gritted his teeth.
Go ahead, Major. We lost the Raven, but Phoenix was picked up alive.
Adam?
Marcus.
There'd be no sorting it out privately now, with a fistfight in one of the Raven hangars or a back alley, regimental style. Hoffman had given up the right to that simple and effective summary justice the day he accepted a commission, when he should have had the sense to remain an NCO. He was an officer now, not a sergeant.
You're the fucking chief of defense staff. How in the name of God did that ever happen?
The rules were different. He had to be seen to be obeyed, not for his own sake, but for all the gears who followed orders and didn't have a father who was on first-name terms with the chairman.
Is he conscious?
Not yet.
What about Adam Phoenix?
Dead, sir. They found his remains in the rubble.
Who did? You sure?
Even with a cracked skull, Hoffman couldn't make that all fit. And if some Raven crew had pulled Marcus and Bravo squad out of there, then they'd work out in about 2 seconds flat that he'd gone to get his father. Plenty of gears would have heard Hoffman yelling on the radio, too. It would be common knowledge eventually that Marcus had disobeyed orders. Hoffman had run out of choices.
Who extracted them? How? Where's Professor Phoenix's body? KR-11 got to them, sir. On the spot right away. Not sure who called it in, but it's pretty chaotic out there. East Barricade's been completely overrun. So that's most of Afira and part of Jacinto in Locust hands. How about Santiago?
Dom was special. He'd been with Hoffman since Asfo Point, one of his commandos, just about the last one left, and Hoffman wasn't ready to lose him.
Tell me Dom's okay.
Yes, he's conscious now. Stratton and Caliso have minor injuries. Hoffman had to ask.
Did Santiago give any indication what his orders were?
No, sir. Just seemed very upset about Professor Phoenix and believes the mission to rescue him failed. Hoffman rubbed his eyes one-handed. That, at least, sounded more typical of Marcus. Even if he'd hijacked his squad and a Raven crew to go off on this goddamn rescue, he still made sure they wouldn't be held responsible. He hadn't told them he'd refused an order and misused COG assets. But he was still willing to risk their lives, though. Asshole. The fact that all of them would have done that for him anyway, without a second's hesitation, didn't make it okay. Sometimes you thought you really knew a man, knew him well enough to stake your life on him, and then you found out how wrong you were. Once the risk to Dom and the others sank in, Hoffman's decision was suddenly much easier. This wasn't about punching out a superior. In a way, it was even more than defying an order and losing Ephira or Jacinto, although that was what would appear on the charge sheet and what would change the course of the war. At the moral heart of it, lurking in the little sour taste at the back of Hoffman's throat, it was about duping your buddies into taking part in the whole thing. That was unforgivable, hero or not, but Hoffman had no other option anyway. "Put a couple of MPs on standby," he said. "And when Phoenix regains consciousness, have him detained and charged with dereliction of duty." He didn't take that thought any further. It hurt too much. The penalty for doing shit like that in wartime, let alone in the middle of a battle, was the firing squad. Unless Marcus entered a plea of not guilty and had some amazing mitigating circumstances to back that up, then Hoffman had just condemned one of the finest men he'd ever served with, to death. Location unknown. Date unknown. The light was painfully bright. For a moment, Adam tried to reach out for the alarm clock, not sure what day it was, let alone the time. He'd be late for the office. Then a searing pain stabbed through his chest and stopped him from breathing for a few terrible seconds, an agony that said, "Thrash ball game, bad tackle, my fault." He heard a yelp and realized it was his own voice. "I've broken a damn rib. How the hell did I do that this time?" It took his fogged brain a few seconds to start assembling the pieces of reality. Rubble. I'm not dead. I'm in a hospital. Marcus, where's Marcus? Is he okay? And Dom, where are my notes? Someone was leaning over him. He could smell antiseptic and coffee. Antiseptic at close quarters mixed with something floral, the coffee more distant, and then something pricked the back of his hand. The fog began to lift. A middle-aged woman in green scrubs peered into his face and then stepped back. Hospital. Yes, I'm in a hospital. Crisp sheets felt cool and smooth under his hands. The bright light had resolved into a big window with a white roller blind, not a lamp at all. If this was Jacinto Medical Center, they still had better facilities than he'd realized. Is Marcus okay? The voice that was somehow coming from outside his head didn't say that at all, though. It sounded more like a whimper. Where is he? You can talk to him now, sir, said a woman's voice. But if he starts getting agitated, call me. Sir. Hoffman. It had to be Hoffman. Adam struggled to look around, ready for the colonel's surly disapproval. But then he realized that Sir wasn't Hoffman at all. Richard Prescott was leaning against the wall next to a gold-framed watercolor of a lake. Whatever had happened in Ephira, the urgency seemed to have passed. Feeling better, Adam? Prescott pushed himself away from the wall with casual slowness and went to reach for something out of Adam's field of vision. Water glugged and a servo whirred. Then the head of the bed rose slowly, and Adam found himself sitting up. It still hurt. He yelped. Broken ribs, Prescott said, handing him a crystal tumbler of water.
And a concussion. You're lucky to be alive. Can you manage to hold this?
Adam wasn't sure, but he was damned if he was going to let anyone feed him like a child. He gripped the glass as hard as he could. The water was icy, the most delicious thing he'd ever tasted, and he gulped it down despite the pain at every swallow. Prescott waited patiently and took the empty tumbler from him.
Marcus,
Adam said.
Marcus was with me when the house was hit. Where is he? He was discharged a while ago. He's fit.
Discharged? A while? How long?
Can I see him? No, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Where is he?
I should have asked about Dom.
Are we still fighting?
Prescott tilted his head slightly to one side and just stared down his nose as if he felt sorry for Adam. But that wasn't Prescott at all.
The locusts took Chancery Bridge and overran most of Ephyra, he said quietly. We've pulled everyone back to Jacinto.
God! God indeed. We lost a lot of gears.
Anyway, let's talk about you, shall we?
So Marcus was all right. Adam would get a call to him somehow, but his next thought was his research. How did he ask about it? The problem hadn't gone away.
Did anyone recover my briefcase?
Oh, yes. Prescott had adopted that deceptively mild tone that he usually reserved for staff too junior and insignificant to be worth his anger.
Captain Dury recovered your effects.
Adam had no idea who Dury was, but he was more concerned about where that case was and getting it back. He wasn't thinking as fast as he usually did, but even in this state he knew that someone might have opened it and wondered what the hell was in those jars. He hoped they understood what a biohazard sticker meant and hadn't tried to open them.
I need to get back to work. When are they going to discharge me?
I can explain this. I have to. Damn, he needed more water.
Look, I generally try to avoid clichés, but where am I? This isn't JMC. No, it's Azura, some considerable distance south of Jacinto. Never heard of it. I should hope not. Although your research did enable us to keep it that way. We drown in irony, don't we, Adam?
The other shoe was slowly dropping, although Adam wasn't sure quite where.
Is this some kind of game? You tell me, Adam. I'm the man who's been kept in the dark, after all.
Prescott opened a vent at the top of the window. The air that swept in was the kind that Adam hadn't smelled in many years. Warm, clean, oceanic, laden with wet green scents and tropical flowers. He couldn't think of anywhere on the South Tyrone coast that was either that warm or that had escaped the worst of the locust onslaught.
But tell me, how's Mira? That is how one pronounces it, yes?
Her name was like a punch in the mouth. It had to be said sooner or later, but no matter how many times he'd imagined this moment, Adam wasn't ready for his stomach to knot so hard that he felt sick. It might have been the medication, but he doubted it. Guilt was a powerful emetic.
Did I write the name down? Have they been tapping my phone?
But at least he didn't have to work out how he was going to break the sordid, shameful truth to Prescott now. He just had to answer the question.
I kept it to myself for a day, then a week, a month, a year.
Then it was too hard to ever share it at all.
Why? How did it all get to be so difficult?
Marcus was going to have to live with the shame of having a traitor for a father.
I'm waiting, Adam, said Prescott. Yes, Mira. Mira.
Adam wondered if he should explain who she was.
For want of a better word, the Locust Queen. We're being very civilized, aren't we? No insults, no threats, no outrage. I imagine you thought I'd be asking Dury to increase the voltage to your more sensitive areas by now. So Dury was a security agent of some kind. That should tell me something, shouldn't it? I had you down for a security risk, but only because I thought you'd be too outspoken and want to blurt out everything in public. I pride myself on being a good judge of liability. But I was completely wrong about you.
Adam wanted to explain that he'd done it out of a mistaken confidence in his own ability, that he wasn't a traitor or a collaborator, but it was a very technical distinction right now.
I genuinely thought I could avert a war. Oh, I do believe you. What was it? Let's not start a panic. Let's study this. Let's not overreact. I can understand. Academic arrogance, a sense of entitlement, doing what's best for the little people. I come from the same class as you, Adam. I know how privilege can distort our sense of reality. But omitting to mention it after it all goes wrong and for so long, very plebeian, very ordinary, very criminal. I didn't sell out my species to save my own skin, if that's what you're thinking. The end result was the same. The difference matters to me, though. The Locust could have killed you. What did you offer them? Help. Help! If I'd thought preparedness would have saved us, I would have warned Daliel before they emerged. If we'd attacked them in the tunnels, we would have been cut to pieces, and any chance of negotiation would have been lost. You were banking on cutting a deal right up to the last minute. Like Daliel did in the Pendulum Wars. Don't even start on that line of argument, Prescott said, shaking his head slowly. It was more a show of disdain than anger. He was an actor. He didn't so much as twitch or blink without planning the ideal moment to do it. That's disingenuous, Adam. Intellectually unworthy. That was never your decision to take, even as a scientist. You're not a biologist. This isn't some kind of eccentric gentleman's hobby. You were dealing with an obvious global threat. He paused. Two, in fact. You knew about lambency. You've read my notes, then. Dr. Estrom's assessing them now with the life sciences team, but I've had a summary so far. And they've quarantined the samples. I only hope that your sloppy methodology hasn't spread the contamination further. Neville Estrom. Life sciences team. Azura. What in the name of God was going on? Adam's clarity was returning, painkillers or not. If I'd been able to develop a countermeasure for lambency before Mira's patience ran out, the Locust would have been a scientific curiosity, nothing more. For some reason that seemed to irritate Prescott, or at least he made a show of it. And we'd all live happily ever after. When will you people ever grow up? I can factor in greed or malice, but not naivete. You have a lot to learn about the Locust. Not as much as you might think. Prescott didn't elaborate. If there was such a thing as spontaneous reaction from him, that was a rare example. He was an icon of self-control. Adam had rarely been able to read him, and he knew that the only times that he had were when Prescott had allowed him to. There was now a faint smile playing on Prescott's lips, but it wasn't amused or kind or sympathetic.
It was reluctant tolerance. He walked slowly across the room to the window blinds, one hand in his pocket, and took the cord in the other hand, as if he was about to unveil a dedication plaque. He didn't say a word. He just pulled the cord. Light flooded the room, ferocious sunlight, as hot and intense on Adam's face as a day on the beach. He had to shut his eyes for a moment. It took him a few seconds to adjust and start to make sense of the view from the window. Palm trees rustled in a light breeze. The sky was a searing turquoise, but he could also see a wisp of black cloud creeping into the postcard scene from the far left. He wasn't in Jacinto, but then he already knew that. There. Prescott's voice was so quiet he had to strain to hear it. We both kept our secrets, but mine were constructive. I'll take you on a tour of the island when the doctor lets you out. Meet your staff. Get to know your facilities. Island? For a moment he wondered if this was the biological and chemical research base on Vectus, but the scenery was all wrong and that place had been shut down years ago. What facilities? Adam struggled with the welter of information and tried to fit it into the strange landscape outside his window. He'd been concussed. Prescott had said so. He'd been medicated. Perhaps this was all part of a richly detailed hallucination. Prescott, still looking out of the window, put his finger up to the glass. On the other side, a brilliant magenta gem of a hummingbird hovered there for a moment before darting away. You're a traitor, Adam, Prescott said quietly. He ambled back to the bedside and reached into his jacket to take out a small notebook, then tossed it into Adam's lap. And your wife was a traitor, too. It was one of Elaine's field notebooks. You bastard. Don't you dare. Don't you dare insult her memory. Prescott knew how to goad him. The son of a bitch was damn lucky that Adam was too weak to land a punch, and too much of a gentleman to use the rich list of obscenities he'd picked up from his gears in his army days. My wife, Adam growled, was a scientist and a patriot. She gave her damn life to get that information. Those goddamn notes may be all we have to save us. Prescott didn't blink. The hummingbird was back again, zipping back and forth in front of the window. Adam tried to ignore it. His brain struggled to focus, torn between worry for Marcus, anger about Elaine, and complete helpless disorientation. That luminous substance in the jars, Prescott said. Is all emulsion some form of lambency, then? I think so. It seems to have a long and complex life cycle. So how much time do we have to beat this thing? I only know that it's spreading, Adam said. So let's assume we don't have long. Then you'd better get some rest so that we can put you to work as soon as possible. Prescott looked at Adam for a few moments as if he'd never seen him before and was wondering why his face seemed familiar. Adam was beginning to realize he was a prisoner. I'm ready now. I don't want you dying on me, Adam, and that's not sympathy, by the way. Does Marcus know I'm here? Wherever here is? No. He thinks you're dead. Adam's gut nodded. He didn't know his son half as well as he wanted to, but he knew this. Marcus would be devastated, and he would blame himself. Adam struggled to sit up and swing his legs out of bed. He was going to punch Prescott into the middle of next week. You sadistic bastard! He managed to get his feet on the floor. Pushing up with his arms was another matter. The pain brought tears to his eyes. Why? What the hell are you getting out of that?
Are you wiping me off the map? Fine. Damn well do whatever you want to me, and God knows I deserve it. But don't make Marcus suffer. Try me for treason, whatever you like, but don't take it out on him."
Adam managed to stand up, unable to preserve any dignity in a hospital gown flapping open at the back, but his temper had taken over and he was damned if he'd just lie there and take this. Prescott looked at him, expression hardening.
"Would you rather we get this over with in one fell swoop, Adam?"
Prescott watched him totter to the end of the bed, hand over hand on the metal rail.
"Because I would. Marcus is in custody awaiting court-martial because he refused an order and assaulted the chief of the defense staff. We lost Chancery Bridge as a result. He cost us Ephira and a great many lives. Do you understand, Adam? He neglected his duty in the middle of a battle to try to rescue you, your son, the Cog's Embry Star hero. You know the penalty for that."
Adam did. It was a mandatory death sentence, a firing squad.
"Marcus would never do that."
Adam fought down a rising tide of nausea.
"You know he wouldn't. He did, and he's pleading guilty."
Adam refused to believe it. It had to be a mistake. The anguish and frustration almost knocked him flat.
"And you're telling me this because you're going to use it as a bargaining chip, aren't you?" he said. "Or is this just the only punishment open to you because you need me too badly to put a round through my head, however much you want to?" "I don't think you need motivation to work on a countermeasure for lambency," Prescott said. "But I don't want you distracted by anything else. So I'm offering to intervene and have the sentence commuted to life. I want you to focus. I want him freed. Sorry, it's too late for that. I can't. You're the chairman and we're under martial law. You can do anything you want. No, even I have limits. I can't let men be seen to get away with disobedience on that scale. It's bad for morale, bad for discipline, and it undermines my commanders. He punched Hoffman to the ground when he gave him the order, for God's sake. I can't make that go away. I have to back my officers."
Adam was wary of Hoffman, but Marcus always seemed to like and respect him. It seemed utterly out of character. There had to be more to it than that. But perhaps he'd lost touch with the real Marcus so long ago that this was what his boy had become.
"Hoffman's insisting on this, I suppose." "Actually, Hoffman's mortified. He likes Marcus. He certainly admires him. But there are some things that just can't be brushed under the carpet." "Then let me speak to him. At least let him know I'm alive." "And how will I explain your absence?" "He understands OPSEC better than anyone."
Prescott did a little contemptuous snort.
"This isn't petty spite on my part. This is about Azura. This facility has to remain secret from everyone, even Hoffman. I regret what's going to happen to your son, but he's collateral damage in the scheme of things. He's my son. Can you understand that? No, of course not, you son of a bitch. You don't have a family."
Prescott blinked, nothing more.
"Neither does most of Syrah. That's partly my doing, but now we know it's also yours." The bastard never missed a chance. The fact that he was right made each twist of the knife even more painful. Adam was still hanging on to the end of the bed, unable to move forward. If he let go and tried to stand unsupported, he knew he'd collapse. "Bring him here, then. Use a cover story. I'll do anything you want." "Justice has to be seen to be done, Adam. Prison will kill him." "And what do you think the shame of having traitors for parents is going to do? Come on, Prescott, look at his service record. Hasn't he earned some latitude? Damn it, Adam, he lost us Ephira. Why shouldn't he pay the price for all those men's lives? Because he's a phoenix and not just any old riffraff? What would we have done to Private J. Working-Class Oaf if he'd run out on a battle like that?
Prescott opened the door for a moment and beckoned to someone. Adam heard the soft tread of shoes on tiles and a distant voice announcing something over a PA system, but he couldn't make out the words. He dithered for a moment, wondering if he might make it across the room after all, but Prescott walked over to him and caught his arm. It was a disturbingly helpful gesture under the circumstances.
"We have lineage, Adam."
Prescott looked him in the eye. His lips compressed into a thin line at the end of each sentence, as if he was slamming a door to stop real ugly fury from escaping. He'd obviously been raised as Adam had, in that upper-class way that forbade a gentleman to raise his voice anywhere but the battlefield.
"We have a duty born of privilege and ancestry. We do not have the right to choose to do otherwise."
Adam could hear the purr of rubber tires and a faint metallic noise outside, and then a nurse in a white tunic pushed a wheelchair into the room.
"Come along, Professor."
She was about 30, well-fed and tanned, nothing like the hard-pressed, threadbare medical staff in Jacinto. She held out a dark gray plaid garment.
"We've got a nice bathrobe for you, too. Can't have you wandering around like that and scandalizing the ladies, can we?"
Adam submitted to the indignity of being helped into the bathrobe and struggled into the chair, ribs screaming. They hurt so much he couldn't even wheel himself along. Prescott took the handles and pushed the chair out into a corridor unlike anything Adam could remember seeing in Jacinto. This was a state-of-the-art hospital, and relaxed staff in pristine white walked calmly back and forth, as if they'd never had to sweat in a blood-soaked ER to save gears and civilians torn and shredded by the fighting that had been part of Adam's life ever since he was old enough to notice, first the pendulum wars, and now something far, far worse. Prescott pushed him through double doors into a sun lounge tastefully decorated with potted plants and lush upholstered chairs. This was too menial a task for the leader of the last government on Syrah. It was also not the gesture of a kind friend. Adam was sure that Prescott was making the point that he was now totally under his control, and that he would go only where Prescott pleased. On the public address system, Adam could hear a soothing voice he thought he recognized, but it was the content rather than the familiarity that shocked him. "And don't forget that there'll be a guided walk around the forest this weekend in search of our rarer orchid species, as well as a healthy eating seminar at—" He didn't catch the end of the sentence. Another set of doors opened, and he found himself on a balcony overlooking exquisite landscaped gardens, a mass of fountains and flower beds bathed in full sun. Beyond the gardens, a complex of honey-gold towers and ornate buildings overlooked a beach, and men and women in civilian clothes or lab coats walked around as if they had nothing much on their agenda. It might as well have been another world, because it certainly wasn't the Syrah he knew. And then there was the sky, which couldn't possibly be. It was blue and clear above, but when he looked out at the ocean, the worst imaginable tropical storm seemed to be rolling in, and Prescott didn't seem troubled by it. The black clouds were sucking up water from the surface, forming a wall that stretched as far as he could see. It was so shocking that his uppermost thoughts, Marcus, 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 were forgotten for a moment.
"So you did it," he said. "You got a maelstrom operational. Clever, isn't it? I suppose I should thank you for helping make it possible."
Prescott parked Adam's chair and leaned on the rail of the balcony next to him.
"A permanent artificial storm. The perfect camouflage and defensive barrier. Welcome to Azura, Adam. The Cog's doomsday bunker.
Chapter 5. The slab was like a septic tank. You tipped the shit in, walked away, and for a while it stank, but then it developed bacteria and became a self-sustaining environment. No sane warder would get within punching distance of a prisoner because the inmates had plenty of reasons to kill us and nothing to lose. So when the Justice Department cut our staffing levels, we started leaving the inmates to run the place themselves while we kept a nice safe distance. Okay, there was a lot of bloodletting, lots of it, but the guys who survived settled down into a kind of scum ecosystem and started looking after themselves pretty well. Kenneth Heugel, former warder at CPSE Hesketh, a.k.a. The Slab. House of the Sovereigns, North Ephyra, Broome, 10 AE. The only part of Ephyra that the Cog hadn't lost completely to the grubs was the northern borough, the home of government offices and official buildings, and the irony wasn't lost on Dom. They still had somewhere to hold a proper court-martial. He hadn't been allowed to see Marcus since the sortie to Haldane Hall. The last thing he remembered was yelling at him to get down when the Reavers attacked, and how the Kazovac Raven had managed to locate them so fast was close to a miracle. He was still putting the pieces together to work out how he ended up in the hospital, because Ty still swore that neither he or Jace had managed to call for Kazovac. Right now, though, it was a minor mystery that could wait. Marcus was in that room at the end of the corridor, arguing for his life. Dom had to keep his mind on that. Marcus hadn't been making much sense when they dragged him on board, and then he was knocked out when the medic pumped him full of something, so there had been no discussion. When they landed, Marcus had been put under armed guard in the hospital. Dom needed to talk to him. He needed to get his story straight, to prepare his defense, but nobody had said a word to him or even to Anya. She was going to be a witness, wasn't she? That was going to be terrible for her. That was probably why she hadn't been allowed to see or speak to Marcus either. She said it was killing her. Dom believed it. He waited in the wood-paneled corridor, sitting almost on the edge of the bench while he waited to be called to give evidence. He'd already given a written statement about the sortie to Haldane Hall, and he'd asked if he could be a character witness. The last thing he could remember was hearing Marcus yelling for his father and the weird whistling sound as a rotor or something skimmed past his head before he hit the ground hard. Why haven't they called Ty or Jace? Dom had no real idea how court-martials worked. He wasn't even sure that was the right name for more than one. Courts-martial? Come on, does that shit matter now? He thought they'd be like civilian trials without juries, like a magistrate's court, except that there'd be officers in place of lawyers for the prosecution and defense. But there was nobody milling around outside the courtroom like the movies. But the corridor was deserted. Occasionally a side door would open and a female gear or civilian would come out with a sheaf of papers and vanish through another door. Dom had expected to see some media there, too, but maybe they were in the courtroom. They could hear the whole case if there was no classified information in the evidence. Witnesses couldn't. Then he heard footsteps, 2 pairs, one made by heavy boots, one by high heels. He knew who it was without looking up. He stared down at his clasped hands until the steps got closer, and waited until the last second to stand to attention as Hoffman stopped in front of him. It was hard to tell who looked worse and more distraught, Hoffman or Anya. Dom saluted. It was a very formal day today. "Where is everybody, sir?" He wanted Hoffman to look him in the eye. "Is this all being hushed up?" Hoffman gave Anya a sideways glance. She fiddled with her jacket, picking off imaginary lint. "Look, you can tell me stuff without prejudicing the hearing, can't you?" That was the right phrase, Dom was sure of it. I mean, I know I can't talk to Marcus, but this isn't... God damn it, sir, I expected you to level with me after all this time. Hoffman looked up at the ceiling for a moment. It was his embarrassment gesture, not impatience. He really didn't know how to deal with this any more than Dom did. Dom could see it. But he still didn't believe it. I didn't want this, Dom, Hoffman said. But once it happened, it acquired a life of its own. And it isn't going to end happily, I'm sorry. They were very plain, low-key words, but they shocked Dom to his gut. He'd never heard Hoffman talk like that before, and they'd been in some pretty damn harsh spots over the years. Hoffman walked away in the direction of the men's washroom, very deliberate, leaving Dom with Anya. Okay, Anya, you tell me then, Dom whispered. No evidence stuff, just tell me. I know I can't talk to him yet, but what has he said to you? Anya chewed her lip for a moment, then braced her shoulders. I kept asking, but he refused to see me anyway. What? Oh, you're a witness, yeah. Sorry. No, he won't talk to me at all. He won't even say why. She reached out and caught Dom's hand, squeezing it. It felt desperate. He's pleading guilty. There's no evidence to give. Guilty? Shit, that was insane. But he didn't do it, not Marcus. He did, Dom. He did. Anya's brow creased for a second. She looked like she'd run out of tears. You know he did. I was there. I saw it. And he was someone I didn't know. Don't you believe me? Dom realized he'd been clinging to a complete fantasy for weeks. Some stupid, childlike idea that all this was a misunderstanding, and Hoffman or Anya would come up with a sensible explanation that the judge advocate would accept, and Marcus would just get busted down to corporal. But this was real. Marcus was going to face a firing squad. He'd made sure of that by entering a guilty plea. And we're just going to let him die? No, we're going to think of something, Dom, I swear it. I'm not taking it. I'm not. And he kept us out of it. You didn't know what he was doing, did you? Dom felt guilty for even admitting he didn't. It felt like he was denying Marcus. No, but I don't know if I would have stopped him if I had. They fell silent. It was so quiet in the corridor that Dom heard the toilet flush. Hoffman came out of the washroom a few minutes later. There was nothing they could do but wait, although Dom now had no idea what they were waiting for if all the court had to do was pass the only sentence on the statute books that military law allowed. They won't carry it out right away. I can ask to see Prescott. Dom's mind was racing. Who are they going to get to volunteer for a firing squad anyway? No gear would want to shoot Marcus. He looked at his palms, wet with sweat. He couldn't meet Hoffman's eye, and now he couldn't look at Anya. When the double doors swung open and a woman lieutenant came out, he was expecting Hoffman to be called in, but she beckoned to Dom instead. She was a redhead, and she had one arm. Dom was completely thrown by that. Why he was surprised that disabled gears did admin jobs, he had no idea. It was just that she was a woman, and it seemed especially tragic for no sensible reason. "Private Santiago?" she said. He was the only grunt there. "The president of the board's about to pass sentence. This is when you get to give evidence of character. Come with me. Come to attention at the lectern, salute, repeat the oath, and make your statement when asked to do so." All Dom could see when he walked in was the lectern, the kind everyone used for briefings, nothing special or grand or ceremonial. Then he took in the rest. The room looked like a school gymnasium that needed a coat of paint. The board, the three officers who were judge and jury, were just sitting at a plain table at the end of the room with a civilian clerk almost taking cover behind a pile of blue leather-bound books. There were 2 more tables on each side at right angles facing one another. Marcus, no do-rag, no armor, in his number 2 uniform that really didn't fall right on him, sat on the left-hand side with a pilot officer Dom didn't even recognize, presumably his appointed counsel. To the right, a captain with an artillery flash was taking a great interest in the surface of his table. If he was the prosecution, he hadn't had a lot to do. Is this it? They decide on a man's life in a scruffy place like this? Just these guys? Nobody to watch or check on them? God almighty. Dom did as ordered and saluted. Sir, Private Dominic Santiago, 26th Royal Tyrant Infantry. The board president, an NCOG commander, looked awkward. It probably wasn't every day that he got to sentence a gear with an Embry star to death, and at least he had the grace to look unhappy about it. It was just a damn formality, but Dom was still going to give all he had. Private Santiago, do you swear to answer truthfully all questions put to you, to conceal no material facts, and to accept responsibility for the consequences of your intervention? It was the COG tribunal oath. I do so swear, sir, Dom said. Very well, make your submission in support of Sergeant Marcus Michael Phoenix. Dom reached into his jacket for his notes, but stopped. No, he'd have his say. He never had been much good at speeches, but he was just great at explaining why Marcus was the finest human being he knew. What had he got to lose? Sir, you know Sergeant Phoenix's service record, he said. He's been front line since he was old enough to enlist. He's never pulled any crap about being rich or from a founding family, if you'll pardon my language, sir. And he's put his life on the line for us and for civvies more times than I can count. It suited you and the chairman to use all the smart weapons Professor Phoenix developed, so in a way Marcus was just trying to protect your top asset. Now my brother Carlos was happy to die to save Marcus's life, and so am I in a heartbeat. Recognize what he's done for the COG. Understand that without him, we wouldn't have the Hammer of Dawn, and half of us wouldn't be here now, maybe none of us. That's all I've got to say, sir. The room was horribly silent. Dom expected the panel to retire to consider the sentence, but they just sat there scribbling notes to one another. He stared straight ahead until he couldn't take it any longer and had to glance at Marcus. For a second, no more, their eyes locked, and Dom couldn't read his expression at all. He looked old and tired and beaten. He looked like he wanted out. That terrified Dom. Maybe he really had cracked up. Traumatic stress was waiting for all of them sooner or later. Thank you, Private, the commander said. It was almost as if he hadn't been listening. Given the evidence and the circumstances, we rule that the death penalty is inappropriate in this case, and we sentence Sergeant Phoenix to 40 years in prison. This court is now adjourned. No, that wasn't what Dom was expecting at all. He looked at Marcus, and for a second the horror showed on his face. There was only one prison still running in Ephyra, the maximum security jail, Hesketh. The Slab. You wanted to die. 40 years in the Slab, that's the same damn thing. I swore to accept responsibility for the consequences of my intervention. Oh, God. 2 military police walked in and escorted Marcus out the back door. He didn't even look at Dom. The red-headed lieutenant ushered Dom out the main doors, but Hoffman and Anya weren't waiting outside. He couldn't leave it like this. Don't I even get to say goodbye to Sergeant Phoenix, ma'am? Dom asked. She gave him an embarrassed nod. That was the tone of the whole procedure, embarrassment. An Embry Star hero had lost it and betrayed the trust his comrades had put in him. There was no anger or disgust, just embarrassment. The cog was a strange, restrained animal in some ways.
"You got the Embry Star too, didn't you?" the lieutenant said. "For Asfo Point, Special Forces." "Yes, ma'am." "Come on, then. This way." Dom didn't make a big thing of the medal, but right then he was glad it did the job. He followed her down the corridor and through a set of security doors to a door marked detention area. She opened the door and gestured at him to go in. He could already see the thin yellow light of an old tungsten bulb and the shadow of bars on the tiled floor. "In you go," she said. "Don't hang about too long." When Dom walked into the lobby, Marcus was staring at the cell floor, hands behind his back, boots a little way apart. He didn't look up. Dom waited. "Hey, Marcus. I didn't know they'd do that." Marcus's eyes were still fixed on the floor. "Look at me," Dom said. He felt like shit. He'd never cope if Marcus turned on him. "Come on, look at me, please. Don't you want to see Anya?" "God damn it, Marcus, talk to me. What do I tell Anya?" "She wanted to see you. You can't shut her out like that." Marcus finally looked up. Dom had never seen that look on his face before. It was total defeat. His eyes were glassy. "Tell her to forget me and get on with her life." "Oh, that's bullshit. That's total bullshit." "I don't want her to remember me like this. Both of you just walk away. No visiting, no letters, nothing. Just go." Marcus rarely talked about his feelings. Dom had always had to guess what he was thinking, and he'd gotten pretty good at it over the years. It broke his heart. "You can stop that shit right now, Marcus, because I'm going to get you out. They've already given you a lighter sentence. There's more room for maneuver." "Dom, I swear it, Marcus. I'll get a lawyer. Don't. I'm guilty. I fucked up everything." "Marcus, you can't just give up." "I can, and you better do the same." He took a step forward toward the bars. "I'm dead, like I should have been a long time ago. So get out of here and just look after yourself. That's all I want, Dom. I want you to be okay." "How the hell can I be okay when you're rotting in that shithole?" "Because I'm asking you to. Do it. And take care of Anya. Do it for me." Marcus straightened up for a moment and stared into his face as if it was for the last time and he wanted to remember what Dom looked like. Then he turned his back and rapped on the cell door for the MP to take him away. "I'm not done, Marcus." "Goodbye, Dom. You hear me? I'm going to get you out of there." Keys rattled in the cell door. Marcus stood square onto it, arms held in front like he was waiting to offer them up to be cuffed. He looked back over his shoulder just once. "You and Carlos, Dom," he said. "You were my family. That was the best of me." The door opened just as someone put their hand on Dom's shoulder. He turned. It was just the JAG lieutenant, the redhead. But by the time he turned around again, the cell door was closing and Marcus was gone. "Oh, God damn it, no!" "This way, Private," the lieutenant said, as if he was an asshole for even talking to Marcus. "I can't just leave it like that." "You can and you will." Dom wanted to make her listen and tell her about every time that Marcus had risked his life for someone, or hadn't given a shit about his own safety, or had plodded patiently around stinking stranded camps in what little off-duty time he had to help Dom look for Maria.
He wanted to remind her that Marcus had the money and connections to make sure he never had to serve at all, but he'd enlisted gladly and never once used his privilege. He wanted to tell her that he loved Marcus every bit as much as he'd loved his real brother, Carlos. But there didn't seem to be any point, because one fact was clear and concrete and completely inexplicable. Marcus had gone to rescue his father instead of doing his duty, and a lot of gears had died because of that. Dom just started walking down the corridor, conscious of the loud click of unfamiliar leather parade boots on the parquet floor. It sounded a lot like the floors of Haldane Hall, and Haldane Hall was mostly rubble now. The cool air hit his face as he stepped outside the main doors and waited at the top of the steps, not even sure what he was doing. He heard footsteps behind him. He didn't turn this time.
"Dom," Hoffman said. "Talk to me."
Being numb had its advantages. This was his CO, the man he'd looked up to since he was 17 or 18, not some waste of space officer, but a real fighting gear who'd come up from the ranks and knew the score. Dom would have cheerfully died for Hoffman if he'd ordered it. Now he had no idea what to say and decided it didn't matter what came out of his mouth next. What else could he have done? Seriously, what could he do? Put Marcus on latrine duty for a month and tell him not to be a naughty boy again? "So did you think that was a softer option?" Dom asked. "What? 40 years rather than a firing squad? You got it commuted."
"That came as a surprise to me, too, Dom."
Dom didn't turn around, so Hoffman took a step in front of him.
"Maybe the judge advocate took notice of your letter. I have no idea. Maybe the Phoenix name counts for something."
"He'd rather have been shot, sir, you know that."
"Yeah, I do. I damn well do."
Hoffman looked pretty cut up. Dom thought he looked a little puffy around the eyes, like he'd been awake all night sweating about it, or maybe even crying.
"Look, if I could have found one single damn reason for not having him charged, I'd have grabbed it with both hands. But I couldn't. Make an exception for Phoenix and the whole thing falls apart. Everybody heard what went down on the radio. Where does that leave us if I say it's okay for Phoenix to do it, but anyone else gets shot at dawn?"
"Sir, everyone knows he's never done anything like that before."
"Men died who probably shouldn't have. And you and Jace and Ty. What if you'd been killed in this goddamn insanity? You didn't volunteer. Phoenix didn't even tell you."
"And if he had, I'd have gone with him."
Hoffman ignored that. A lot of officers wouldn't have. Dom didn't know if he would have knowingly disobeyed orders or not, but it was what he felt at that moment, and Hoffman could ram it. Hoffman took his cap off and turned it over in his hands a few times, making the leather creak. Then he tapped the colonel's insignia on his collar.
"See this?"
He was right in Dom's face now, so close that Dom could smell the coffee on his breath and the faint eucalyptus scent of shaving foam.
"It's not a reward or a privilege. It's a fucking burden. No gear gets to do whatever he wants, but this goddamn tin shit says I can't stick by my buddies any longer. It says I've got to see the bigger picture and the greater good and all kinds of cold, hard fuckery whether I want to or not. And I don't want to, you know that? I want to be Staff Sergeant Hoffman again, except if they gave me the chance, I'd know I was chickening out and leaving the tough decisions to some other unlucky bastard. So I do it. It's my duty. Like it was Marcus's duty to get that laser to Tomas. I bet half the gears out there would love to go rescue their families rather than fight, but they don't. That's why Marcus Phoenix is a disgrace to the uniform. He let his comrades down, and that's all an army is. Your willingness to stand with your brothers in arms, and die with them if need be.
It was all true, and all the more painful for it. Dom felt his eyes brimming and the pressure building at the back of his throat. If he cried, he wouldn't even know exactly why. He didn't want to think any less of Marcus.
"Who are you trying to convince, sir?" he asked. "No fucking idea, Dom," Hoffman muttered. "But not myself."
Then he put his cap back on and stalked off. Dom stood on the steps until he realized he had no idea how long he'd been there. But the sun was setting behind the tomb of the unknowns, and he debated whether to find Carlos's grave and explain the whole shitty thing to him. He didn't pay his respects half as often as he'd intended. Carlos had been dead nearly 12 years now. Dom couldn't think of anything better to do right then, and made his way through the colonnade to the immaculately tended graveyard next to the mausoleum. This was where the cog interred its heroes. Marcus had been a hero once. Carlos hadn't planned to be one, and maybe he'd fucked up, too. But at the end, he died so that Marcus didn't. That was all that mattered to Dom right then. The gravel crunched under Dom's boots as he came to a halt at the grave. The inscription on the headstone was as crisp as the day it had been dedicated. It was almost 12 years to the day that he'd died. Private Carlos Benedicto Santiago, ES 26 RTI, fallen at Asfo Fields, Austria, 15th day of Broom, 77th year of the war, aged 20. All three of them, brothers either in fact or feeling, all awarded the Embry Star for gallantry, and where were they now? Nobody remembered Carlos. Marcus was disgraced, and Dom, he felt like a goddamn ghost. He squatted on his heels, uncomfortable in his formal uniform. "What would you do, Carlos?" he whispered. "Hey, like I need to ask. You thought he was worth dying for." He wiped his nose on the back of his hand, eyes welling. "I better get him out of there, right? Yeah. That's it. You rest easy, Carlito." The walk back to the barracks was the longest he'd ever taken. Marcus had been his friend since Dom was 8 years old, and the world couldn't possibly be the same without him. Dom had spent the last few weeks trying to get used to him not being around, but it was impossible. He'd look over his shoulder, expecting to see Marcus, or remember something he needed to tell him, and Marcus simply wasn't there. Now that was going to be permanent unless he damn well did something about it. "I should be out there looking for Maria. Stranded camps shift all the time." Dom didn't want to get used to Marcus being gone. The more pain he felt, the more he was motivated to do something about it. Like Maria. If I ever stop feeling lost without her, I'll stop looking for her. And she's still out there, I know it. She needs me to find her. And Marcus needed him too. Dom went back to his quarters, hung up his uniform, and started working out what it would take to get Marcus out of the slab before that place finished him off. Jacinto Maximum Security Prison, CPSE Hesketh, a.k.a. The Slab. The dogs were going crazy. Nikolai Jarvie leaned on the wrought iron rail, arms folded, and watched the lockdown begin on the grimy floor below. There were no prison officers down there. They weren't needed. The gallery that ran around the upper floor of the jail was by far the safest place to be, and it wasn't just because of the prisoners. The warning siren sounded in a steady pulse. 20 seconds, said the public address system. Frantic barking and thuds almost drowned out the count. The dogs flung themselves against the wooden door like they did at every lockdown, demanding to be let loose. The door was all part of the calculated psychological process. It was the only one in here made from hollow softwood panels instead of heavy mahogany or metal, because the animals could pound against it and make a terrifying noise without actually injuring themselves. It was like beating a drum. The wild noise said uncontrolled savagery could be unleashed at any moment, and it also hinted that one day the dogs would smash the door down before the final siren and start tearing prisoners apart anyway. It always did the trick. Any prisoner stupid enough not to obey the order to get back to his cell in time knew what would happen when that door swung open. It was the first thing Nico had been told when he was drafted to work here. The slab ran on 3 doors, one to the warder's territory, one to the kitchens and latrines, and one to the dogs. The dogs could be released pretty well anywhere in the prison using the remote-controlled portcullis gates and the network of mesh runs along the corridors. It worked a lot better than sending officers down there to sort a guy out. Trap a difficult bastard in one of the mesh passages, open the gates, and suddenly he wasn't in the frame of mind to be a bad boy ever again. Nico had never authorized that on his watch. What went on when he wasn't there was another matter. 10 seconds. The big empty floor was already deserted. Every prisoner was back in his cell, willing the bars to slide shut and protect him from the crazed pack. And they got a psychiatrist to work that out. A doctor. An educated man who's supposed to help people feel better, not terrify the shit out of them. Hypocritical asshole. It wasn't that Nico had any sympathy for the bastards banged up in here. He didn't. Most of them deserved a bullet, not humane care. But that was a separate issue. It was the sadistic creativity of nice middle-class professionals that unsettled him. Sometimes he wasn't sure where the line lay between the criminals he had to keep away from society and the people who told him how to do it. Lock down. The steel bars on each cell slid shut with a loud clang, a second before the wooden door opened and the dogs raced out. It was a daily ritual, although not usually at this time of day. The dogs charged up and down outside the cell doors, snarling and barking in the echoing gloom. The prisoners yelled at them and called them every unholy fucker under the sun. Then everyone got back to normal business. Most of the dogs were the same breed, Pelesians, tall things with short tan hair and a broad black patch from the top of the head to the tip of the brush-like tail. A couple of the pack were black Tyrant Mastiffs, big, slow chunks of meat with permanent but deceptive grins that dripped slobber. They were the ones Nico trusted least. One of the Pelesians sprang back as a stream of piss shot through the bars and drenched him. The dog seemed baffled for a moment, as if this was some attempt to communicate with him in his own language, but the mutt didn't understand it because of a heavy accent. Nico laughed his ass off. Then the dog started snarling. Yeah, he finally got the message, and the handler, Parmenter, stormed out onto the floor. He went along the cell doors like an angry ticket collector on a train looking for fare dodgers. Then he stopped at the guilty party's cell. "You bastard! You pissed on my Jerry!" he yelled. "I'm gonna—" Parmenter was drowned out by guffaws and whoops of derision from the whole block. He didn't interact much with the inmates and never quite got the hang of dealing with verbal abuse. It didn't pay to let these scumbags rile you. "Oh, you're Jerry. You two do it doggy style?" "Yeah, 'cause he got doggy breath." "Yo, pooch shagger. Good dog. Hey, shouldn't you be doing it with a bitch, you big Nancy?" "I'm gonna let him chew on you sick fuckers next time," Parmenter snapped. "Just remember who operates the gates." Things quieted down instantly. Parmenter put the leash on Jerry, who took that as his cue to go nuts. As soon as the leash went taut, he was up on his hind legs, straining against it and snarling. Yeah, dogs could be just like humans. Jerry was all mouth when there was no chance of getting a kicking. But Nico was never going to turn his back on the thing, no matter how well trained it was. He watched the dog trot back through the door. Jack Gallego, Galley, walked along the gallery to the metal gantry and joined him, jangling his keys.
"So who's our special studio guest today, then?" he asked.
"They're transferring Marcus Phoenix."
"Should I know who that is?"
"Seeing as you're pig ignorant and never read a newspaper, no."
"He's got to be at least a serial killer to be worth all this security, maybe a kinky one."
"Sergeant Phoenix, hero of Aspho Fields. Ring any bells, Galley?"
"I'm too young to remember that."
"The hell you are."
"What did he do? To end up here, I mean. Don't the grunts deal with their own shit?"
"He slugged his CO and refused an order. Goodbye, Afira."
"Wow."
Galley frowned.
"But couldn't they just shoot him?"
"Phoenix."
"What?"
"His dad's a hotshot scientist. Old money, ancestry, big estate."
"Oh, too good for us, huh? He's gonna have a hard time in here, then."
Galley walked off, whistling. He was the single most uncurious human being Nico had ever met. Nico put it down at first to being thick as two short planks. But over the years he'd been here, he'd worked out that it was how Galley coped with the job. He switched off. It wasn't like he'd had a choice. If you weren't in a wartime reserve occupation, essential factory work, police, firefighter, farmer, merchant navy, emulsion jockey, medic, the kind of job needed to keep the cog running, then you served your time as a gear. And if you weren't up to that for any reason, usually medical or general fitness, you got assigned where the government needed you. Being drafted as a warder in the last prison left in Afira wasn't exactly the top career choice for Nico, and he doubted that Gallego had dreamed of being a screw either. Most guys and an awful lot of the infertile women preferred being gears, grubs or no grubs. Nico understood that. He waited, watching the arched doorway at the far end of the floor. This was how they brought in the new boys to break them in. Any minute now, Marcus Phoenix would come through that door flanked by two warders and get his first taste of what it meant to be stuck here for the rest of his life. The building still had some of the elegant architectural detail that Tyrus liked even in its public lavatories, but it was crumbling and filthy, and if the smell of mold and piss didn't bring this Phoenix guy up short, then the crumbling stone facing on the pillars and the old blood that still hadn't been washed off the walls would tell him everything he needed to know. 40 years. He'll be lucky if he lasts 5. Yeah, it's a life sentence, good as. Well, it broke the monotony for everyone. There were 43 prisoners left in the slab, and only a handful had been sent here since E-Day, so a new arrival was a major event for the inmates, even if it threatened to disrupt the settled pecking order of their lives. Phoenix would be let out for free association after a day or so. Then he'd be on his own. He'd have to work out how to survive. Then the door finally opened. For a moment, Nico wondered why Will Chalcross and Bradley Campbell had brought in another prisoner instead of Phoenix. He was expecting the son of an old wealthy family, a guy of average build who'd look around this cesspit and cower, war hero or not, a rich kid fallen from grace into a human sewer. But this guy was huge. All muscle in a prison-issue singlet and pants, black hair cut brutally short, with the life-worn face of a man who wasn't afraid to swing a punch or take one. He was too old to be Phoenix, and he looked harder than most of the men already in here. This was a guy to avoid in a bar. No. Shit, this was Marcus Phoenix. Nico could only stare. Phoenix walked past the cells that formed the walls to either side, eyes straight ahead. The usual barracking and hooting started, but died away gradually, cell by cell, as the prisoners saw what they were getting for a new neighbor. The gantry was about 6 meters above the ground, so Nico was now looking at Phoenix head-on at a 20-degree angle. The man just raised his eyes and looked through Nico for a few beats without breaking his stride. Nico was used to eye contact with men who had slit his throat out of curiosity, but Phoenix's stare was unsettling in a totally different way. Ice blue, unblinking, but not unfeeling. The look in them was a distant, distracted anguish, a snatched glimpse through a briefly open door into some kind of private hell. Chalcross glanced up at Nico and just raised an eyebrow as Campbell unlocked the cell door manually. Then Campbell, a nice guy, really quiet, never voiced an opinion about anything, stepped back with the big bunch of keys gripped tight in his gloved fist and smashed Phoenix across the face with them. "That's for my fucking son," Campbell said. Shit. Nico wasn't expecting that from Campbell. But Phoenix just took it. He didn't even lose his balance. The look on his face was more surprise and indignation, like he couldn't work out what he'd done, and his fists clenched. But he kept his arms at his side. He had an audience, too, and the yelling started from the cells. It was a really bad idea to take a swing at a guy and make him look instantly unbreakable. It just encouraged the others. "Hey, screw! You found one you can't knock down! Whoa, you better not turn your back now, Campbell. He don't look the forgetting kind." Phoenix stared into Campbell's face for a few seconds, blood trickling down his chin. Nico had to stop this fast. "Campbell!" he yelled. He jogged along the gallery to the doors. "Campbell! Lock him in and get up here, now! That's a goddamn order!" Campbell looked up to the gantry, flexing his hand. The punch must have hurt him almost as much as it hurt Phoenix. "Anything you say, sir." Chalcross shoved Phoenix in the back to get him to walk into the cell, then took the keys from Campbell and locked it. The shouting was going from cell to cell now, and as Nico watched to make sure the 2 warders left the floor, he caught some of the approving comments. Phoenix had taken a punch in the face and been ready to fight back. The rest of the inmates loved it. Phoenix was either going to go straight to the top of the food chain or start a lot of fights. But at least he wasn't young or pretty. Nobody was going to slug it out over whose bitch he was going to be. "Great work, Campbell. You made a hero of him inside 5 minutes. Terrific." Maybe it would settle things down faster, though. Nico had to hope. The worst bastards could start worrying about whether he was even more violent and unstable than them, and the quieter ones could make up their minds to be really careful. Keeping a lid on this place was a delicate balancing act. There were only 12 guards, 6 of those on the day shift, and even with a dozen psychiatric cases locked up in solitary, it was hard. How the hell did those assholes at Sovereign's think he could manage that without cutting all the corners? Nico did what every senior warder before him had had to do. The Slab was forced to rely on prisoners keeping other prisoners in line. It also relied on prisoners managing day-to-day life down there on the floor for themselves. And that had worked pretty well so far, at least from Nico's end of the deal. The prison ran like an ant farm. The ants were enclosed and went about their business in a sealed ecosystem, while Nico and his fellow officers kept an eye on things from a distance and hoped they never had to enter to empty out the container to clean things up. That meant the floor down there was a no-go zone, and the service areas, like the kitchens and boiler room, were a kind of no-man's land that either side could occupy. Without the dogs, without the network of mesh passages that meant they could let the pack loose like a living, snarling moat, Nico wasn't sure if any of his colleagues would risk going down there at all. Nico got to the stairs just as Campbell and Chalcross were shutting the inner doors behind them. "Well, that was fucking clever," he said. "Way to give the guy an instant rep. What the hell got into you?" "My son's a gear." "Yeah, we know. So he's putting it on the line while that asshole gets the kid glove treatment. They should have shot him, you know that? Anyone else, straight up against the wall, but him, he's too special." "Well, he's not exactly got a room at the Redoubt, has he?" Nico didn't know if he was more pissed off at Campbell's miscalculation in the mindfuck game, or just shocked that a nice guy had smashed a new inmate in the face. Phoenix wasn't really a criminal. This was army shit, some technicality or other, nothing that would get a guy arrested in the civilian world. "Let it settle down there, for God's sake, or we'll have a riot." "So?" Chalcross followed Nico and Campbell into the staff room. "We just let them kill each other and we've got less to worry about." "We get paid to run this place," Nico said. "We're not here to sit on our asses." Chalcross started making himself a coffee. It was just roasted barley, utter crap, but nobody recalled what the real thing tasted like now. He sniffed the contents of the cup as if he thought it was going rancid. "He's a big bugger, though, that Phoenix. What'd he do?" "Punched out the chief of the defense staff, refused an order to take some hardware somewhere, and eventually lost a Saphira." Nico helped himself to the pot. "He went to save his father, the big weapons scientist, remember? Adam Phoenix. He didn't dismember and eat anyone. Pretty damn girly by our entrance standards." "You sound like you feel sorry for him," Campbell said. "He's not a serial killer, he's just a grunt, rich boy or not." Chalcross slurped his coffee. "So does someone hate Phoenix and want him to go crazy in here? Or has he got friends in high places who saved him from a firing squad and think they're doing him a favor?" Nico reached inside his jacket and pulled out the custody sheet, the form that the prison service used to make sure they had the right prisoner and knew his relevant medical status, mental or physical. Warders needed to know if an inmate was likely to infect them, collapse on them, or had a mental condition that made him even more dangerous. Nico read the form again. Phoenix was predictably fit and healthy, as he should have been on gear rations, and he was apparently certified sane, whatever the hell that meant these days. He held up the form and pointed to the section marked Special Notes. "Look," he said. "Prisoner is not to be exposed to unnecessary risk or privation at the request of the office of the chairman. A weekly welfare status report is to be submitted." "So when did we last do a welfare report for any of these lice?" Chalcross asked. "Who the hell cares about any of them now?" "Obviously, Phoenix still has some serious connections." Parmenter came in with Jerry, but Chalcross gave him a black look and he took the dog outside to tell it to sit and wait. Chalcross didn't like it wandering around the food prep areas. "Who's got connections?" Parmenter asked. "Phoenix. We've got to make sure he stays hale and hearty. Chairman's orders. Except Bradley just smacked him one, but he took it like a gentle tap. So now we've got us a bad boy with a reputation." "Way to go, Campy. Fuck our lives up some more, why don't you?" Parmenter rummaged through the fridge and took out some slices of raw bacon. He was going to waste them on that damn dog, Nico knew it. Prescott must belong to the same country club as his father, then.
Chalcross stared at Parmenter until he put the bacon back in the fridge.
If he's that well connected, why is he in here at all?
You think he should be in here? Nico asked.
What, he's not bad enough to get a suite?
No. I mean, what makes a guy who's served in 2 wars and been decorated for bravery suddenly decide he's had enough? I mean, really crack up? He hit his CO and went to rescue his father. That sounds pretty emotional and screwed up to me.
Stress, Chalcross said. Shell shock, battle fatigue, PTSD, whatever they call it now.
Exactly.
They're all shoveling the same shit, Nico, Campbell said. They don't all crack.
You ever been under fire?
No, and neither have you.
Chalcross suddenly got that "oh, I get it" look.
Come on, don't start about your uncle again.
I've seen it, Will, Nico said. He hated them dismissing it. They hadn't got a clue. Really, I have. Uncle Josh was as hard as nails until his ship got sunk and he spent 2 days in the water waiting to be picked up. Never the same since. Even the toughest guys go under.
Well, you can feel as sorry for the asshole as you want, but whatever he did or didn't do means the grubs are on our doorstep now, and he looks like trouble to me. I'm not going to make him a cup of tea and ask him how he feels.
Working the slab was the last job in the world that Nico wanted to do. There were maybe only 3 or 4 guys in here who might be of any use to society or wouldn't offend again if they were let out. There was no rehabilitation or cure possible. There was no point teaching them a new trade, putting them in a nice suit and expecting them to start life afresh, having paid their debt to society. The slab was here, officially anyway, to stop the worst of the worst from being among decent people. It was a garbage bin. They couldn't even be trusted to fight grubs because they'd desert with their weapons in 5 minutes flat and resume their old habits. This wasn't a place where a prison officer could do something useful and change men's lives, even if any of the staff here had volunteered to join the prison service, which none of them had as far as Nico knew. He certainly hadn't. The guys locked up here had shot people and set fire to buildings and raped and strangled and done stuff that defied human imagination. One of them was an indie terrorist left over from the last war, and he looked like one of the nicer ones. Most of them were sane but rotten. Most of them were pretty choosy about who they preyed upon. But none of them were career gears who'd finally lost it after years of endless, daily, unrelenting combat. Phoenix, poor bastard, was probably just broken, not a criminal. God help me, I'm turning into a social worker, a frigging whiny do-gooder. Well, someone's got to fill out the goddamn welfare report, Nico said. He thought of his uncle and how he wanted people to treat him. Might as well be me. D-Wing Exercise Yard, the Slab, 2 days later. Milton Reeve was minding his own business and taking his mid-morning constitutional around the vegetable beds in the yard when Officer Jarvie stepped out and startled him. The screws didn't have much face-to-face contact with the inmates, and they definitely didn't hang out in the yard. "I've got a job for you, Reeve," he said. "How much?" "Pack of smokes once a week." "Done. Who do you want given a spanking?" "No spanking. I need you to look out for someone." Nico Jarvie was okay for a warder. He quietly despised most of the assholes in here, but then so did Reeve, so that was okay. "I'm trying to guess who, and I'm guessing it's the new guy, seeing as we haven't had anyone transferred in for years. Yeah, it's Phoenix. He's had his time to settle in, and we're unlocking him now." "Any special reason?" "Orders from the chairman's office.
He's connected. Embry Star, founding family, famous dad, the works. Just don't let him get his throat cut, or let him cut his own. If he's looking longingly at ropes or belts, warn me. I didn't see it, but I heard it. Campbell couldn't even knock him down. Maybe you're the ones who need protecting." Everyone was talking about Phoenix, taking bets on whether he could knock Dan Marino flat. Poking my nose through his bars seemed a bit risky. He might be the kind that kicks the cat after a bad day. "You'll see." Jarvie gave him a just-do-it nod as he left. "1 pack a week, okay?" Reeves stood in the yard, hands thrust into the pockets of his overalls, and looked up at the patch of sky, the only sight he'd had of the outside world since before the grub showed up. A light rain with the sharp feel of early sleet pecked at his face. A helicopter passed high overhead, which might have meant Reavers were around, so he decided to cut the session short. He'd have to pace the floor inside instead. But it was as good a time as any to go meet this Phoenix guy. In fact, it was probably better to do it now before one of the less benign residents decided to roll up with the welcome wagon. Reeve took pride in his work. He killed people, professionally, no undisciplined personal shit. And he also stopped some from getting whacked. That was his job. He was doing it for a different boss and working for smokes and soap instead of random numbered, untraceable bills these days. But as far as he was concerned, he was still employed and had purpose. That was how he kept going. Prison was an occupational hazard. It was no excuse to give up and get rusty. When he got out of here, and he was damn sure he would, he needed to hit the ground running. D-Wing was the last operational block left in the slab, a vast vaulted hall with a skylight roof and recessed cells set on both sides, like a colonnade of shops in an upmarket mall. But that was all there was that was upmarket about it. The only part that had proper heating was the kitchens, even in the dead of winter. The water supply was almost always cold, and 40 men didn't keep things spick and span, even with Marino around to break their fingers if they messed the place up. There was a level of squalor that they sank to when civilization kicked in, and they didn't want it to get any worse, and that was the level they kept it at. The slab was a slice of Sarah, a miniature version of it, with the nice civilized guards living one side of the wire and the inmates, the stranded, surviving as best they could on the other. Reeve remembered the word now. Microcosm. The slab was a microcosm. The rest of the prison was empty now, except for the freaks who were kept locked up for everyone else's good 1 floor below in the windowless solitary block. Reeve counted his way along the north side cells and passed Chunky. "Hey, Reeve, man on a mission?" Reeve stopped and took a step back. The guys in here could read everyone like a book. "Pays to keep busy. How's the knitting?" "You gonna brief us on our war hero when you're done with him?" "Who says that's where I'm heading?" Chunky gave Reeve a toothy grin. Half the little runt's body weight seemed to be teeth. "Man's gotta have a proper welcome. They say the screws are already shit scared of him." "Might be an exaggeration." "Well, I'm damn glad to see a guy they probably know can't break. Not that they won't try if they can." "We run the floor," Reeve said. "They won't get a chance." Reeve never expected this to be a private meeting anyway. The trick was to get the job done and not lose face or status. He came to a halt in front of Phoenix's cell and found the bars shut. The bolt wasn't slid across, and Phoenix didn't look up. He was polishing his boots with a scrap of grubby cloth, hunched up in one dark corner of the cell like a zoo animal that wasn't going to come out for the tourists
no matter how many cookies they threw into the cage. The cold didn't seem to bother him. His prison-issued jacket hung on a nail in the wall. Reeve tapped on the metal frame, because this place had rules. Phoenix looked up very slowly, as if he had to force himself.
"Hey, I'm Milton Reeve," Reeve said. "Thought somebody ought to say hi."
Phoenix just stared at him. Then he stood up. He took a couple of slow steps over to the door and into the dim light. The guy looked huge sitting down, but seeing him unfold to full height was a bit like watching someone draw a big handgun and then put an equally big silencer on it. His lip was split and his mouth was swollen, but it looked like that didn't bother him either.
"Marcus," Phoenix growled.
His teeth were intact as far as Reeve could see. Marcus. Okay, Marcus it was. Either he was an informal kind of guy, or he didn't want anyone using his surname. Reeve was making notes, because attention to small detail could be all that kept you alive in this place.
"You got a few minutes?"
"At least," Marcus said. He pushed the door open and Reeve walked in, keeping a diplomatic distance. A lot of guys didn't like being crowded. Marcus stood with his arms folded. There was a regimental tattoo or something on his upper left arm, a skull on a pair of crossed rifles with a small motto that Reeve couldn't read without looking way too interested for his own good. A lot of guys put on a tough act to fend off trouble, but Marcus didn't need to. Whether it was genes or a hard life, it wasn't just his size that said it was a bad idea to piss him off. He radiated something that made Reeve want to walk around him. That intense pale stare didn't help.
"You okay? That lip looks sore."
Marcus shrugged.
"Had a lot worse. You want a quick rundown of the rules? Do I need one? You'll live longer. I'll skip it then."
Marcus sat down again and picked up his left boot to resume polishing.
"Thanks for your concern. Nah, you don't get it. I need to make sure you're okay."
Marcus did a slow head turn that would have been theatrical in any other guy. It gave Reeve the impression that he was reining in a lethal temper.
"You call me Sugar," he said quietly, "and I'll break your fucking neck." "Whoops, too chummy maybe. Hey, I don't get that lonely. Just been asked to keep an eye out for you, seeing as I can do that kind of thing."
Marcus's frown relaxed, but only a fraction.
"Hoffman's idea? Who's Hoffman?" "Doesn't matter."
Reeve pressed on.
"Okay, so here's a quick guide to not having to pick your teeth up from the yard."
Reeve doubted there were more than half a dozen guys in here who stood a chance of even landing a punch on Marcus, but that didn't mean he wouldn't run into other trouble.
"Lockdown time. When you hear the count on the PA, just drop whatever you're doing and get back to your cell before they let the dogs loose. Never ask anyone what they're in for. And don't join a gang."
"Dogs?" Marcus's tone changed very slightly.
"Yeah, I heard them." "You scared of dogs?"
He just stared at Reeve, unblinking.
Ah, so he was. "Should I be?" "The screws let them loose in the passages. It's like a network of mesh barriers in the corridors. You know, they're separated like those pens and runs in cattle yards with remote gates and everything, so the warders never need to set foot down here."
Marcus was still staring at him, but his expression was now completely unreadable.
"So what are you in here for?" "Oh, so he's decided to be a handful. Okay, fine. I'm not a goddamn nonce, if that's what's worrying you."
Maybe he didn't know what that was, being upper crust.
A pedo, child molester, kiddie fiddler. Yeah, I get it. I'm a contract assassin. I'm a pro like you.
Marcus said absolutely nothing for a long 5 seconds.
I'm a gear, he said,
so quiet that Reeve had to strain to hear. It wasn't indignation. It was sorrow.
Or at least I was.
Reeve added that to his mental notebook and knew that unraveling all the stuff in those few words was going to take a long time, but would probably tell him every last detail about Marcus Phoenix. This wasn't what Reeve was used to. In the 12 years he'd been here, he'd met every kind of sick bastard under the sun, and had seen most of them die or disappear one way or another. But none of them had managed to disturb him as much or as fast as this guy. He was from another world. Reeve had to stick with it now, though, and not just because he wanted the smokes. Hanging on to his professional pride was what kept him from going under.
So, you're going to look like a challenge to Marino. That's Daniel Marino. He's got a half a dozen guys who break bones for him when they need to. He organizes the place and keeps the inmates under control, and the screws don't get involved. Suits them, sometimes doesn't suit us, but hey, we're not here for being model citizens. I'm sure he'll introduce himself. Bet on it. So seeing as you broke the rules already, I gotta ask why a stand-up hero like you refused to fight.
I didn't refuse to fight, Marcus growled.
Ah, that was a useful raw nerve to know about. But Reeve decided not to twang it again unless he absolutely had to.
I went to save my father instead of other gears, but he got killed anyway. So not one of my better decisions. Hey, sorry. Well, now you know.
Marcus looked like he was making a point of changing tack. He indicated the prison-issue safety razor on the cracked wash basin bolted to the wall next to the toilet pan. The basin looked like he'd actually cleaned it somehow.
Can't help noticing that they let us have sharp objects in here.
It was the us that struck Reeve. Every other guy who came in spent anything from a month to a year or more saying you because he didn't think he belonged here and took some time getting used to the idea. Marcus just took it as read that he was scum now like everyone else. No airs and graces for all that privilege then.
They let us have belts, too, Reeve said. Because if we kill ourselves or each other, it's a win-win for them. They don't even have to come down here. How else do you think this place runs on a dozen screws and a few dogs?
Marcus went back to staring at the wall.
Smart business model.
He didn't say anything else. Reeve was trying to read if a long silence was his fuck off signal, but it was impossible to tell. He decided to err on the side of caution.
Catch you later, he said.
Reeve did a circuit of the cells, checking who had stuff to trade and who wanted it. 26 hours was a long time to fill each day. It had been tedious enough in the early years, before the shortages had begun to bite and the outside world still had a semblance of normal life going on. There'd still been TV and coffee and books back then, and a guy could earn a few bucks to buy basic comforts by making car parts in the prison workshops. But the car work had stopped abruptly because the factories were turned over to arms production, and the TV had dwindled to a news channel, and then it got harder to get food supplies sent in or even medicines. Stuff wasn't being manufactured outside. The criminal scum of the cog were just about the lowest priority there was. Now their time was taken up keeping an obsolete prison from falling apart and growing whatever food they could wherever they had space. They did it themselves, too.
Marino might have been a bastard, but he was an efficient bastard and ran his domain like a business, like the organized crime boss he'd been, with the emphasis on organized. Reeve was okay with all that. If the warders didn't run the day-to-day life of the inmates, then the inmates had to do it themselves or sink further into anarchy and filth. Marino's iron fist meant a few clean floors and enough food. An occasional kicking was a small price to pay for that. If the smell got too bad for him, there was always the fresh air in the prison gardens, a sports field that had been dug up when every scrap of grass or mud in urban Ephyra was reclaimed to grow food. It had its own fish pond, too, and even if the fish tasted like shit, not surprising given how shit had to be recycled in this dump, it was a welcome change of protein from the myco crap they fermented in the kitchens. But gardening had proved more satisfying than Reeve had expected. He went outside to check his personal crop, a few rows of speckled beans. He could dry those and stash plenty away for himself at the end of bounty. He worked along the rows of poles lashed together like tent frames, picking bugs off the leaves. They could have just shot us all any time. Funny where governments draw the line. Fry the whole world and kill millions of helpless citizens, but balk at executing prisoners, even under martial law. The Indies worked POWs to death, but shipped them out to hospitals when they got sick. Maybe that's the definition of civilization. Pretend rules of decency. That, or else they need to keep some deterrent for the thousands of folks they can't afford to shoot. Play nice or we'll stick you in the slab. "I've got some real nice lettuce seedlings," said a voice behind him. It was Marino. "Gonna be a good harvest. Is our new boy interested in horticulture?" A few men in a confined space without a lot to distract them meant that news got around in minutes. The Slab was a village, minus the kindly old ladies and ruddy-cheeked farmers. Reeve squashed a cluster of aphids between his fingers and contemplated the smeared remains. It was nothing personal, just necessity. "I think he just wants to keep himself to himself." "You know how it is. Guy with a reputation shows up and bored assholes want to see if he's going to shake things up a bit." "Like I said, he's not exactly sociable. You just carry on as normal." "It's not me who needs telling," Marino said and wandered off. Reeve watched him go and realized he was sizing him up. Marino was pretty big and solid, but Marcus was bigger and had fought grubs hand to hand. Maybe Marino would bear that in mind. That chainsaw rifle was kind of impressive, though. Reeve almost regretted his own career choices. He turned over another leaf, ran his thumbnail along the underside, and wiped out another growing colony of aphids. Chapter 6. Welcome to Azura, a haven of security, stability, and comfort for humanity's most precious resource, you. Like all of Azura's citizens, you have been selected for your outstanding contributions to society. This island, isolated and hidden from the troubles of the mainland, was developed to protect and allow society's greatest minds to continue their work free of fear or peril. You will be the architects of a grand reconstruction. No matter what fate befalls the rest of the world, Azura and its citizens will carry on. Your diligent work ensures the enduring survival of mankind. Introduction to Orientation Leaflet given to new arrivals at Azura Research Station. COG Research Station Azura, somewhere in the Southern Hemisphere, Broom, 10 AE. The residents of Azura had counseling sessions to stop them feeling guilty. Neville looked at the menu.
A menu, for God's sake, a menu with a wine list, and found he'd lost his appetite again. This was all wrong. And if that smarmy recorded voice from the PA system started up again, the one they said was Niles Sampson himself, he'd lose it completely. Counseling sessions? Too right you're guilty. You need to face up to it. I'm sorry, Emil, I had no idea. Believe me, I didn't know this place existed. He pushed the plate of lamb cutlets away from him. It was a lovely plate, too. Furlanese bone china with a gilt rim, and the silverware really was silver, hallmarked with the Jacinto Assay Office's winged cog. He picked up the fork and examined it. But he couldn't even bear to drink from the crystal glass, even if it was just full of water. It wasn't, of course. It was some kind of white wine, and Neville wasn't a drinker at the best of times. He'd never felt less like drinking in his life. A waiter darted over to take his plate. Neville found himself more interested in the lives the staff led and how many of them worked here. He hoped the guy reheated his untouched lamb later and enjoyed it. The thought of throwing it away troubled him.
Neville, you really do need to see the doctor.
Erica Marling was a molecular biologist, and there was nothing wrong with her appetite.
Most of us have been through this. It's hard, I know. You hate yourself. You feel you have no right to be here when everyone else is struggling to stay alive.
Revelation could be ecstatic, like a scientific breakthrough after years of struggle, or an agonizing slap in the face when you realized your life was a charade. All Neville could see were the lies, the slaps in the face, the insults to the dead. Reality shook him by the collar and laughed in his face. You thought the genetics team at LaCroix had been killed in a reaver attack, did you? Well, they look just fine now. They're having roast quail and a bottle of nice fruity red. The disappeared, the dead, and the defected were here on Azura, counseled and fed and full of fucking purpose for the future. But Emil was really dead. There was no bringing him back with a nice day at the spa and a bit of psychotherapy. Neville had never realized that he had such a bitter, slow-burning temper. It was stoking up to a full eruption.
Oh, I don't hate myself, he said quietly. I hate you bastards, and I hate my government. This was built during the Pendulum Wars, Neville. It was designed to sit out another apocalypse. You can't blame Prescott for making good use of it. Yes, some of you have been here since then, haven't you? Never even seen a locust in the flesh. Bully for you.
She took a sip of wine.
Your department did some of the research used on the Maelstrom project, actually. Professor Phoenix is cited, as are you. Bastards. If we did, we didn't know what it was going to be used for. Exactly. No, not exactly. Why exactly? Ah, damn it. You can shove your need to know.
Erica just shrugged and sliced up her pork fillet. Behind her, a spectacularly ornate open elevator rose like a monument, bringing more displaced scientists and thinkers to the Tower restaurant. Neville hoped they choked on their duck pâté.
Where does all this stuff come from, all this food? You think we don't have rationing here? There's a lot of food off the menu.
Neville thought of his precious and very stale chocolate bar back in Jacinto, how he'd harvested every last crumb.
Pardon me while I sob in my napkin. We haven't been able to ship in supplies for years. Anyway, Azura's obviously designed to be self-sufficient. So we have intensive agriculture, hence the quail. And presumably some peasants to do all the work for you. Do we ever get to see them? Or are they like the housekeeping staff and stay out of sight in the service corridors? Spare me the theoretical socialism. Of course we have support staff. We're supposed to be focusing on research, unless you want the biochemists made to work in the fields like they had to in Furlan. I fully understand the logistics of running a community like this, thanks. But that doesn't mean it won't make my flesh crawl." "Look," Erica said. "The locusts are closing in on Jacinto. You haven't got the facilities you need. And when they finally overrun the city, well, imagine if this facility was there now. We've already lost 10 years because Adam Phoenix kept Lambency to himself." But they all knew about the Lambent now, and how it had driven the locust to the surface. Neville got the feeling that the biologists here resented a physicist like Adam more for dabbling outside his discipline than for not sharing his discovery. They really had been away from the real Sarah for a very long time. "Did you see any news coverage from Ephyra?" Neville asked, folding his napkin. "Linen. Real linen. Do you have any idea how bad things are? Do you even know about the poor bastards outside the wire, the stranded? Do you understand how we stay alive? Of course we know. I bet you watch it every night when you're having a small brandy to help you sleep. Neville, please, take advantage of the counseling. You do need it." Neville pushed himself back from the table and walked away. He had to step onto the magnificent elevator to get out of here, and it wasn't an express. As the platform slowly descended, he had far too much time to look at the art treasures in the lobby below. This was where all the stuff from the National Museum of Ephyra had been moved then. They had the resources to save that, but not to save people. He understood. He knew the impossibility of the heavy lift, of finding room for the population of Ephyra on a small island, and the need for a society rebuilding itself to hang on to some scraps of its culture and remember what it could be. But it still felt utterly wrong. My brother died for this, and I didn't volunteer. He still hadn't seen a fraction of Azura yet. He had an office and nice suite of rooms. He'd found the library and the botanical gardens. Beyond the careful landscaping, Azura had a fascinating coast of rocky cliffs and sandy inlets, and he was still working out where he could find refuge so that he could have some time alone to think without being surrounded by people who thought, or had been persuaded, that they had a right to be here and sit out the global Holocaust. The lobby was part of an interlocking complex of rooms and corridors, all of them beautifully decorated with exquisite inlaid floors, red drapes, and gilded console tables. It looked like a cross between a five-star hotel and a spa, which was pretty well what it was if it hadn't been for the research facilities and extraordinary defenses. Neville found a door leading into another formal garden crisscrossed by decorative canals and dotted with water features, and just wandered around for a while, taking in the setting sun and rehearsing what he'd say to Adam Phoenix when he finally saw him again. Eventually he sat down on a decorative wrought-iron seat to stare at the palm trees and purple-flowered tropical vines he didn't have a name for. The early evening air was pure perfume. It was all wrong, wrong, wrong. Through an archway he caught a glimpse of the curtain of permanent tornadoes and waterspouts shielding the island from the rest of the world. The physicist in him marveled at the scale and ingenuity of it. The rest of him wasn't so sure. He spread his arms along the back of the seat and looked straight up, where the sky was uniformly clear and full of swifts scooping up insects on the wing, not ravens patrolling to keep reavers out of Jacinto airspace. Then that damned voice drifted across the scented air. It was all recorded messages, either playing on a loop or triggered by opening doors or setting off infrared detectors, but it had started to stoke a personal dislike in Neville. He didn't like the voice, and he didn't like the bullshit it came out with. It was a man's voice, unnaturally soothing and reassuring, telling the cocooned residents about the facilities or the latest recreation being laid on for them. And later this week, you're invited to see the new desalination plant at...
For God's sake, shut it, Neville sighed.
He leaned forward, elbows braced on his knees. A couple of women in dark blue uniform dresses, probably domestic staff, appeared on one of the walkways wheeling a cleaning cart before disappearing behind a cascade of vines. For a moment, the illusion of paradise looked a little more mundane. And he reminded himself this was a prison. He couldn't opt to go home now.
No point hiding here, then. Got to face him sooner or later.
Neville got up and headed for what he'd come to think of as the center of town. It was another set-piece garden, flanked by the medical center on one side and an office block on the other. It didn't look like an office building. The whole thing was a spectacular piece of architecture, all sinuous organic forms and mellow stonework, softened by hanging baskets of brilliant flowers. A bunker was one thing. This level of excess was something else.
You know the reason.
This was designed with the assumption that the rest of Sarah would be wasteland, and this would be the place humanity started its recovery. The planners had expected the pendulum wars to end in mutual destruction. They couldn't have seen the locust coming.
I could go up and knock on Adam's door, I suppose.
Neville didn't have to. As he was watching the ebb and flow of people in lab coats or tasteful leisure clothes wandering up and down the paths and walkways around him, his eye was caught by someone walking a lot more slowly. It was Adam Phoenix. He had 2 crutches, the forearm kind, and he was trying to negotiate a flight of stone steps lined with flowering bushes in fluted urns. Neville wasn't sure if the professor had seen him until the man stopped and stared across the gardens at him. Neville could only raise his hand. It wasn't a friendly wave. It was just a "here I am." He waited for Adam to make his way across, determined not to get up and meet him halfway despite his physical condition.
And I was worrying about facing him after turning him in.
Adam stopped a few meters from him and tilted his head slightly on one side. Maybe he didn't know where to start either.
So who's going to shout at who first, Adam?
Neville said.
You could start off by telling me what an asshole I am for reporting you to the chairman, or I could go first and tell you that I still can't believe you'd do this to your own people when you've got a son in the army.
I can't blame you for going to Prescott.
Adam fumbled with his crutches and managed to sit down on the seat next to Neville.
In fact, I'm relieved it's over. I suppose I told you because I didn't have the guts to come clean myself.
Neville wasn't sure if that meant Adam regarded him as someone who would automatically go running to the authorities. It might have been an insult or flattery. Neville decided to think it was the latter.
So, how are you feeling? He asked.
Sore.
Broken ribs take weeks to heal. I'll live.
So this place came as a big surprise to you as well, did it?
Adam nodded. He looked wrung out. All that pent-up energy that had always illuminated him had vanished.
That's an understatement.
Well, life's full of surprises for most of us.
Okay, I lied, Neville. I lied by omission.
It's a bit more than that, isn't it?
Would you be amused if I told you I found out about the locust the hard way, too?
Not really.
My wife Elaine. Well, you know all about Elaine. I thought I did, too, right up to the day she went missing.
Adam raked his fingertips through his beard as if he was tidying himself up before a meeting.
I was frantic. I knew something was wrong. And while the police were looking for a body in the river, I told them she'd never do anything stupid like that. I went to her study, just in case. Never went in there, usually. private space. And I found it, her journal. She'd gone into the hollow regularly to look for specimens, those damn rock shrews with the extra vestigial legs, and she found the locust instead. Never told me. Then one day she went down there to make contact with them again and never came back. You know the rest.
Maybe he was looking for absolution. Neville didn't have an answer, let alone a sensible question. He simply let another little bombshell leave his head rattling. So Elaine Phoenix had kept a whole species secret even from her old man. Did the whole world behave that way, and he simply hadn't noticed? It was hard to know where to start on any given day now. So she lied to you, and you lied to me and everyone else, and Prescott, well, he inherited a lie and decided to keep it too. Neville tried to separate his sense of personal betrayal from the global implications, but decided the personal scale was the only thing he could handle right now. A couple of men carrying briefcases slowed down to look Adam's way. He was still a celebrity in these circles.
Am I the only idiot who told the truth?
No. Adam shook his head.
You and Hoffman. He's as straight as a die. Not an easy man to work with, but he'd have handled this very differently. Which is why he's been kept in the dark, too. We reward the liars, you see.
Adam leaned back with some difficulty and took a slow, cautious breath. He pointed at a group of people coming out of the main office building, a couple of women and 3 or 4 men, one in army fatigues. There were quite a few military personnel here, mostly in the black uniform of the Onyx Guard. But men and women in uniform were so much part of the daily fabric of life in Tyrus that Neville had long since ceased to notice any other kind of uniform.
"What?" he said. "Recognize the older man?"
Oh, God. The man had lost weight, and he was much grayer now, but that profile was distinctive. Bardry. Neville was shocked, and given the torrent of ugly surprises he'd been subjected to over the past couple of weeks, he didn't expect to be capable of reacting any longer.
He's supposed to be dead. They said he was dead. Yes, General Solomon Bardry. Prescott needed quite a cover story to explain his going missing. You said he blew his brains out because he couldn't live with deploying the Hammer of Dawn against cities. Because that's what I was told. I had no idea either. So he was brought here? Prescott needs parallel armed forces ready to take over.
Neville didn't know Hoffman all that well, but he felt instantly sorry for the poor bastard, under siege and holding it together on his own for the last 8 years. If he could have picked up the phone to Hoffman and told him right then, he would have. He could imagine the colonel losing sleep over the suicide, maybe even blaming himself in the way that people did when someone they knew did something terrible and without warning.
You're all lying bastards, you know that, Neville said. All of you. You don't even think twice about it. You ever wondered why they didn't ship me out here right away? Their head of research? Because Prescott might be a deceitful ball of slime, but he's not stupid. It takes one to know one. Neville, don't think I escaped my punishment.
Adam tried to turn to look him in the eye, but Neville couldn't take it. He just focused on Bardry, alive and well, like so many of the other key people who'd gone missing over the years but turned up here.
They've let Marcus think I'm dead. He's serving 40 years in the Slab for disobeying orders to try to save me, as well as thinking he's failed me. So if you think I'm reveling in this, you're very much mistaken. He'd even brought his son down. What a selfish son of a bitch.
Neville could only take this in small doses. He wasn't even sure what use a physicist would be now, given the nature of the real threat facing them, but he didn't have any choice, and he'd have to work with Adam. Right then it was the last thing he wanted to do. He stood up to go. Lights sparkled in the palm trees, and he realized they were some kind of firefly.
This isn't happening. I think I preferred Jacinto. That's reality. That's what we're facing. You didn't even tell your own son, he said. Don't expect me to apologize for turning you in. I don't.
Adam looked as if he was chewing something over.
No, I never told Marcus. He's like Hoffman in so many ways. Ironic, isn't it? So we're all serving a sentence one way or another? I think we're going to choke on irony before too long.
Neville found himself groping for what was right. He wanted a moment of clarity, that voice in the back of his head that said, "You really ought to do this, however tough it seems." But there was nothing he could think of except venting his disgust.
You'll have to excuse me, Adam. I can't deal with this right now.
Adam didn't try to stop him. He probably thought he'd come around after a few weeks. Did they even have that much time? Neville had no idea. He just felt utterly alone, an exile among aliens, and he had no idea how he was going to cope with this enforced stay. It was going to take a hell of a lot more than a 5-star restaurant and all the luxuries that the rest of Syrah had forgotten even existed to stop him wanting to lash out. Bardry was still standing on the steps of the office building, chatting in the balmy evening breeze, and occasionally flicking a firefly away with a sweep of his hand.
And people mourned over you.
Neville walked back to his suite, half expecting to see Emil, wanting to see him, but knowing the cog had no reason whatsoever to fake the death of an ordinary gear. Chairman's Temporary Office, Azura. Prescott fully understood Neville Estrom's reaction to the sheer incongruity of Azura in a world of slaughter, rubble, and famine. The fresh pot of coffee in the office, genuine coffee, not some ingenious but completely unconvincing cereal concoction, smelled tantalizing, but he had to resist. He didn't want to reek of coffee and invite questions when he returned to Jacinto in a few hours. Nobody forgot what the real thing smelled like. It was more than that. Prescott felt uncomfortable enjoying what the average citizen no longer could. His sense of entitlement, that subconscious expectation that his exceptional job demanded exceptional rights, had slowly evaporated year upon year. He clung to that realization. It surprised him that even after nearly 10 years, even after giving the order to raze Syrah's cities to the ground with the hammer of dawn, he still needed reassurance that he had a conscience.
I'm still human. I'm not a monster. I just have unique burdens that I have to bear in unpalatable ways.
He slipped some documents into his briefcase, checking that they weren't conspicuously new paper. Dury was due any moment. Prescott heard footsteps in the corridor, but they weren't heavy and male, and then there was a hesitant tap on the half-open door. Esther Bacos, the head of biochemical research, hovered in the doorway.
Chairman, have you got 5 minutes?
She clutched an old folder to her chest.
I wouldn't trouble you, but I need your clearance to share a document with Dr. Phoenix.
Esther had been based on Azura since the Pendulum Wars. Her children had been born here and had never seen the mainland. They'd never seen a live locust, and neither had she.
Come in.
Virtually everyone here seemed to have a Ph.D. Prescott teetered on the edge of saying doctor, but decided he'd stick to first names.
I suspect we're long past the secrecy stage now, Esther.
She laid the folder on his desk. He could see the security stamp on it and the year. It was very old. Its red stenciled label faded to a pale orange, but it was still very much a live document. Top secret. Teratogenicity study. Samson.
We're still working through Dr. Phoenix's notes and discs, Elaine Phoenix, I mean. But Adams already made some very valid observations about the lambent pathogen's relationship to emulsion, she said. This research into the teratogenic effects of emulsion was sealed years ago, but I think he should have access to it.
I agree. Go ahead.
Esther just looked at Prescott as if he hadn't answered her question.
Is there a problem? He asked.
I have a question, sir.
Fine.
Prescott spread his hands.
Ask away.
We need to know what happened to the rest of Niall Sampson's New Hope research. The children with abnormalities.
Prescott watched her expression. A little disbelief, a little fear, and a fair amount of hope. It was not hard to put two and two together, but it was also unscientific, he knew that much. He tried to meet professionals on their own terms.
If I had it, he said, I would hand it over. We searched for those children for years.
We could go back and recover the sires.
No. The facility has to stay locked down.
Sir, we know emulsion can cause changes in human physiology, and I think Adams established the link between emulsion and the pathogen.
We've been living with emulsion for more than a century, and Samson wasn't the only one looking at its possible toxicity. How did we miss the fact it's alive? If it is, of course. I'm going with Adams' theory for the moment.
Emulsion itself showed no signs of being alive, as you put it. The only evidence of that is Adams' samples, which came from the locust tunnels. That pathogen has all the characteristics of emulsion, but also of an organism.
Keep it simple for me. Is the pathogen a form of emulsion?
I believe so.
Will all emulsion...
Prescott chose his words carefully, but still felt foolish.
Will all emulsion come to life? I realize that's a layman's interpretation.
We don't understand its life cycle enough yet to know. But if you take the rock shrew samples and the field reports of bioluminescent locust, that's strong evidence that it can jump the species barrier. We need to acquire some live test subjects.
Straight question, Esther. Can we work without the sires, yes or no?
Dalyell had always been very cagey about their existence and origin. Prescott had been kept out of the loop. It had suited him not to know about mutated humans, poisoned humans, but it was a gap he now needed to fill. All he could do when he took office was keep the New Hope facility quarantined and hope he never had to open the lid. Transporting them here is going to be difficult, to say the least. They might not even have survived.
They were in suspension, sir.
Nobody's been inside New Hope for years. Don't you use tissue samples these days? We have samples of locust tissue, and now we have a viable supply of the lambent pathogen. Lambency, sorry. I'm really not sure what to call it yet.
In vitro research is no substitute for in vivo, Esther said. A complete living organism, and I don't just mean mice.
Why? What's the biggest threat to us? Contamination of other forms of life or of ourselves? I'm still struggling for clear priorities here, Esther. The locust told Adam they were literally at war with lambent creatures. They were being killed by them. But does lambency kill its hosts? Does it just change them? Is it even a survival advantage? Good grief, why am I asking that? Because I'm clutching at straws. Perhaps I'm not the first to start down that path.
Esther's expression hardened a little. The argument seemed to ring unwelcome bells with her.
The locust told Adam that some lambent began to self-destruct, literally detonate. If you're thinking it has a future as a defense against the locust, I suspect you'd have had an interesting conversation with Dr. Sampson.
She looked down at the faded folder on the desk, as if that would give her an answer.
Whether it's the global threat that the locust and Adam Phoenix think it is, or we're mistaken and it's actually a new tactical advantage, we still have to fully understand it first so that we can control it. And given the inarguable evidence of human mutation, this is research we also need to do in humans, not cell cultures.
Prescott thought she was still asking for access to the sires. It was a massive risk. There were too many unknowns, and the last thing he needed was to unleash any extra problems that he couldn't put back in the box. There was another option he could live with, but he wasn't sure that she could. Scientists had unpredictable ethical boundaries.
If I can find you a human specimen or two, he said, would that help? Not a sire. A basic human.
Esther's face fell slightly.
But who'd volunteer for that, sir?
I didn't say volunteer.
Oh, you mean...
Her face fell a little further.
Actually, I don't know what you mean.
We've still got a small supply of utterly worthless people I'm willing to use.
Stranded?
Prisoners. From the Slab.
He waited for a shriek of outrage, but she just seemed to be listening patiently.
I'm sure they have a few pedophiles or serial killers stashed away who owe society a debt.
Esther didn't react at all. She just cocked her head on one side, looking slightly past Prescott, as if she was debating whether a child molester had the right genome for the job.
You'll have to run it past Dr. Phoenix, she said. Thank you, Chairman.
She walked out, leaving the file on the desk. Prescott was always wrong-footed by scientists. That troubled him. People thought politicians had no scruples, but at least those missing scruples were easily definable. It was much harder to guess where a scientist might draw the line between acceptable and unacceptable. Prescott tried to unravel it, but every time he settled back into his own default. His line lay at what had to be done for the good of the majority. He would have been paralyzed into indecision otherwise.
I've pressed a hammer command key and condemned millions of innocents to death. I wonder if that feels any worse than facing an individual living creature and injecting it with a substance to watch and learn from its suffering.
Dury appeared in the doorway. He felt like a blessed relief, the reliable and the knowable.
Am I interrupting, sir? Not at all, Paul. I need to leave at 1500, and then I don't think I can come back here personally for quite some time. I'm going to have to leave Professor Phoenix in your capable hands for a while.
Dury nodded. He didn't look happy.
Sir, speak your mind. Grubs to fight, sir. Just guilt for doing the spa deployment, that's all. I understand. No reason to live on ration packs here, though. Nobody's going to think less of you for it. I'll think less of me, sir.
Dury was cut from the same cloth as Hoffman, at least where his gears were concerned. But he seemed to find it easier to accept murky politics. Hoffman functioned perfectly where he was right now,
in a different world where the senior command could still concentrate on warfighting, hands-on, immediate, the stuff they signed up to do. He would never have coped with the maneuvering and politicking in the Defense Department, but he certainly had the ruthless skills needed for the top job in a world fighting for its life.
I don't think a coffee will send you sliding into the abyss of decadence, Paul, Prescott said. First it's a coffee, sir, and then it's a fancy pastry, and before you know it you're griping about the lack of the really good vintages on the wine list these days.
Dury dressed it up as humor, but he couldn't completely suppress the look in his eyes, which said that he meant it and that it irked him. It was so specific that it was probably from a real conversation he'd overheard.
Human beings habituate fast. I note that you don't indulge yourself, sir. Damn, he thinks I'm scrupulously principled. No, he's too intelligent for that. Hoffman can smell coffee at 10 kilometers. I'll have the boat standing by. Any special instructions regarding Phoenix?
Adam wasn't going anywhere, but Prescott had been hopelessly wrong about the man once, and he couldn't risk a second slip. This was one of the most technically able and intellectually gifted men of his generation. Some of the other scientists were like starstruck teenagers at the idea of having the great man working with them. If Phoenix put his mind to getting a message out to Jacinto, there was a high risk that he would manage it.
Just remind him we have his son's life at our disposal, Prescott said.
What an extraordinarily lucky break that had been. He couldn't have created better leverage if he'd planned it.
Just make sure he's kept under surveillance. Neville has sufficient grievance with him to be a useful pair of eyes, and there might well be some malcontents among the biologists who resent him out of vain professional rivalry, so be creative. Understood, sir.
Dury slowly raised one eyebrow.
May I ask a question? An awkward one. I really need to know at what point you'll agree to leave Jacinto. I'll leave, Prescott said, if and when we have to evacuate the city. I know that's counter to every emergency plan and best practice, but I simply cannot be seen to abandon citizens. Whatever Dr. Sampson's nauseating cheerleading says, we can't rebuild Syrah from the population here alone. We need as many of our less illustrious residents as we can save.
Prescott could have sworn that Dury was on the verge of a rare smile.
Damn. He hoped the captain didn't have a higher opinion of him than he warranted, because duping honest men wasn't a satisfying sport. For a moment, Prescott missed the thrust and parry of real politics, outwitting other politicians and maneuvering around journalists with a well-phrased denial or elegant omission. But perhaps he would live long enough to see it all return one day. No, I wouldn't breed from some of the people here either, sir, Dury said, and finally gave in to a smile. It was amused, not warm. The next time I see you will be in Jacinto then, sir. Safe journey.
Prescott checked his watch and adjusted for Tyrus coastal time. He could fit in a visit to Phoenix's laboratory and still be ready for the submarine. It would be a couple of pleasant and much-needed walks, the kind he simply couldn't have in Jacinto. There was a fascinating irony in being the most powerful man on Syrah, and yet the last who could make use of Azura. That was what the place was for, not just classified research and a repository for all that Syrah needed to rebuild after a global catastrophe, but the emergency seat of government. Prescott had to tough it out in Jacinto with the rest of them. It was his duty. Politics was a dirty business carried out by even dirtier people, out of necessity, just like warfare. But he had his standards, the standards learned from childhood from his father, and those were clear. A leader had a duty to serve his people, however brutal the choices he might need to make for them. See, Phoenix? I don't cut and run. I can't. This is all I am. No wife, no son, no legacy except history. And perhaps not even that. Adam Phoenix couldn't have asked for better facilities, Prescott decided as he strolled along the flower-lined path to the main lab. The laboratory was bright, clean, and airy, and certainly better equipped than the one Adam had at the DRA. His suite of rooms had another study, luxurious and wood-paneled, very like the level of elegance he was used to at Haldane Hall. It still baffled Prescott that a physicist could do useful research in biochemistry, but history was dotted with rare polymaths who could find insights in every discipline they touched. Adam also had his brilliant wife's research papers, though. His brilliant dead wife. Imagine being so curious that you're willing to die to find out something nobody else ever has. To be the first. To have your discovery named after you. Scientists. Such vanity. And how extraordinary for a man to be willing to work with those who killed his wife. Adam's more of a politician than I gave him credit for. Or perhaps he's just seduced by the problem-solving and thrill of discovery as well. How are you today, Adam? Adam looked up at Prescott over his glasses. He had those same unsettling pale blue eyes as his son, and he was still a big man, still built like the front-line gear he'd once been. Sometimes that reminder caught Prescott off guard. How's my son? Marcus is doing fine, Prescott said. I'll make sure you get a regular update on his welfare. Now, is there anything you need that's not been provided? I'm heading back to Jacinto shortly. I can't be away for more than a day or so, or too frequently, or else my cover starts to wear thin. Adam sat hunched over his desk at an awkward angle, probably to relieve the pain in his healing ribs. A cup of tea, milk fat congealing on the cooling surface, sat on a pile of reports and lab tests next to a framed picture of Elaine. She'd been a very pretty woman then, fine-boned and clearly aware of her looks, Prescott decided, not some dowdy, absent-minded professor in a scruffy cardigan. The portrait looked on as if Adam needed her there to supervise his efforts, or perhaps bless them. Prescott glanced around for a photo of Marcus, but there was just Elaine. Perhaps the other pictures were in his suite. Dury had definitely retrieved them from Haldane Hall. Adam gave Prescott that professorial scrutiny look. How do you account for the Raven going off the plot? You don't know how you got here, do you? I was unconscious at the time, I believe. It's easier to go under than over, although you can if your aircraft has the altitude. A submarine dives under the churn of the maelstrom, and then surfaces near Endeavour Naval Base to rendezvous with a Raven. I'm glad you don't recall being winched onto the boat. Rather too exciting in a high wind. So, do you need anything or not? Adam did a slow, unblinking sweep around the room, then shook his head. A couple of lab technicians were busy behind the glass wall on the far side. Prescott caught a glimpse of a row of jars holding something yellow and translucent, backlit by a fluorescent strip. Oh, we've got everything we could possibly wish for, except a solution. Would you like to see what we're doing? He picked up the cup of cold tea and took a sip, then frowned. Come on, I'll show you. He was almost affable now, probably distracted by this new scientific puzzle to solve. But then he was hardly in a position to be indignant. Prescott followed him and stood at the glass wall.
This is the first time I've worked directly with organic chemists.
Adam folded his arms.
Or any biologist, to be exact. You didn't work with your wife, then? You know she didn't share this with me. I meant in general. No, I didn't.
Adam gave him a quick frown as if he couldn't believe his ignorance about scientific disciplines.
Anyway, we're propagating the samples here, the lambent pathogen. Then we can test destructive methods. Before you fully understand it, they're two sides of the same coin, Richard. We have to be able to kill it, and that's part of understanding it.
Prescott watched the technicians. They were fully covered in hazmat suits, gloved and masked, despite the fact that they were handling the substance in the safety of a fume box. Yet Adam had been keeping it in simple glass jars in his home for years. It still looked like emulsion, the fuel that had transformed Sarah's economy and started 8 decades of war.
Dr. Bakos is going to share some previously classified material with you, Prescott said. You had your research secrets, we had ours. Were you aware of the health concerns about emulsion? Emissions, yes. Like any combustible material. Particulates, volatile fractions, that kind of risk. I mean teratogenic, mutagenic. Have I used the correct terms? Causing malformations and changes at genetic level. Oh. We suppressed those findings, did we? Can't upset the emulsion companies with health scares.
Adam looked as if he was going to start some sanctimonious lecture, but backed off, shaking his head.
Share prices are hardly our biggest problem now, I suppose.
Prescott debated whether to tell him about New Hope or leave it to Esther Bakos. No, he'd plunged straight in with the most difficult issue and hope he'd picked up enough research jargon to sound in control.
Esther seems to think human tissue would be the best test option. We have plenty of that in the medical lab, I'm told. She used the phrase in vivo. You can explain yourself to Adam, Esther. She suggested I run it past you.
Adam's dark brows knitted in a frown again.
No, I can't accept volunteers. We have no idea what this pathogen can do in a human being. Informed consent would be impossible. We know what emulsion does to humans.
Adam blinked.
But this isn't emulsion any longer. I'll get to the point. If human subjects are needed, I can get them from the prison.
Adam hit the heel of his hand square on the glass. His face was expressionless, but somehow luminous with outrage, intense, pure ice. The technicians flinched and twisted around to look, almost jerking their hands out of the fume box. Absolutely not. No, absolutely out of the question.
Your choice. One day you might decide a child murderer's life is worth the world. Cheap false equivalence. I will not experiment on a human being, any human being. Sorry, I forgot. Omitting to mention an invasion force, fine. Building and deploying weapons of mass destruction, fine. Vivisecting the worst kind of criminal, not fine. I'll make a note of that.
Adam was staring into the glass. Prescott could see that he wasn't focused on the laboratory on the other side. Yes, it was an obvious shot, and Prescott knew he should have been above taking it. But Adam needed to be broken down and rebuilt like a gear recruit again. He needed to have his nose rubbed in his little pile of stinking guilt until he lost all delusions of having rights. A guilt so unthinkable that even Prescott was still coming to terms with the enormity of the decision Adam had taken in isolation. His wife had done much the same.
although the unlucky woman hadn't known until it was too late that the locust would be hostile.
I make mistakes. I'm not a saint, much less a martyr. But I would at least have rushed to share the burden of that knowledge with someone who might know more than I did, chairman or not.
Adam dragged his eyes away from the glass.
As obscene as that sounds, he said, that's exactly the way it is. If human tissue is necessary, I won't accept a volunteer, and I certainly won't accept a victim. I'll find another way.
There was no point trying to win an argument with him. Prescott turned and walked away. It was simple. Adam would do as he was told, and if a live human was what the research required, Prescott would get one and shove a needle in the bastard himself if necessary. It wouldn't have been the first time, and it wouldn't be the last. With millions of lives on his conscience already, Prescott knew he wouldn't burn any more hotly in hell for a few more. 26 RTI Barracks, former Reitman Hospital, Storm, 10 AE.
Where you going, Dom?
Jace leaned against the door frame, scrubbing the detached chain of his Lancer with a wire brush.
You want some company?
It was an unusually mild early evening. Half the company seemed to be doing their cleaning and maintenance outside on the white stone steps. The hospital had been built in the old cog style, like barracks with a central square, and apart from the old metal signs still on walls and in washrooms that were a bit more comfortable than the Army standard, it didn't feel medical to Dom at all. He squatted beside the motorbike to check the tire pressures.
It's okay, Jace, he said. Just going to check out a new stranded camp. Happy to help, buddy. I'll be okay. Anyway, Anya's coming along.
No, Dom wasn't going to be okay. He knew he'd never be okay again, not until he found Maria. But now Marcus was gone too, and that had hit him even harder than he'd expected. The dead, however much you missed them, didn't beckon all the time. They were in their allotted place, and you couldn't do a single damn thing about it except remember and regret. Dom hadn't come to terms with the deaths of his mom or dad, or Carlos, and certainly not Benny and Sylvie. Maria was probably still out there. His heart said definitely, his common sense said a fighting chance. But Marcus was confirmed and located. There, but not there, stuck in a frigging shithole where Dom couldn't even phone him to keep him going. The dead couldn't suffer any longer. The separated living could. Dom now woke up each day and kept breathing for only one reason, to bring Maria and Marcus back home. The locust could have the rest of the goddamn world as long as he got to keep the last people left alive that he loved.
Hey, Dom, ready to roll?
Dom glanced up, catching a glimpse of civvy boots and fatigue pants. Anya stood over him, out of her smart gray officer's skirt and woolly pulley for once. She'd made a brave attempt at looking averagely inconspicuous, but she was Anya, and not even scruff rig and no makeup could make her look anything less than luminously beautiful. That wasn't a good idea when venturing into stranded camps.
You better put on a ballistic vest or some plates.
It was a sensible precaution, but it would also disguise her shape. Even mentally, Dom couldn't bring himself to say the actual B word. They were just her shape. This was Anya, his friend, effectively his superior officer, and she was Marcus's, so none of the normal, casual, harmlessly natural things a guy thought about women, especially women who looked like Anya did, could ever be allowed into his head. And these bikes kick up a lot of shit, so better put a scarf over your mouth. Oh, and bring your sidearm. I mean it, ma'am. Anya nodded and jogged back into the barracks. Jace watched.
She ain't okay either, is she? He said. Would you be? And stop checking out her ass. You're disgusting.